Chapter 1637. Song Yi carefully asked, "What if Lu Yin doesn't come?" The ugly woman sneered. "I heard that he has a good relationship with the Fifth Mainland Sea King, and that the Sea King almost became his father-in-law. Tell him that the Sea King is here, and if he doesn't come, then this matter will be exposed. The Innerverse will be wary and the Sea King will be furious. Who would dare to rely on him?" Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. The Galloping Horse Manor knew quite a bit about him, and it would take some time to find out. What was Madame Red trying to do? "Tell Lu Yin to come. What are the conditions?" Song Yi asked again. The ugly woman suddenly moved and grabbed Song Yi's neck. The veins on the back of her hand turned into small sinister snakes that hissed. Song Yi was terrified, and Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine. Even Fei Hua, who had a power level of over 700,000, subconsciously took a step back. This woman was too disgusting. Who knew how many poisonous snakes were hidden in her body? "Is that something you should be asking? Contact Lu Yin and tell him to come to the Galloping Horse Manor." "This is very important," the woman said coldly. Song Yi hurriedly nodded and watched in horror as the small snakes approached. They were sinister and disgusting. Lu Yin glanced at Mr. Lu Yi, who waved his hand. At the same time, Lu Yin's eyes filled with star energy as he used the Aeon Evolution scripture to weaken the woman. The ugly woman suddenly felt her heart palpitate as a warning came from her mind. She was unable to react in time as a willow leaf wrapped around her, rendering her immobile. Lu Yin casually struck out with an empty palm. The woman was struck by the empty palm and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Some small snakes fell out from the blood, making the scene even more disgusting. Fei Hua frowned and scanned the woman's blood with her astral source. The woman stared at Lu Yin in disbelief, unable to make a sound. Lu Yin looked at her and returned to his original appearance. The woman's pupils shrank and she looked at Song Yi, her gaze filled with killing intent and hatred. Song Yi was terrified and quickly retreated. Lu Yin spoke up. "Let her speak." The moment he spoke, the woman regained her ability to speak. She shrieked, "Song Yi, how dare you betray Madame and the Galloping Horse Manor? Madame will not let you off. You will die." Lu Yin barked, "Madame Red wants to talk to me. What does she want to talk about?" The ugly woman clenched her teeth and glared at Lu Yin. Her gaze was sinister and there seemed to be little snakes slithering around her eyes. It was a sight that would give a normal person nightmares. Lu Yin rarely met such a disgusting cultivator. "Where's the giant bloodline?" The ugly woman snorted. "No." Lu Yin frowned and flicked his finger, causing a wind to pierce through the ugly woman's body and injure her severely. Blood dripped down the willow leaves. "Where's the Sea King?" "No," the ugly woman growled. She then threatened, "This is the Galloping Horse Manor, Lu Yin. Once Madame returns, you won't be able to escape." Lu Yin laughed. "Didn't Madame Red want to guarantee my safety? I'm right here. You can talk to me on her behalf and see if I can accept her conditions." "Don't even think about it," the ugly woman shrieked. Lu Yin's goal in coming here was obviously to deal with those giants. Now that Madame Red was no longer around, it was very likely that the giants had been taken away. If he were to raise any conditions now, it would only cause future negotiations to fall into a passive state. This person is able to cultivate such a vicious battle skill. He's ruthless to others and even more ruthless to himself. Alliance Master Lu, there's no point in interrogating him. "It's better to find him ourselves," said Mr. Lu Yi. Lu Yin frowned and looked at the ugly woman. "Are you really not going to tell me?" The ugly woman. She suddenly opened her mouth and an imprint appeared behind her. It was Madame Red, and she spat out a giant python in an attempt to sneak past Lu Yi to attack Lu Yin. However, she had underestimated Mr. Lu Yi as the difference between the two was too great. The python was directly sliced apart, and the ugly woman's body turned into pus and blood due to the python's death. An unpleasant smell spread out, and Big Sister Flyflower could not help but evaporate the pus and blood. She said in disgust, "How can there be such a person?" Lu Yin's expression suddenly changed and he looked outside. Someone was coming. Lu Yi and Flying Flower brought him and Song Yi into the Astral Source universe. Soon two figures entered, one male and one female. The female was Hong Ying, Madame Red's disciple, and she had fought with Lu Yin several times. The last time had been during the Supreme Tournament, where she had been severely injured by Lu Yin's finger wind. Within the astral source universe, Lu Yin was shocked. It was actually Sun Jiong? Sun Jiong was from the Sun family of the Innerverse. Back then, the Sun family had tried to poison Lu Yin to death during the Supreme Tournament, but Lu Yin had eliminated them all. Sun Jiong was the only one who had survived, and he was determined to find his father's illegitimate son in the higher realm where the sixth mainland had established itself. He had not expected to see this person here after so many years. That's strange. Where is he? Hong Ying was puzzled and she looked around. This was the main hall of the Flying Horse Manor that welcomed guests. It was very large, but cultivators could see everything in a single glance. Sun Jiong followed behind Hong Ying and lowered his head. He might have gone somewhere else. Hong Ying frowned. That shouldn't be the case. No one left after they came in, and it was only for a short while. Are you looking for me? Lu Yin's voice rang out and Hong Ying was shocked. She turned around and saw a familiar face. She would never forget this face for the rest of her life. Lu Yin. She cried out in alarm and she subconsciously took out her red-tasseled spear and stabbed it at Lu Yin while casting out an imprint behind her. The tip of the spear stopped a meter away from Lu Yin. Under his domain, Hong Ying was unable to move. She stared at Lu Yin in horror. Why are you here? Lu Yin calmly replied, I've already spared you a few times. This time it's over. Hong Ying's face paled, and she retrieved something from her cosmic ring. However, the next moment, Lu Yin's domain suddenly shrank and she spat out a mouthful of blood. All of her meridians had been severed and a huge tremor rocked her mind. She lost all of her strength and the red-tasseled spear fell from her hand to the ground with a thud. She collapsed to the ground, dead. When the sixth mainland had invaded the Innerverse, the Flying Horse Manor had caused too much bloodshed. Astral 3 had been destroyed by the Flying Horse Manor, and Hong Ying had massacred many people. She had even used Astral 3's students to lure the Innerverse cultivators to rescue her. Now this debt had finally been repaid. Sun Jiong trembled as he looked at Hong Ying's corpse. He looked at Lu Yin in horror and slowly knelt down. Alliance leader Lu Yin calmly looked at him. Did you find someone from the Sun family? Your father's illegitimate son? Sun Jiong gulped and shook his head. No, I didn't find him. Then why are you at the Flying Horse Manor? Lu Yin asked. Sun Jiong panicked. The Sun family has always been in contact with the technocracy, and they have the Flying Horse Manor behind them. When the sixth mainland invaded the Innerverse, Madame Hong personally contacted my Sun family, which is why I came here to join them. Lu Yin understood. This situation was similar to Song Yi's. Before the sixth mainland's invasion, these people had not known that Madame Hong was behind the technocracy. However, after the sixth mainland's invasion of the Innerverse had begun, Madame Hong had personally contacted them. This meant that when Zhaoqing and the others on the list all knew that Madame Hong was behind them, it was obviously impossible for the Flying Horse Manor to control the technocracy alone. Madame Hong also had another identity, which was that she was a protector of the Daoist sect. She also had someone above her. Lu Yin thought of old man Songqiong. Qing Tan had entered the board of governors and she had been his disciple. However, that didn't seem right as old man Songqiong was the progenitor of Blood Realm's celestial imprint, while Madame Hong was from the Grand Martial Realm. If one didn't consider the fact that they were separated by different realms, then it was possible based on their status within the Daoist sect. Lu Yin looked at Sun Jiong, who was kneeling on the ground and trembling in fear. He was clearly afraid that Lu Yin would kill him. Lu Yin asked, Where is the Sea King? Sun Jiong's body trembled. On another planet. Take me there, Lu Yin said. Sun Jiong did not dare to refuse and he looked at Hong Ying's corpse again. At this point, there were no longer any powerhouses above the level of an emissary in the Flying Horse Manor, and Lu Yin's group could freely travel back and forth. Even if they had some defensive methods, they would not be able to withstand a single blow from the flying willow leaves. Sun Jiong brought Lu Yin's group to a planet not too far away from the Flying Horse Manor. Lu Yin saw a boundless amount of rune lines which came from the giant. He was pleasantly surprised as he had not expected that the giant would be imprisoned on the same planet as the Sea King. Madame Hong likes to collect powerhouses as slaves. Some of them do not submit, so they are imprisoned on this planet, Sun Jiong explained in a low voice. Lu Yin had the flying willow leaves rescue the giant while he went to the planet's core and saw the imprisoned Sea King. At the planet's core there was a boundless sea of lava. Above them was a thick layer of underground rock, and a whistling wind blew from an unknown location, accompanied by strange insects flying about. Lu Yin walked to the planet's core and saw a chain extending towards the bottom of the lava. He released his domain and suppressed the lava, causing it to split in two. Following the chain, a miserable figure was revealed. At the end of the chain was an ugly bald man with scorched skin. He was lying at the bottom of the lava, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Lu Yin landed beside the man and looked at him calmly. "You're still alive, right?" The man's eyes suddenly widened and he grabbed at Lu Yin. Lu Yin raised his hand at the same time and collided with the man's palm. There was an explosion that distorted the void and created a crack that tore through the lava to the top of their heads, cutting through the thick layers of underground rock. The entire planet's core shook. "It's been 7 years, but the Sea King is still as elegant as ever," Lu Yin said, grabbing the Sea King's hand tightly without backing down. The Sea King was an existence that could fight Haizij Lian. If the Sea King had been at his peak, Lu Yin would not have dared to fight him. However, the Sea King was much weaker now and his rune lines did not even reach a power level of 500,000. He could not harm Lu Yin. The Sea King stared at Lu Yin and when he saw Lu Yin's face, he loosened his grip in disbelief. "You." Lu Yin's lips curled up. "Long time no see, Senior Sea King." Above them, the layers of underground rock broke apart and crashed down. The entire planet's core was collapsing. The Sea King stared at Lu Yin and suddenly thought of something. His gaze turned sinister. "You betrayed the Fifth Mainland?" Lu Yin shrugged. "I lured Madame Red somewhere else and came here to save you." The Sea King's eyes flickered as he stared at Lu Yin. He did not believe that Madame Red could be lured away by this brat. Lu Yin casually severed the chains and the Sea King's eyelids twitched. These chains could trap him and block an emissary's attack, but this brat had actually severed them? "Your strength." The Sea King was astonished. Chapter 1638. Lu Yin helped the Sea King up. "Let's talk after we leave. Madame Red will be back at any time." He then took a step forward and brought the Sea King into the Astral Source universe, leaving the planet. The Sea King was in disbelief. How long had it been? This kid had actually broken into the Astral Source universe? How was this possible? In outer space, Flying Willow brought all of the giants out. "We can go now." The commotion on this planet would quickly reach the Flying Horse Manor. "Alliance Master Lu, what should I do?" Sun Jiong asked anxiously. Song Yi spoke up at the same time. "Alliance Master Lu, please take me with you." Lu Yin looked at Flying Willow, who grabbed Sun Jiong and Song Yi and broke into the Astral Source universe to send them back to the Flying Horse Manor. After he left, Song Yi became a corpse. As for Sun Jiong, he received Lu Yin's communication method. The giants had been rescued and Madame Red could not find out about this. After all, she was a powerhouse whose power level exceeded 900,000, and Lu Yin did not want to be targeted by her. Song Yi had to die and everyone who knew about this had to be dealt with. Only Sun Jiong could not die. If Hong Ying died, then no one would know that Sun Jiong had been involved. Lu Yin wanted to keep him here to keep an eye on the Flying Horse Manor. Lu Yin looked back at the planet and gathered star energy in his hand, forming a very ordinary star energy sword. The Sea King, Flying Willow, Ku Wei and the other giants looked at Lu Yin in confusion, not knowing what he was doing. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold and he raised the sword and swung it down. Nothing happened but a sword scar split the ground on a distant planet. The Sea King's expression changed and he blurted out, "The 13 swords?" Ku Wei was stunned. "The 13 swords? How could this be? Wasn't this the sword sect's ultimate technique that only the 10 arbiters, Lu Tianmu and Lu Shaoqiu knew? How could Master know it as well?" "Let's go," Lu Yin said. With Flying Willow leading the way, they headed towards the Innerverse. They wanted to take a detour to the Great Yu Empire. The Sea King was shocked that Lu Yin knew the 13 swords, but he was even more shocked by Flying Willow. Even though he was heavily injured, he still had his vision and senses. These two were not much weaker than him and yet they had listened to Lu Yin. What had happened to this kid over the past few years? Lu Yin had learned the 13 swords. Master. Little Wei thought that I would never see you again in this lifetime, Master." Ku Wei began to complain. He was going crazy as he really thought that his life was over. Lu Yin, on the other hand, was very curious about Chen Huang. He had actually broken through to become an emissary, which meant that his power had taken a huge leap. The Great Eastern Alliance now had another emissary. Brat Lu, where are Chi-Chi and the others? The Sea King asked hurriedly. He seemed to be in a sorry state, but it couldn't hide his domineering aura. Lu Yin replied, "Don't worry, Senior. They're doing well. The people from the Sea King's dome are all in the Outerverse Frostwave Weave." The Sea King frowned. The Outerverse should have been gifted to the Sixth Mainland. Lu Yin replied, "It seems like Senior isn't completely ignorant. Madame Red would come looking for me every once in a while to make me submit. She also told me a few things. Is there anything about me?" Lu Yin was curious. The Sea King shook his head. She only said that the Hall of Honor had agreed to divide the Outerverse to them, and she also mentioned that the three matriarchs had arrived. Lu Yin sneered. "You're lying to yourself. The Sixth Mainland has been destroyed and too many experts have died. Of the three matriarchs, the martial ancestor did descend, but it was only for an instant. He didn't have the ability to come to my Fifth Mainland to show off his strength. Also, the Sea King knew some things, but he didn't know most of them. Madame Red couldn't have told him anything negative about the Sixth Mainland, so when Lu Yin told him these things, the Sea King's worldview had been turned upside down. You're saying that the Sixth Mainland is finished?" The Sea King was in disbelief. "Even the Starfall Sea is gone? Is this Ancestor Hui's plan?" This was the first time that Lu Yefei had heard of these things, and she was similarly shocked. Lu Yin sighed. Ancestor Hui's plan lasted for many years, and he even deceived time. Those monsters were also deceived. When the Sixth Mainland attacked my Fifth Mainland and destroyed my Fifth Mainland's Daoist sect, Ancestor Hui took revenge. It wasn't the Sixth Mainland that destroyed the Daoist sect. The Sea King suddenly shouted angrily. Those idiots from the Sixth Mainland were deceived. They were just pawns. If it wasn't for them, with my Fifth Mainland's 9 mountains and 8 seas strength, how could we have been defeated so easily? Lu Yin was curious. "Senior, do you know what happened back then?" The Sea King sighed. "I know a little. Apparently, there was a traitor in one of my Fifth Mainland's clans who deliberately provoked a war with the Sixth Mainland. The Sixth Mainland was also deceived and became the blade of those monsters. In the end, my Fifth Mainland suffered a crushing defeat and the world changed. From then on, there were no more progenitors." "What about the region after the 3 upper gates?" Lu Yin suddenly asked. The Sea King was shocked. "You know about that as well?" He looked deeply at Lu Yin. "The region after the 3 upper gates is also a group of traitors, but they didn't attack my Fifth Mainland. Instead, they abandoned the Fifth Mainland. Those people are the primeval surname clans that my Fifth Mainland spurned." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He knew about all of this. The primeval surnames had become public enemies in this region, but they were different from the Neo-Human Alliance. Some people hated the primeval surnames and wanted nothing more than to kill them, but there were also people who didn't care and believed that as long as it was legal, everything was fine. Rather than being public enemies, the primeval surnames were more like existences that everyone loathed. Because the primeval surnames had abandoned the Fifth Mainland, the world had changed and there were no more progenitors. But was that really the truth? The Fifth Mainland hadn't had a progenitor for so many years, and it had been impossible for it to resist the Everlasting Tribe. The only reason it hadn't been destroyed by the Everlasting Tribe was because of the Astral Storm, which had kept the Everlasting Tribe outside. The second reason was that the Astral Tree domain had blocked the 3 upper gates, which had prevented the Fifth Mainland from being invaded. This was why the Fifth Mainland had been like a hotbed for so many years. As for the truth, only those who had witnessed history would know. The primeval surnames had abandoned the Fifth Mainland, but they had also protected it. However, in their minds, the Fifth Mainland was an abandoned land that they looked down on. They shouldn't have protected a place that they looked down on, but they had still protected it. It was a very contradictory thought process. "Senior, you used Progenitor Chen's item to combine with Pyrolite to break through the 3 upper gates. You wanted to use the region beyond the 3 upper gates to change the Fifth Mainland's world back to normal. Did you think that doing this would trigger a war with the Sixth Mainland? Do you think it's worth it?" Lu Yin asked a question that many wanted to know the answer to. The Sea King's gaze was complicated. "Whether it's worth it or not, that will be left for future generations to judge. Many people hate me because I started the war and caused the deaths of those close to them. I don't care how others curse me, but I hope that the fifth mainland's world will no longer be deceived by the sixth mainland. Lu Yin smiled. He didn't care what others thought of the Sea King. Just like what he was doing now, many people thought that he had started a civil war that had benefited the everlasting tribe. Was he really going to sacrifice himself? He wasn't that great. The Lu family had to return and he had to rule over the world. The more the four cardinal scales didn't want the Lu family to return, the more he wanted them to return. In essence, he was the same type of person as the Sea King. Life was only exciting if they fought for it. Lu Yefei didn't care about the conflicts between the fifth and sixth mainlands. They were more amazed by progenitor Hui's plan. This plan had crossed the river of time and deceived history, but it had still succeeded in the end. This was the might of a progenitor. Not long after Lu Yin's group left, Hong Ying's corpse was discovered. Soon after, the planet that had imprisoned the Sea King and the giant was also discovered. The entire Galloping Horse Mountain villa was in an uproar. Sun Jiong looked at the figures streaking across the sky. The Galloping Horse Mountain villa was in chaos. Madam, come back soon. He found it strange that Lu Yin would arrive at the same time as Madam. Was it such a coincidence? He looked at his gadget and decided to contact Lu Yin before Madam returned. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy to contact her once she returned. He turned on his gadget. In outer space, a group of people headed towards Chaos Flow Zone and boarded the Astral River. Arkansas. Lu Yefei and Lu Yefei were traveling at full speed, afraid of being caught by Madam Hong. They were also afraid as she was a powerhouse with a power level of over 900,000. She was considered an expert even in the cosmic tree realm. His gadget rang and Lu Yin answered. Alliance Master Lu, this is Sun Jiong. Lu Yin replied, the Galloping Horse Mountain Villa is in chaos, right? Yes, Madam should be back soon. She won't be that fast. Sun Jiong was shocked. What did that mean? Could it be that Madam's departure was related to Lu Yin? When he thought of this, he felt a chill run down his spine. Lu Yin was too powerful, to the point that he could even affect the sixth mainland. How was that possible? No matter how much Sun Jiong denied it, everything that Lu Yin had done seemed to be based on the fact that Madam Hong definitely wouldn't return immediately. No one would dare to joke around with their own lives. It's your good fortune to be able to enter the Galloping Horse Mountain Villa. But don't forget who gave you this opportunity. Sun Jiong's heart sank. Alliance Master Lu, it was you who spared my life. That's why I had the chance to survive. It's good that you know. You've done a great service today. You brought me to the Sea King and the Giant, and you even brought me into the Galloping Horse Mountain Villa. Alliance Master Lu, it was Tsang Yi who brought you in. It was you. Tsang Yi is already dead. Sun Jiong's face paled and he helplessly replied, I understand. Does the Alliance Master have any instructions for me? Tell me everything you know about the Galloping Horse Mountain Villa and the sixth mainland. It's best if you can find out what Madam Hong wants to talk to me about. She seems to be very interested in discussing conditions with me. Sun Jiong bitterly replied, Alliance Master, it's impossible for you to tell me anything about Madam Hong. I've been following Hong Ying around the Galloping Horse Mountain Villa, and there's no way for me to come into contact with Madam Hong. Lu Yin believed this, as Sun Jiong was just a minor character who was like an ant in Madam Hong's eyes. If it weren't for the fact that the Sun family was a traitor and was on the list of traitors, the Galloping Horse Mountain Villa would never have accepted Sun Jiong. Someone like him wasn't even qualified to watch over the Galloping Horse Mountain Villa. Keep an eye on the Galloping Horse Mountain Villa. I need useful information, and as long as you can do it, I'll let you change your appearance and live comfortably in the Innerverse. If you can't do it, you've seen what happened to Tsang Yi. Sun Jiong's heart trembled. Yes, I understand. Chapter 1639. He didn't expect Sun Jiong to give him any useful information, but having a spy in the Flying Horse Manor was better than nothing. If not for Sun Jiong, he wouldn't have been able to find the Sea King and the Giant so easily. Elder, who was also a spy that Wei Rong had buried in Chaos God Mountain. These spies seemed unremarkable, but they could sometimes play an incomparably important role. The Flying Horse Manor was in chaos, but they couldn't contact Madam Hong. Madam Red was currently being investigated by Tsangqiong Old Man, and she had no idea what ancestor Wushang's skin was. On the other side, the Board of Governors had come to a conclusion. They refused to quell the Blazing Mist Flow Zone's war. The Hall of Honor's basic rule was to not interfere in the disputes between factions. Qing Tan persuaded the three elders to agree to the resolution, but in the end they failed because of the lack of votes. Lu Yin had no intentions of letting the Blazing Mist Flow Zone's war end. If the war ended there, then what else could Wang Wen do? After the meeting ended, Qing Tan received a call from Old Man Songqiong. Old Man Songqiong was unable to find anything wrong with Red Madam and the others. With Red Madam and the others' identities, it was impossible for them to be interrogated. Old Man Songqiong could only slowly investigate. However, if these people truly allowed the Great Eastern Alliance to retain 5 territories, it would prove that there was something wrong with them. Qing Tan was certain that Lu Yin would not lie to her, as there was no reason for him to lie to her. There was no point in lying to her. Songqiong Old Man naturally believed her words, and he was certain that these people had reached an agreement with Lu Yin. However, even if he was certain, he still needed proof. The proof was whether the Great Eastern Alliance would be able to retain the 5 territories. If they did, Old Man Songqiong would be able to make a move immediately. After all, what he wanted was progenitor Wuxiang's hide. On World Mountain, Qing Tan was extremely tired. The 3 elders looked into the distance in a daze. Their expressions were old and their eyes were numb. Qing Tan glanced at him, then ignored him. Not long after, someone came to visit. It was San Liang, the newcomer who had replaced Song Ying as the director. Qing Tan was still very concerned about San Liang. This person clearly didn't have any background, but he was able to obtain Director Si Hong's recognition. He walked step by step to reach his current position. It was very strange, and his rise was also relatively fast. San Liang was here to visit Third Elder. To outsiders, almost no one knew that Third Elder was controlled by Qing Tan. Qing Tan stood behind the Third Elder and welcomed the 3 elders. Director San Liang, what business do you have with this old man? The Third Elder asked with a polite tone. San Liang smiled and said, I've wanted to pay you a visit for a long time, but I never had the chance. This time I noticed that you didn't seem to be in good health, so I came to pay my respects. The Third Elder smiled and said, You're too polite. I'm old now and I'm not as strong as I would like to be. San Liang asked, Senior, this is your 3rd time joining the Board of Governors, so you should be very clear about the Hall of Honor's principle of not interfering with power struggles. Why have you suddenly agreed to intervene in the Blazing Mist Flow Zone's war? The Third Elder looked at Qing Tan. Qing Tan's eyes flashed. Director San Liang, this matter is rather complicated. Father's body isn't in good condition. Can you let him rest? San Liang said apologetically, Junior has been rude. Senior, please rest. Qing Tan, help me send Director San to him, Third Elder said. Qing Tan nodded and smiled at San Liang. Director, please. San Liang nodded and followed Qing Tan out. Gradually, the 2 of them left the sight of the 3 elders. San Liang suddenly stopped and looked at Qing Tan. By the way, I have a question. I'm not sure if Miss Qing Tan knows about it. Qing Tan was curious. What would this little girl know? Director, if you have any questions, you can ask my father in a few days. Senior might not know, but Miss Qing Tan definitely knows. Is Songqiong Old Man's body well? San Liang asked, and then under Qing Tan's shocked gaze he suddenly reached out and grabbed her by the neck. San Liang was originally a cultivator who guarded the Realm Mountain, and his power level exceeded 400,000. Although Qing Tan was Songqiong Old Man's disciple, she was still somewhat weaker than a realmling, let alone a match for San Liang. She did not even have time to react to San Liang's sudden attack. San Liang gripped Qing Tan's neck tightly and grinned. The Alliance Master asked me to send his regards to Miss Qing Tan. Qing Tan's pupils shrank. There were too many people who were addressed as Alliance Master, but there was only one person who was qualified to be addressed as such by San Liang. Lu Yin. Lu Yin knew that she was from the 6th mainland, and he also knew that she was Songqiong Old Man's disciple. He knew everything. In that instant, Qing Tan realized that everything that Lu Yin had said to her before had been a lie. He had wanted to use her to tell Songqiong Old Man some things, but what was his goal? Could it be that he wanted to confirm her identity? Qing Tan regretted it. Lu Yin definitely had a spy in the 6th mainland, and he had been the first to know that Madame Hong and the others had been investigated. That was how he had confirmed her identity. W1. Qing Tan's face flushed red and she struggled to speak. Her body was suspended in the air by San Liang's grip, and it was difficult for her to breathe. San Liang activated his gadget and contacted Lu Yin. Lu Yin's voice soon came through. Done. Alliance Master Miss Qing Tan is here, San Liang said respectfully as he handed the gadget to Qing Tan and put her down. Qing Tan panted heavily as she looked at her gadget. Miss Qing Tan, please introduce yourself, Lu Yin said calmly, his tone filled with confidence and an irrefutable domineeringness. Qing Tan rubbed her neck. I don't know what Alliance Master Lu is talking about. Miss Qing Tan, you were able to control Old Man 3 and almost annihilate his entire family. I believe that you have the power to protect yourself in the Realm Mountain, but can you leave? Can you return to the Outerverse alive while being pursued by the interstellar arbitration? Lu Yin's voice continued. Qing Tan sneered. Alliance Master Lu, you're too unbridled. San Liang is one of your people and you already have the right to speak on the board. Now you want to use this method to make my father your puppet? Stop dreaming. Even if I die, my father will never listen to you. It seems that Miss Qing Tan is certain that I have no evidence, Lu Yin teased. San Liang raised his gadget and displayed an image. It was the grandson of Old Man 3. Qing Tan's face paled when she saw the boy. Even if you're not from the 6th mainland, secretly controlling a board member is still a crime punishable by death. Besides, I've already confirmed that Miss Qing Tan is Old Man Songxiong's disciple. Do you think that the interstellar arbitration will not sentence you to death? Qing Tan's expression changed. She had not expected Lu Yin to be able to find the boy. She had been looking for him all this time, but she had not been able to find him. What do you want, Alliance Master Lu? Qing Tan asked in a low voice. First, I want to know if Miss Qing Tan is afraid of death. San Liang, contact the interstellar arbitration and start a trial. Yes, Alliance Master, San Liang answered. He then contacted the interstellar arbitration under Qing Tan's gaze. Qing Tan's expression changed as she stared at San Liang's actions. She saw that he had contacted the interstellar arbitration and it was not fake. It was the real interstellar arbitration because Qing Tan had seen San Liang contact Deqiu. Deqiu was a new emissary from the interstellar arbitration, and he was an expert who might become the 4th judge. Old Man 3. Just as San Liang said that, Qing Tan shouted, What do you want? San Liang stopped and calmly looked at Qing Tan. A voice came from the other end of the gadget. Director San Liang, what do you want to say? Qing Tan stared at San Liang, a deep fear in her eyes. San Liang saw it and read it through her body language. It's nothing. I was just chatting with Old Man 3 and Alliance Master Lu, and Alliance Master Lu mentioned you. Old Man 3 is very curious about you, so he contacted you. Deqiu politely replied, So Director San Liang is acquainted with Alliance Master Lu. It's all thanks to Alliance Master Lu that I was able to break through to become an emissary. Please send my regards to Alliance Master Lu. I'll personally visit Old Man 3 another day. After saying that, he hung up and looked at Qing Tan. It seems like Miss Qing Tan isn't someone who doesn't care about death. In that case we can talk about it, Lu Yin said. I hope that Miss Qing Tan can contact Madame Red and tell her that you coincidentally overheard Director Lu Ran talking to the Sword Sect. The Sword Sect took advantage of Madame Red's absence to take away the Sea King and the Giant's bloodline. Their reason is that the Sea King has something they want. Qing Tan's mind flashed. You purposely told me that you had an agreement with Madame Red, Ancestor Autumnfrost, and the Wild Archer God so that Madame Red could leave the Galloping Horse Villa and take away the Sea King and Giant? Miss, you're very smart, but there's one thing you're wrong about. The one who took away the Sea King and Giant was the Sword Sect, not me, Lu Yin said. Qing Tan gritted her teeth as she had been tricked. Lu Yin had known that she was Old Man Songxiong's disciple, and he had purposely told her that he had reached an agreement with Madame Red in order to distract her and steal away the Giant and the Sea King. So that was why he had lied to her. When did you find out about my identity? Qing Tan asked. Miss, please contact Madame Red and tell her what I just said. Lu Yin did not answer her question. Qing Tan wanted to refuse, but she had no other choice. She wanted to live, and she had come to the Realm Mountain because even though she was Old Man Songxiong's disciple, she had never appeared in front of the people from the 5th mainland. Very few people even from the 6th mainland knew of her existence, and she had been able to hide her identity. Now that she had been discovered, she could only listen to Lu Yin if she wanted to live. This was also why Lu Yin had been testing her. If he had encountered someone who was not afraid of death, then he would not have dared to give her a chance to contact Madame Red. In the outerverse, in outer space, Madame Red's gaze was icy as she headed towards the Galloping Horse Villa. She had just received news that Hong Ying was dead, and her family's imprinter had gone missing. The giant and the Sea King had also gone missing. Someone had actually dared to target the Galloping Horse Villa. When she returned to the Galloping Horse Villa, everyone there trembled and did not dare to look directly at her. Hong Ying's corpse was lying flat on the ground, and she had died from a domain's suppression. Madame Red went to take a look at the planet where the Sea King and giant were imprisoned. She found traces of the sword sect's 13 swords on the planet's surface. Her gadget beeped. The cultivators of the 6th mainland were already used to using it as it was too convenient. Madame Red, it's me, Qing Tan. Madame Red frowned. You shouldn't have contacted me. Chapter 1640. I just received a piece of information related to you, madam. I wanted to tell you and see if it would be of any help to you. Qing Tan's voice was calm. Madame Red's eyes flashed. Please speak. One of the 9 directors of the Hall of Honor is from the Sword Sect. His name is Lu Ran. Just now I accidentally overheard Lu Ran talking to the Sword Sect. The Sword Sect sent people to the Flying Horse Mountain Villa to take away the Sea King and the giant, Qing Tan said. Madame Hong's eyes widened and a cold glint flickered in the depths of her eyes. She glanced at the sword scar on the planet's surface and asked, Did you say that it was the sword faction? Not bad. The reason? Madame Red wasn't stupid. She wouldn't believe whatever Qing Tan said. She understood the situation in the 5th mainland very well. The sword sect had no reason to snatch the Sea King and the giant. Qing Tan replied in a low voice, That's why I came to find you, madam. According to that person's conversation, the Sea King has something that the sword sect wants. Apparently it's related to the opening of the 3 upper gates. Madame Red frowned. That's right, it was indeed the Sea King who had broken through the upper 3 gates, which had caused the 5th mainland's weather to change, which had led to the invasion of the 6th mainland. The Sea King knows a lot of things and he also knows a few things. The sword sect has been keeping an eye on the Flying Horse Manor for a long time. When Madame was out, they immediately took action and snatched the Sea King away. What about the giant? I don't know about that. He probably took it along with him. Madam, I contacted you because I want to know what the Sea King has. You've captured the Sea King for so long, so you should know more or less. Madame Red felt helpless. The Sea King is a tough nut to crack. He dared to take the risk of the 5th mainland being destroyed in order to break through the upper 3 gates. His courage is greater than the heavens, so how could he possibly submit to me? However, I never thought that the sword sect would actually keep an eye on the Flying Horse Mountain Villa. She had originally thought that it was Lu Yin who had done it, but now it seemed that it might not be the case. Qing Tan had no reason to lie to her. Since Madame doesn't know, then I won't ask any further. However, there's one thing that I must remind Madame. The sword sect is one of the 8 great flow zones of the 5th mainland's innerverse. Even if Madame wants to take revenge, you can't be too brazen. The 6th mainland does not wish to have any conflicts with the 5th mainland at this time. Master wants us to take things slowly, Qing Tan reminded her. Madame Red ended the call and snorted. She then looked towards the innerverse. The sword sect is courting death. The sword sect was a colossus to others, but Madame Red did not care about it at all. Her power was enough to reign supreme in the innerverse, and based on her understanding of the sword sect, there was no one in the sword sect who could be her opponent. She wouldn't let them off so easily. Since they dared to kill Hong Ying and steal the Flying Horse Manor's things, they had to pay the price. Neoverse, atop the realm mountain, Qing Tan put down her gadget and helplessly lowered her hand. Deceiving Madame Hong was tantamount to betraying the 6th mainland. Even though she had been forced to do so, she believed that such things would happen more and more often in the future. Miss Qing Tan, you've done very well. Thank you. Lu Yin sighed in relief. He did not want to be targeted by Madame Red so quickly, and he had already planned to toss this matter to the sword sect. After all, there were people from the sword sect on the board of directors, and now the sword sect's hands were reaching out more and more. Alliance head Lu, if you want to keep controlling me, I'd rather die, said Qing Tan. Lu Yin smiled. Of course not. Help me with a few more things and then you can leave. Qing Tan taunted. If I leave, how will Alliance Master Lu control the 3 elders? Are you going to return the freedom of the 3rd elder? Of course you don't have to worry about that, Miss Qing Tan. With that he hung up. Up ahead Lu Yin's group had already reached Chaos Flow Zone, but they did not stop there. Instead they continued heading east. Along the way the Sea King used his gadget to understand what had happened on the fifth mainland, and he was most surprised by Lu Yin's changes. Lu Yin had unified the Outerverse, overturned the Day-Night Flow Zone, won the Tournament of Sovereigns, exterminated the Blaze Realm, and so on. Everything that had happened shocked the Sea King. How long had it been? It had only been a few years, so how could so many things have happened? And how had Lu Yin accomplished all of this? The more the Sea King looked at Lu Yin, the more shocked and incredulous he became. Anyone who saw Lu Yin's legendary achievements would find it hard to believe. Although he was shocked, the Sea King did not speak with Lu Yin. Instead, he quietly waited for the moment when he would reunite with the people from the Sea King's dome. When they passed by the giant financial group, Lu Yin did not let go of the giants. Now that the giants' bloodline was about to be merged into the Great Eastern Alliance, he had to take them with him. Chen Huang had no objections as he had fused with Ku Wei's bloodline and broken through to become an emissary. Just like the other giants, his attitude towards Ku Wei had undergone a fundamental change. Ku Wei was very pleased as he had controlled an emissary, and not just any emissary at that. A few days later, with the help of the flying willow leaves, the group finally boarded the Astral River Arc and headed to the Outerverse. They were already very close to the Great Yu Empire. This Astral River Arc is also under your control, right? The Sea King asked as he looked at the flowing Astral River with a complicated expression. Lu Yin stood not too far from the Sea King. I only have a certain amount of control over it. The Sea King laughed. You're the Outerverse Master and you can even topple the Day-Night Flow Zone. I heard that you just experienced a huge battle that changed the situation in the Cosmic Sea. The 4 hegemons have become the 2 hegemons. Lu Yin, you've changed a lot since the last time I saw you. Now you don't need the Sea King's dome's help at all. Lu Yin looked at the Sea King. Cooperation. I hope to cooperate with the Sea King's dome. The Sea King shook his head and sighed. The Sea King's dome no longer exists. After being captured for so many years, the Sea King would rather die than submit. However, his mentality had changed and he had become much older. He no longer had his previous drive and he had aged a lot. How's Haizij Lian doing? The Sea King asked. Lu Yin replied, not bad. He's becoming more and more domineering. Is that so? The Sea King recalled his battle with Haizij Lian in the Starfall Sea. Although only a few years had passed, it felt like a very long time had passed. The people from the Sea King's dome had never imagined that happiness would come so suddenly. When Elder He and the others saw the Sea King, they could not believe their eyes. Even Hai Chi-Chi was stunned. The Sea King sighed. I'm back. The next moment Hai Chi-Chi's eyes turned red, and she leapt into the Sea King's embrace. Father. Everyone from the Sea King's dome bowed. Welcome back, Sea King. Welcome back, Sea King. This was a rare reunion, but Lu Yin left it to the Sea King's dome and did not appear. Ku Wei stood on Chen Huang's shoulder and pursed his lips. He thought of the Ku family but then shook his head. He had no family. Lu Yin watched the Sea King and the others reunite and he felt extremely conflicted. There would be a day when the Lu family would return as well, and when that time came, would it also be like this? He longed to be reunited and to see his true family. After 2 hours, Hai Chi-Chi finally let go of the Sea King with tears streaming down her face. Hai Dashao stood in place, his expression unprecedentedly relaxed. The Sea King's dome had always guessed that the Sea King was still alive, and they had always wanted to find him. However, they knew that they did not have the ability to do so. As long as the Sea King did not return, the Sea King's dome would never be complete. Hai Chi-Chi and the others were all very excited. The Sea King smiled when he saw their expressions. I'm back. Father, don't leave Chi-Chi again, okay? Hai Chi-Chi sobbed. The Sea King's gaze was gentle and he wiped away her tears. I know. I won't leave again. No matter how much he tried to convince himself that it had not been that long, the Sea King still felt guilty when he saw Hai Chi-Chi. He felt guilty towards his daughter. Hai Chi-Chi was not Hai Dashao and she did not have enough experience. She was also not prepared to bear the pain of losing her father. She had been protected too well. The Sea King comforted Hai Chi-Chi when he saw her aggrieved and emotional expression. He then spoke to Elder Tong and the others before finding Lu Yin. You were the one who pulled out the Sea King's trident, the Sea King said when he saw Lu Yin. Lu Yin was stunned as he had not expected the Sea King to bring up this matter again. It seemed to have happened a long time ago. You still remember? The Sea King looked at Lu Yin seriously. Answer me seriously. Are you willing to marry Qiqi? Lu Yin pursed his lips. Senior, I've already said that pulling out the Sea King's trident was not my wish. The Sea King frowned. Lu Yin had indeed not been willing to pull out the trident, but at that time no one had cared. If the Sea King wanted Lu Yin to be his son-in-law, then Lu Yin had to be his son-in-law. He could not escape and no one could stop him. Now however the Sea King could not do so. Lu Yin's trident was not even worth mentioning, and there were also those powerful figures backing him up. It seems like you really don't want to marry Qiqi. Since that's the case, we'll settle everything. My Sea King's dome helped you and you saved me and Qiqi. My Sea King's dome and you don't owe each other anything, the Sea King said solemnly. As for Qiqi, I'll find someone suitable for her. Lu Yin nodded. I'm sorry, Senior. I like Qiqi, but it's not that kind of love. I treat her like a sister or a friend. The Sea King looked into the distance. The universe is changing too quickly. Even my Sea King's dome needs the strength of your Great Eastern Alliance to survive. If there's anything you need us to do in the future, you can tell me, but I might not be able to help. Without the Starfall Sea, the people of the Sea King's dome did not know where to establish themselves. They could not go to Enlon planet either. The Sea King's dome was powerful enough to occupy a flow zone in the Innerverse, and it could even occupy one of the 8 great flow zones. However, just like the Great Eastern Alliance, they were all outsiders. If they went there, they would easily become public enemies. The Sea King was also tired. The moment he saw Hai Qiqi, he knew that he could not abandon them. He wanted to quietly accompany Hai Qiqi and the others. What he had done would be judged by future generations. Lu Yin could see the exhaustion in the Sea King's eyes. Many people did not fear death, but after experiencing it, their mentality would change. Rather than calling the Sea King the master of the Sea King's dome, the Sea King was more like a father, an elder who wanted to protect his family. I hope that the Sea King remains missing and that no one can find him, Lu Yin said. The Sea King was stunned, but then he nodded. All right, I'll have the Sea King's dome cooperate. I haven't returned yet. Thank you, Lu Yin said gratefully. The Sea King's dome was truly grateful to Lu Yin, and Hai Qiqi had also specially sought him out to express her gratitude. This was one of the few times that she did not have a venomous tongue, and Lu Yin was not used to it. After leaving the people of the Sea King's dome, Lu Yefei led Lu Yin and the giant bloodline towards Xinyu Star. Not long after Lu Yin reached Xinyu Star, a piece of news spread from the outerverse to the innerverse. The Sea King was in the hands of the Sword Sect. Chapter 1641. This news had been released by Madame Red. She was very familiar with the situation in the Fifth Mainland, and she had investigated the important figures who could influence the Fifth Mainland. Lu Yin was one of them. She had investigated the relationship between Lu Yin and the Sea King's dome, as well as the relationship between the Great Eastern Alliance and the Innerverse 8 Great Flow Zones. She had deliberately revealed that the Sea King was in the Sword Sect so that Lu Yin could cause trouble for the Sword Sect. If the Sea King was confirmed to be in the Sword Sect, the people from the Sea King's dome would not let him off the hook and would demand the Sword Sect back. As the former son-in-law of the Sea King's dome, Lu Yin could not sit idly by. Madame Red had deliberately not revealed that Lu Yin was in control of Chaos God Mountain. Instead, she had revealed this information so that Lu Yin would clash with the Sword Sect. However, this also involved an even more important matter, which could only be carried out after Lu Yin clashed with the Sword Sect. Outerverse, Frostwave Weave Xinyu Star. Lu Yin and Wang Wen faced each other, and there was a table between them that had 3 cards on it. Wang Wen had just given Lu Yin a clear understanding of the current situation in the Blazing Mist Flow Zone. The war in the Blazing Mist Flow Zone had started under Wei Rong's secret instigation. The Great Eastern Alliance had withdrawn from the Blazing Mist Flow Zone, which had set the fuse between the Sylvan Dragons and the Ross Empire. Although the battle in the Cosmic Sea had attracted the attention of the entire Fifth Mainland, the war in the Blazing Mist Flow Zone had not stopped. The Sword Sect and the Lingling clan support the Sylvan Dragons, while the Beast Tamers Flow Zone and the Wen family support the Ross Empire. With the interference of the smaller flow zones, the Blazing Mist Flow Zone is quite lively. Wang Wen smiled as he opened his star chart. Lu Yin was puzzled. Why is the Wen family supporting the Ross Empire? It's simple. The Wen family's erudite flow zone intersects with the Beast Tamer's flow zone, so the Sylvan Dragons will never join the Beast Tamer's flow zone. Otherwise, they'll become mounts. The Wen family can only choose to support the Ross Empire. I remember that the Sylvan Dragons have quite a good relationship with the Beast Tamer's flow zone. Lu Yin was puzzled. It's just on the surface. The Beast Tamer's flow zone has always wanted to rope in the Sylvan Dragons, and their goal is to turn them into mounts. The Sylvan Dragons aren't stupid, so why would they join the Beast Tamer's flow zone? They betrayed the astral beast domain in order to escape their fate of becoming mounts. They're afraid of the Beast Tamer's flow zone's techniques, so they'd rather die than join the Divine Great Hall. What about the Sword Sect? Why are you helping the Sylvan Dragons? Of course they're mounts, but compared to the Beast Tamer's flow zone, they're more willing to serve the Sword Sect. When we overthrew the Day-Night flow zone, the Sylvan Dragons helped the Day-Night clan. It's not that these beasts can't become mounts, but rather that they've chosen to become someone's mount. Do you remember Long Yi? They want to become Night King Zhenwu's mount, and they want the entire Sylvan Dragon clan to become the Day-Night Royal clan's mount. In the end, they're just beasts. Lu Yin looked at the star chart. It's very worrying. Wang Wen nodded. The Ross Empire and the Sylvan Dragon clan are at war, and each side has an emissary. Sects like the Sword Sect can't possibly send too many powerful people over, as they're afraid of drawing attention to themselves. They're all working behind the scenes, and while they haven't lost many of their elite disciples, they're constantly losing ordinary disciples. They've become a millstone, and now, when the ordinary disciples from the Sword Sect hear that they're going to the Blazing Mist flow zone, they're doing everything they can to refuse. Isn't that what you wanted? Lu Yin asked. Wang Wen had once said that he wanted to turn the Blazing Mist flow zone into a black hole of war between the Innerverse's great powers. Once they entered, they would never be able to leave. That's far from enough. With the current scale, they can withdraw at any time without paying too much of a price. Thus, it's time for us to take action. Wang Wen then gestured for Lu Yin to open the first card. Your Highness, please open the first card. Lu Yin had been curious about these 3 cards for a long time, and when he heard Wang Wen's words, he opened the first card one by one. There were more than 20 names on it. These people are important to the Sword Sect, Divine Great Hall, Wen family and Lingling clan. Most of them are even the descendants of powerful elders. Wei Rong's men from the various great powers are constantly working hard, and these people are gradually gathering in the Blazing Mist flow zone. What we need to do is eliminate them all and plant a seed of hatred, Wang Wen said. Lu Yin raised his brows. Are these people so important that the great powers are willing to send them to the Blazing Mist flow zone? This is Wei Rong's mission, and I won't interfere. My goal is to confirm the list of names and plant a seed of hatred. Once a seed of hatred is planted, it won't be removed in a short period of time. This will prevent them from completely withdrawing from the battlefield, and it will also prevent them from joining forces. If I were to be killed by the Sword Sect, would you still work with them? Would you trust them unconditionally? Wang Wen smiled at Lu Yin. Lu Yin immediately replied, that's impossible, but the people behind these people might not be able to make the decision. The 8 great flow zones have controlled the Innerverse for so many years, and they aren't stupid. Your plan can't be flawless, and there's bound to be someone who understands. Open the second card, Wang Wen said. Lu Yin casually opened it, and there was still a list of names. Even if there's someone who understands, these people must be eliminated, Wang Wen said. Lu Yin shook his head. There's no point in eliminating them. If it really comes down to it, they'll have to join forces even if they don't want to. Then what if there's no such thing? Open the third card, Wang Wen said confidently. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he solemnly opened the third card. There were only 2 words written on it. External aid. He looked at Wang Wen curiously. Wang Wen's lips curled up. No matter what we do, once they're certain that they have enough external aid to suppress us, will they still join forces? Once someone has a trump card, they won't care about the ones on the surface. But what if this so-called external aid is fake? Lu Yin slammed his hand on the table. I can find them external aid, and I can find the strongest external aid that gives them the most confidence. Then Wang Wen said. Lu Yin looked up. The Blazing Mist flow zone is officially recovered. I want it to be the true starting point for the Great Eastern Alliance to step into the Innerverse. Yes, Alliance leader. Wang Wen took a step back and bowed solemnly. The next moment Wei Rong received a message. Begin. He stood up and looked out into the universe. It had finally begun, and he had been waiting for this day for a long time. Ever since he had destroyed the Blaze Realm, he had been waiting for this day and had been preparing for it. It was time for the Great Eastern Alliance to officially enter the Innerverse. In the Innerverse, the blazing mist flow zone was no longer as peaceful as it had been before. Battles broke out in space from time to time, and the occasional violent roar of a sylvan dragon could be heard. There were also the explosions of countless strange technological weapons. On a planet, billions of people looked up in fear. The sun that had been enveloping the planet had been torn apart by a sylvan dragon, and it roared as it charged into space. What greeted it were countless beams of light. The people on that planet watched in despair as the sun cracked, collapsed, and then slowly exploded. They knew that what awaited them next was death. The effects of the sun's explosion were enough to destroy the planet and turn it into a black hole. Billions of people were helpless as the planet's technology was insufficient to deal with such a disaster. A month ago they had believed that there were no other civilizations in the universe. However, a sylvan dragon had appeared and shattered everyone's worldview. They had seen the legendary sylvan dragon, and now they had seen the sun being destroyed. They did not know what to do. A beam of light suddenly swept past and completely erased the sun that had been on the verge of shattering. This was the remnant force of the Ross Empire's attack on the sylvan dragon. The sun had been erased without any resistance, and even though it had a devastating effect on the planet and caused it to enter the Ice Age or an even more severe disaster, it was still better than being destroyed in one fell swoop. With the planet's technology, they still had a sliver of hope for survival, but just a sliver. In the distance, sylvan dragons roared in the void as they continuously displayed their extreme speed. A sylvan dragon that had reached the explorer realm could create dozens of clones, and its extreme speed allowed it to continuously destroy the Ross Empire's warships. The Ross Empire's technology surpassed the Outerverse, and their warships' defenses and attacks were far superior to the Outerverse. Although there were no envoys among them, it was still a desperate situation for ordinary cultivators. As a warship exploded, all of the Ross Empire's cultivators inside were annihilated without any chance of survival. A sylvan dragon charged towards a warship, but it was attacked by countless attacks and turned into a sieve. It wasn't just in outer space. Many other planets were also embroiled in war. The entire blazing mist flow zone's former blaze realm was now embroiled in war. Long Zai's eyes widened as he stared into the distance. The Ross Empire had sent another batch of weapons. These weapons were small and fragile, but they could unleash attacks with power levels close to 10,000. When combined, they could even threaten a cruiser. Long Zai roared and charged forward, flapping his wings to tear through the void and destroy a large batch of the Ross Empire's weapons. It wasn't just him. The surrounding sylvan dragons and the cultivators who had been subdued by the dragons all charged forward. Across from them, the originally scattered warships suddenly regrouped to form a gigantic object that was 100 times larger than a normal warship. This terrifying warship shot out a beam of light that distorted the void before exploding. A sylvan dragon was instantly blown to pieces, and the resulting explosion swept through the heavens. More than half of the cultivators who had been subdued by the dragons died, and they were lucky to even have their corpses intact. Dragon 9 and Dragon 8 had died under this attack. They had not yet become explorers, so they were unable to freely roam the void. They had been hiding in the spacecraft of the humans who had submitted to the Great Weaver Dragon clan, and they had all died under this attack. Far in the distance, Lu Tang, Lu Ling, and a group of Sword Sect disciples stood on a meteorite. Beside them was a sylvan dragon that was watching the battle closely. When it saw the gigantic warship, the sylvan dragon roared, "Despicable Ross Empire. They've long since developed such a huge warship, but they've been hiding it all this time. Despicable, despicable." Lu Tang glanced at it, but he did not care. He believed that the Ross Empire had even more terrifying technological weapons. 5 outer disciples and 2 inner disciples died in the previous attack, Lu Ling said solemnly. Lu Tang replied, "If you participate in a war, you must be prepared to die." Chapter 1642. Lu Tang's words made Lu Ling frown. They're not even explorers, so they can't roam the void. Their participation in this war is purely based on luck and they can still fight in close combat. But now they can't even fight. It's meaningless for them to be here. Lu Tang replied, most people participate in this war for no reason at all. I'm curious, why are you here? Lu Ling was Lu Xiaoqiu's cousin and she had a high status in the sect. She could yell at the elders and meet sect master Lu Qinjue directly. She was not someone the disciples could compare to, and she should not have come to the battlefield to throw away her life. Although this place was far from the battlefield, it was actually very dangerous. Lu Ling frowned. There was an error in the mission. My name is already on the list, and it's not easy to change it with so many disciples watching. I'll be back in 2 days at most. Lu Tang nodded as this made sense. Despicable Ross Empire. The Sylvan Dragon was still bellowing. This dragon had been sent to protect them and it was a peak hunter. As long as it did not approach the battlefield it would be fine. Besides, Lu Tang and Lu Ling were not weak themselves. However, accidents were bound to happen and the giant warship suddenly started moving. It did not stay where it was and instead charged towards the Sylvan Dragon's camp. Even the Ross Empire's commander was shocked. Stop immediately. What's going on? Commander, there's an error in the ship's command system. Fix it immediately. Sir. The Ross Empire's commander was Angelo, and he had once led the war against the Great Yu Empire. During that battle, the blind monk had destroyed 3 of the Ross Empire's fleets and killed 5 explorers and 3 cruisers. He had been put on trial after returning to the Ross Empire, and he had only recently been reinstated. When the 6th mainland had attacked the Innerverse, he had only exercised the authority of a marshal, but he did not have the status of one. This was his first real battle after becoming a marshal, and his opponent was the Sylvan Dragon clan. The giant warship was a fusion of 2 fleets, and whether it was in terms of defense or power, it surpassed the average hunter and could rival a peak hunter. A beam shot out and killed several more Sylvan Dragons. The Sylvan Dragon that was protecting Lu Tang, Lu Ling, and the others could no longer sit still. Wait here, I'll go destroy this thing. The Sylvan Dragon then charged out and with its extreme speed, dozens of Sylvan Dragons appeared. The giant warship was unable to lock onto them and the Sylvan Dragons crashed into the giant warship. Moments later the giant warship went out of control and could no longer attack. The Peak Hunter Realm's Sylvan Dragon laughed maniacally as it returned to the battlefield. Angelo's expression turned ugly. The Peak Hunter Realm's Sylvan Dragon returned to the meteorite. Just as it was feeling pleased with itself, it discovered that Lu Ling had died and Lu Tang was barely alive. The Sylvan Dragon was shocked, and it hurriedly brought the 2 away with a panicked expression. These 2 people are important figures in the sword sect. This is troublesome, big trouble. This was not the only battlefield in the blazing mist flow zone, as there were even larger battlefields. Not only were there the Sylvan Dragon and the Ross Empire, but there were also cultivators from the surrounding flow zones of the Innerverse. Powers like the Sword Sect were also brazenly making their moves. Although the scale of the war was far smaller than the one in the Cosmic Sea, it still managed to drag in all the major powers of the Innerverse. At the edge of the blazing mist flow zone, a giant astral beast flew into the distance. Sitting on its back was Little Mountain God. He was not supposed to have come to the blazing mist flow zone's battlefield, but he had done so because of his sect. The location of the mission had changed and he had come here. However, he did not need to participate in the war. After completing the mission he would return. At this moment he was on his way back. Little Mountain God was shocked when he saw the information on his gadget. Was the Sword Sect crazy? They actually dared to provoke the 6th mainland's Flying Horse Villa and even took the Sea King away from there. Did they think that the Innerverse was not chaotic enough? Just as he was thinking about this, the Astral Beast and Little Mountain God's bodies suddenly froze. Little Mountain God was stunned. Not good. Someone had ambushed him. Elder Iron walked out from behind Little Mountain God and on the other side was Yi Crafty. He had used his innate gift, Void Freezing, to immobilize Little Mountain God. Not long after the Astral Beast died. Little Mountain God had escaped death, but he had been severely injured. Elder Iron's expression turned ugly. He actually managed to escape. There's nothing we can do about it. He has a power vessel protecting him and he's also an enlighter, so he won't die that easily. However, that's enough. His injuries are enough to drive the Divine Great Hall crazy, Yi Crafty said. In the distance, little mountain god transformed into a rock and landed on a planet. He hid for a long time but nobody chased after him. Only then did he contact the divine Great Hall. Fortunately, he had the power vessel that his master had bestowed upon him. Otherwise he would have died. Who would dare to ambush him? This was a premeditated ambush. With his strength he might not be able to dominate the Innerverse, but he should not have encountered such a dangerous situation. Someone must have planned this beforehand. Who could it be? In the Outerverse on Xenu Star, Lu Yin looked at the flower tea that Zhou Ran had brewed. Were there more and more living creatures in it? He was speechless, but he took a sip and found that the tea tasted surprisingly good. Half a month had passed since his last conversation with Wang Wen, and the plan had officially begun half a month ago. Names were crossed out one after another. These names represented the Innerverse Sword Sect, Wen family, Lingling clan, Divine Great Hall and other important figures. Among them were elites like Ling Ke and Little Mountain God. Lu Yin had not expected that Ling Ke would also come to the battlefield. Lu Yin made the decision to cross out Ling Ke's name. Otherwise he would have received news of Ling Ke's death by now. Names were crossed out one after another, indicating that they had died. With the deaths of these people, the nature of the war in the blazing mist flow zone changed. The Sword Sect, Wen family and other powers sent even more people to participate in the war. Lu Yin did not know what they were doing behind the scenes, but he could guess that they were definitely blaming each other. The seed of hatred had been planted and now all that was left was to wait for it to sprout. Another 10 days passed, and with the Sword Sect and other powers' disciples joining the war, the main characters had changed from the Sylvan Dragons to the Innerverse 8 Great Flow Zones. Wang Wen came looking for Lu Yin. The time is right. The hatred between them will not be resolved for at least 100 years. Lu Yin looked up at the 3 rings around the continent. Tell me, are we evil people? Wang Wen was stunned as he had not expected Lu Yin to suddenly think of this. He asked, is the Hall of Honor evil? Lu Yin muttered to himself. The Hall of Honor controls the 5th mainland, but it was not them at the beginning but the Daoist sect. It was only after the Daoist sect collapsed that the Hall of Honor took over. The Hall of Honor was not born. They fought for it and they brought with them endless blood and fire. But now, the Hall of Honor's existence ensures the stability of the 5th mainland. Without the Hall of Honor, the 6th mainland would have attacked, and the Innerverse would not have been able to unite. Inexplicable self-doubt and sadness will only make you weaker, Wang Wen said as he stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked up and smiled. 800 years from now there will be such a passage in the historical records. Alliance leader Lu Yin was kind and hesitated to declare war, but he was bewitched by his subordinate Wang Wen, and caused a war that engulfed the 5th mainland. With that, Lu Yin left with a hearty laugh. Wang Wen was stunned and he stared blankly at Lu Yin's back. How could that be? Despicable. This bastard had just thrown the burden of his heart onto Wang Wen. Wang Wen could not find any reason to refute Lu Yin's words. The Ross Empire was a unique existence in the Innerverse. It was closer to the technocracy, but it had not reached the same level as the technocracy. Emperor Luo had a firm belief that what everyone saw today was only a simulation, a power created by a higher civilization to satisfy itself. He hoped to break through this self-satisfaction and see the true universe. He had wanted to use the Astral Combat Academy's 3 realms and 6 Daos as a breakthrough point a long time ago, but he had never succeeded. He was determined to win the battle against the Sylvan Dragons, not only because he had the Beast Tamer's Flow Zone and the Wen family behind him, but also because of the Astral Beast Domain. The Sylvan Dragons were traitors to the Astral Beast Domain, and after the Astral Beast Domain had declared war against them, experts from the Astral Beast Domain had approached him, claiming that they could deal with the dragons. They had no other requests other than to completely wipe out this race and wash away the Astral Beast Domain's stain. Emperor Luo naturally welcomed them, as he wanted to obtain the entire blazing mist flow zone. As for the Beast Tamer's Flow Zone and the Wen family, he was also hostile towards them. He knew why they supported him and it was impossible for them to secretly divide up the blazing mist flow zone. He was more willing to trust the Astral Beast Domain, even if they were mortal enemies with the human domain. As long as no one knew about it, it would be fine. The Ross Empire's capital was not on a planet, but rather a mech city that was as large as a planet. It was not fixed in place and could be moved around. It could also be used as a war fortress. This was a war fortress similar to the Aurora Fort, but it could not compare to the Aurora Fort. In fact, it could not even compare to Million City. At most, this war fortress had defenses that could rival an envoy's, but it could not display the power of an envoy's attacks. Warships and fleets departed from the Ross Empire's stronghold and headed towards the battlefield. Inside the ships were cultivators from the Ross Empire, including androids and cultivators who had submitted to the Ross Empire. There were also cultivators from the One family, the Beast Tamer's flow zone, and the surrounding smaller flow zones. Emperor Luo stared at the sky. Half a month ago, with the deaths of a few people, the war had begun to spiral out of control. The Beast Tamer's flow zone's little mountain god had been heavily injured, and the Wen family's Wen Sa, who had once been in the top 100 rankings, had died. Many people from the Sword Sect and the Lingling clan had also died. It was very strange, as these important people seemed to have been targeted. He was not the only one to notice this, as many people had noticed this as well. However, these people had too many connections, and unless they could find the person behind the scenes, there was no way to explain this. After all, this was a battlefield. Emperor Luo looked towards a corner. It was time to ask the Astral Beast Domain's experts to make a move. As long as Lord Dragon was eliminated, the Sylvan Dragons would be leaderless, and no matter how much support the Sword Sect and the Lingling clan gave them, it would be useless. Furthermore, Emperor Luo was more willing to believe that the Sword Sect and the Lingling clan would divide up the Sylvan Dragons and use them as mounts. Emperor Luo stepped forward and arrived at a corner of the stronghold. He opened the door and walked in. Emperor Luo was on high alert in the darkness below. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed past and he stood in place. "It's me." The black shadow paused and then scattered, turning into countless black shadows that spiraled like pythons. It was a terrifying sight. The Luo Emperor looked ahead and saw a pitch-black mass of seaweed. It was seaweed, and a pair of eyes peeked out from the seaweed. This was an elite from the Astral Beast domain called the Dark Beast. It called itself the Dark Beast. In fact, whether it was in official war records or records, there were no records of the Dark Beast in the human domain. Wondrous Library. Chapter 1643. There were no records, which was why the Dark Beast had been sent to assist Emperor Luo. Otherwise, if it had been recognized, Emperor Luo would have been courting death. The Astral Beast Domain, the Hall of Honor, and the Interstellar Arbitration Office would have already acted. The war is getting out of hand. I'm worried that the Sword Sect and the Lingling clan will send emissaries. We need to work together to deal with the Dragon Lord, Emperor Luo said. Sure. Killing the Dragon clan is an order from the Empire, the Dark Beast said. Emperor Luo said, the Dragon Lord isn't easy to deal with. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to escape from the Astral Beast domain. Suddenly his eyes turned red and flickered. Not good, something's happened. Above the Ross Empire's stronghold, there should have been an isolation barrier that blocked external attacks, but it had been pierced through by Lu Yin's hollow palm. The force of the palm had even shattered the Ross Empire's ground. Lu Yin, Lu Yifeiwa and Lu Yin appeared in the sky and looked down. Emperor Luo rushed out from the ground and saw Lu Yin, his eyes still flickering red. Another person rushed out from the other side. Lu Yin looked over and saw that this person had over 400,000 rune lines. Was this a hidden expert from the Ross Empire? The Ross Empire paled in comparison to the Day-Night clan. Emperor Luo and this person were barely passable, and below them were only enlighters with power levels of over 200,000. Luin. The cultivator with a power level of over 400,000 was shocked to see Lu Yin. Emperor Luo appeared and the person looked at him. Your Majesty, this. Emperor Luo raised a hand to stop the person from speaking. He stared at Lu Yin. Alliance leader Lu, why have you come to the Ross Empire? Lu Yin's lips curled up. My apologies, but the Great Eastern Alliance wants the Ross Empire. Emperor Luo suddenly raised his hand, and a red beam of light sliced through the void and swept towards Lu Yin. Back at the Royal Frost Continent, this beam of light had sent Lu Yin into a layer of ice. If not for his universal armor, he would have died. This was an envoy-level attack. However, Lu Yin did not even move in the face of this attack. The beam of light landed on his body, but there was no reaction at all. The miniature battle armor prevented Lu Yin from feeling even a trace of pain. Emperor Luo was shocked. Lu Yin looked at him. It's my turn. He raised his hand, but it was empty. An invisible palm imprint accompanied by golden battle force descended upon Luo Huang's body. Back when Lu Yin had still been a hunter, a single Empyrean palm had been enough to force Luo Huang to retreat. Now however this Empyrean palm had sent Luo Huang crashing into the ground, and a small portion of his body had cracked open. Luo Huang was a cyborg, so his movements had been impeded by a single palm strike. On the other side, the cultivator with over 400,000 combat power was shocked. He wanted to attack, but now he did not even dare to move. Lu Yin looked at the Luo Huang underground, but suddenly his gaze shifted to a corner. There was actually another being with a power level of over 500,000. He was surprised. "Mr. Lu Yi, please bring out the hidden emissary." As soon as he finished speaking, a strand of seaweed shot out from the ground and disappeared into the astral source universe. It then twisted towards Lu Yin from a strange angle. At the same time, countless technological weapons in the Ross Empire's stronghold were aimed at Lu Yin. Mr. Lu Yi made his move. With a light tap of his hand, the seaweed was torn apart. A willow leaf extended along the seaweed and dragged out a strange creature from underground. It was the Dark Beast. The Dark Beast looked at Mr. Lu Yi in fear. This was an absolute powerhouse, one that it had not even been able to resist. The Ross Empire's stronghold suddenly shook, and countless technological weapons were activated. Lu Yin frowned and looked at that power level. There were more than 400,000 Ross Empire cultivators, and that cultivator hurriedly shouted, "Stop! Stop!" Within the Ross Empire, countless people looked up at the sky and saw the Luo Huang being crushed. They saw Lu Yin descend like a god and they did not know what to do. However, those who were loyal to the Luo Huang did not stop. Countless attacks descended, intending to bury Lu Yin. Lu Yin's domain suddenly erupted and swept out, obliterating many of the technological weapons. He looked at the Luo Huang as he had originally wanted to appoint this person as a general, but the Luo Huang was too weak. With a mechanical body, it was hard to say how much power would be left after the appointment. Outside the Ross Empire's stronghold, fleet after fleet gathered. They had sensed the changes within the stronghold and wanted to rescue the Luo Huang, but in the distance, the heavens trembled as Lu Xianjun arrived. Those who had never faced Lu Xianjun before would never understand how shocking it was. More than 6,000 explorers were roaming the heavens. What did that mean? When the Ross Empire's fleet saw Lu Xianjun, they immediately suspected that they were dreaming. How many explorers were there in the entire Ross Empire? Even the expeditionary force formed by the Hall of Honor could not compare to Lu Xuanjuan's army. This was the embodiment of the entire Outerverse strength. Regardless of their peak power level, Lu Xuanjuan's army was enough to sweep through the entire blazing mist flow zone. The fleet immediately collapsed as no one was willing to fight. With Lu Yin's current strength, dealing with the Ross Empire was too easy. In the blazing mist flow zone, on the battlefield between the Ross Empire and the Sylvan Dragons, the originally tense situation suddenly changed. The Ross Empire's fleet completely retreated, which confused the dragons. A cultivator from the Beast Tamer's flow zone whose power level was over 300,000 hurriedly went to find Marshal Angelo. "What's the meaning of this? Why didn't you inform us of such a major military change?" Angelo's expression was heavy, and he looked at the Beast Tamer's flow zone's expert with a complicated expression. "I'm sorry, but we've lost this war." The Beast Tamer's flow zone's cultivator's eyes went wide. "When?" He pointed at the battlefield in the distance at the pursuing Sylvan dragons. "When did we lose? Which eye of yours saw that we lost?" Angelo exhaled, looked up and sorrowfully said, "Emperor Luo was captured by the Great Eastern Alliance." Lu Yin did not hide the fact that he had attacked the Ross Empire. Lu Xian's army had made a great appearance, and the Great Eastern Alliance's army had also appeared on the battlefield. However, it was not the Great Eastern Alliance's army, but rather the Giants. A month after the Giants had been brought to the Great Yu Empire, they had arrived at the blazing mist flow zone, where they had started their first battle under Ku Wei's leadership. The Beast Tamer's flow zone's cultivators saw this and looked into the distance in shock. When they saw hundreds of giants walking through space, their scalps went numb. The leading giant was Qin Ling, who had a power level of over 400,000 and was over 10,000 meters tall. Even the warships were not much bigger than him. These giants were all over 5,000 meters tall, and they looked like savage beasts as they charged into the battlefield. Neither the dragons nor the warships could withstand a single blow. It wasn't just the Ross Empire, even the dragons were stunned. The Sword Sect and the other powers that had supported the dragons and the Ross Empire were equally shocked, as none of them had expected so many giants to appear. Ku Wei was in high spirits. "Attack Brother Wei. The Great Eastern Alliance is here. Brats, prepare to tremble." Qin Ji grabbed a giant sylvan dragon and punched it. The giant sylvan dragon swayed a few times before fainting. Not far away, more than 10 giant sylvan dragons roared and charged over. Qin Jian slapped them. No matter how many clones they had, he destroyed them all with one slap. Those giant sylvan dragons fell one by one. They were powerless to resist. The strongest of the dragons had an enlighter's power level of over 300,000, and they were so large that they could create over 100 clones that covered the heavens. Qin Ling roared at the sky and leaped up, waving his hand to grab one of the dragons. It was a very barbaric battle style, but it was very effective. The dragon hurriedly dodged, but Qin Ling was not slow either. He was very agile and he managed to grab the dragon and stomp on it. The Sword Sect and the other disciples who had participated in the battle were stunned, as this was too barbaric. The Beast Tamer's Flow Zone's cultivator's expression changed. "It's the Great Eastern Alliance. The Great Eastern Alliance is actually attacking the Blazing Mist Flow Zone." He then hurriedly left. The appearance of the giants on the battlefield signaled the end of the war. Even if the Ross Empire and the Dragon Clan worked together, they were still not a match for these giants. This was especially true when Qin Huang appeared. With his 20,000-meter-tall figure, he looked at the dragons as if they were insects. All of the dragons were terrified and they did not even know where to run. Today was Ku Wei's glorious day, and he wanted nothing more than to lead these giants into the Ku family. Of course, this was just a thought, as the Ku family was not something that the Blazing Mist Flow Zone could compare to. In a corner, Ling Ke was stunned as he watched the giants play with the dragons as if they were insects. He was so frightened that he almost wet himself. What the hell? He hurriedly slipped away. Lu Yin did not make things difficult for the Sword Sect, Lingling, and the other cultivators who had participated in the Blazing Mist Flow Zone's war, and they were allowed to leave. Ku Wei felt that it was a pity and he wanted to show off, but Lu Yin had already given the order, so he did not dare to disobey. The next step was to raid the Dragon Clan's lair and capture the Dragon Master. News of the Great Eastern Alliance's invasion of the Blazing Mist Flow Zone quickly spread throughout the Innerverse and Outerverse, and it quickly spread to the Cosmic Sea and Neoverse. When the Hall of Honor received the news, they quickly convened a council meeting, but it was pointless. The Hall of Honor did not interfere in the disputes between powers, but that was only on the surface. If it had been Leon's Armada or the Neoverse that had invaded the Blazing Mist Flow Zone, they would definitely have intervened. However, when it came to Lu Yin, they all remained silent. Lu Ran, one of the 9 council members, and Knight King Jing, strongly hoped that the council would pass a resolution to send the Expeditionary Army and the Interstellar Court to intervene in the Blazing Mist Flow Zone's war and drive the Great Eastern Alliance out of the Innerverse. The Blazing Mist Flow Zone had long been viewed as a possession by the Sword Sect, and Knight King Jing only wanted to make things difficult for Lu Yin. Mr. Yu also agreed with the resolution, as he represented the Longevity's Grand Battle Group. Now that the group had been destroyed, he did not have many days left. Nan Yuan also supported the resolution as he had long since disliked Lu Yin. Furthermore, he represented the Xia family, which was now Lu Yin's enemy. However, besides the 4 of them, Xin Jiao, San Liang, Si Hong, and Bu Lao were all against the resolution, and the final resolution was invalid. Before the council meeting ended, Xin Jiao said, "So what if the resolution is passed? The Expeditionary Army has already been defeated once by the giant financial group. As for the Interstellar Court, Lu Yin has the umpire's warrant." This sentence caused Lu Ran and the others to turn pale. The only weapon they could borrow was the Hall of Honor, but Lu Yin was obviously the Hall of Honor's greatest heir. How could he possibly use the Hall of Honor's power to deal with them? The Hall of Honor, which represented the Fifth Mainland's highest authority and power, would not act against Lu Yin. Lu Yin only had to consider the powers that controlled the Innerverse, 8 great flow zones. With Emperor Luo heavily injured, Lu Yin and Mr. Lu Yi headed for the dragon's lair. The giants had destroyed the Ross Empire's fleet on the battlefield, and after capturing the dragons that had participated in the battle, they also headed for the dragon's lair. Chapter 1644. The Sylvan Dragon Realm was located in a corner of the blazing mist flow zone. This was the lair of the Sylvan Dragons. Spacecrafts could not be used to travel in the Sylvan Dragon Realm, as the place was filled with meteorites. Any spacecrafts that entered the realm would collide with the meteorites within a few seconds. This place was very suitable for the Sylvan Dragons to fly, as it had a natural barrier. It was because of this feature that the Sylvan Dragons were arranged to stay here when they betrayed the Astral Beast domain. In the deepest part of the Sylvan Dragon Realm, there was a piece of land where the leader of the Sylvan Dragons, the Dragon Lord, resided. As the news of the war spread, the many Sylvan Dragons in the Sylvan Dragon Realm roared in anger, wanting to destroy the Great Eastern Alliance. Dragon Master's gaze was solemn. It had already been several years since the Blaze Realm had been destroyed, and the Great Eastern Alliance had withdrawn from the blazing mist flow zone. Now, however, they had suddenly reappeared in such a high-profile manner. Dragon Master was no fool, and he knew what this meant. It meant that even if the Sword Sect and the other powers intervened, it would be useless. The Great Eastern Alliance would definitely occupy the blazing mist flow zone. The Luo Emperor should have fallen by now. Next it would be his turn. One after another, Sylvan Dragons landed on the ground and requested the Dragon Master to fight. When Dragon Lord appeared, it was twice the size of the other Sylvan Dragons. It was an envoy, one of the top powerhouses in the Innerverse. He let out a roar and summoned all the Sylvan Dragons. Currently there were more than 5,000 Sylvan Dragons in the clan, and more than 300 of them were explorers who could freely roam the void. However, most of them had already left for the battlefield, leaving behind only a few hundred explorers, a dozen cruisers and 5 hunters. Are you all willing to become mounts? Dragon Master spoke, his voice grand, shaking the starry skies, shattering countless meteors. As it spoke, the many Sylvan Dragons fell silent. On the other side, Lu Yin received a call from the mountain god. He had expected Lu Qinjue or Wen Zizai to contact him first. Long time no see, senior, Lu Yin answered the call. The mountain god lowered his voice. The Great Eastern Alliance wants to take over the blazing mist flow zone? That's right. Lu Yin did not avoid the topic at all, which stunned the mountain god. He had thought that Lu Yin would try to quibble or even find some sort of excuse. After all, the Great Eastern Alliance had been keeping a low profile for the past few years. Aren't you afraid that the Innerverse will join forces to chase you out? The mountain god barked. Have you forgotten about the portal plan? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. The Innerverse doesn't belong to you. As long as my Great Eastern Alliance doesn't encroach on your interests, we will destroy anyone who tries to chase us out. What arrogance! The mountain deity was furious. Lu Yin calmly replied, Senior, you can try. My Great Eastern Alliance's allied army has tens of millions of cultivators, and we have more than 10,000 warships. We also have more hunters, enlighters, and even envoys than your divine Great Hall. I've also recently established the Zhou Xian army, which has more than 6,000 explorers. Along with the giant bloodline, how can your beast tamer's flow zone resist us? These were all things on the surface, and there was nothing to hide. With Yin's. Lu Yin laughed inwardly. The 8 great flow zones? The blazing mist flow zone had been taken over by Lu Yin. The Gu flow zone had not interfered, and the chaos flow zone was under his control. Would the erudite flow zone dare to make a move? The day-night flow zone had already been beaten into a corner. The only ones who could truly join forces were the first flow zone, the beast tamer's flow zone, and the spirit seal flow zone. These 3 flow zones would lose even more members after Wang Wen's operation. Lu Yin was not afraid of fighting 2 flow zones alone. We'll wait for Senior to say that the 8 flow zones will join forces, Lu Yin replied before ending the call. At the same time, he sent a message to Wang Wen to eliminate the person on the second card. Wen Zizai was the next to contact Lu Yin. Alliance Master Lu, does the Great Eastern Alliance really want the blazing mist flow zone? Lu Yin replied, of course. The Outerverse has already been gifted to the 6th mainland and I have no place to stay. Does Senior want to stop this? That won't happen. Since Alliance Master Lu has taken a fancy to the blazing mist flow zone, then you can have it. I just hope that Alliance Master Lu won't cause too much trouble. After all, it's not easy to survive in this universe. Wen Zizai smiled before ending the call. Lu Yin snorted. This old fox had purposely called to test his attitude. Lu Yin was certain that even if the Wen family did not openly oppose him, they would still secretly support the Sword Sect and the Beast Tamers Flow Zone in waging war against him. However, it did not matter. The deaths of so many important people had caused the originally not-so-close cooperation to become fragmented. Lu Yin did not believe that these powers would join forces without holding anything back. Just as Lu Yin had guessed, the mountain god immediately gathered the experts of the Divine Great Hall, the First Great Hall and the Second Great Hall after ending the call. He also contacted the Wen family, the Sword Sect and the Lingling clan in an attempt to form an alliance. However, they were met with some difficulties. There were people within the Divine Great Hall who were opposed to forming an alliance with the Sword Sect. That elder's grandson had died during the war for the Blazing Mist Flow Zone, and it was rumored that he had been killed by a single sword strike. Sect Master, we need to be on guard against the Great Eastern Alliance and the Sword Sect. It's said that even the Yo Court's little princess has been imprisoned by the Sword Sect. The Sword Sect has wild ambitions and is attempting to integrate the powers of our Innerverse into the Neoverse. Please reconsider. The mountain god was furious and immediately reprimanded the person. Following that, another person jumped out to oppose the alliance with the Lingling clan. It was not that they could not see the situation clearly, but rather that their hatred for the Sword Sect was too deep. However, these people were quickly suppressed as the Beast Tamers Flow Zone had no lack of intelligent people. The deaths of some of our Beast Tamers Flow Zone's people might not be the doing of the Sword Sect or the Lingling clan. Sect Master, the Great Eastern Alliance is very suspicious. They're trying to divide our Innerverse, an old woman said with certainty. Her words caused the others to ponder. The elder who had opposed the alliance with the Sword Sect shouted, "The way I see it, the Sword Sect is even more of a threat than the Great Eastern Alliance." The old woman looked at him. "Do you want to find the real culprit behind your grandson's death, or do you want to be used by them?" The elder was stumped and he was speechless. The old woman continued, "If the culprit is the Great Eastern Alliance, then you've become a pawn of your grandson's murderer. Think carefully." The others looked at each other. The mountain god relaxed. Although he could force everyone to form an alliance with the Sword Sect and the Lingling clan, that would be too inefficient, and there would definitely be people who would drag them down. The mountain god was starting to regret his decision, as he should have carried out the plan from the very beginning. Regardless of what Lu Yin did, Lu Yin would still be the champion of the Sovereign Tournament. It was a pity that time could not be reversed. The same thing had happened to the Sword Sect, the Wen family, the Lingling clan and the other small flow zones of the Innerverse. Some people opposed the alliance while others supported it. There were more people who could see the situation clearly and the alliance was unstoppable. In the Blazing Mist Flow Zone, Lu Yin was led by Mr. Lu Yi into the Sylvan Dragon realm. There he saw thousands of Sylvan dragons on the mainland as well as the largest Dragon Lord. When the Dragon Lord saw Lu Yin and Mr. Lu Yi arrive, its large eyes hid a deep hatred. "Where's Luo Huang?" Lu Yin stood high in the sky and looked down at the Dragon Lord. "He's not dead yet. He's just a breath away." The Dragon Lord solemnly said, "The Sylvan Dragon clan is willing to surrender to the Great Eastern Alliance. We only hope that this Sylvan Dragon realm can be preserved so that our children can live peacefully. Quiet life." Lu Yin scanned the dragons and saw the hatred in their eyes. His eyes flashed. "That's not too much." The Dragon Lord sighed. "However, I didn't work so hard to conquer the Blazing Mist Flow Zone just so that you can enjoy your old age in peace," Lu Yin said. Mr. Lu Yi looked on curiously as these Sylvan dragons were quite peculiar. They had the body of a snake with antlers, the body of a snake, the ears of a rabbit, the ears of a cow, the abdomen of a snake, the scales of a carp, the claws of a tiger, the claws of a tiger and the claws of a carp. There were two large thin wings on their heads that emitted a dark red glow, and there was also a large meatball at their tails. All of them had cruel gazes and were filled with ferocious auras. They appeared to be hibernating, but anyone could tell that these dragons would not hesitate to devour them if they had the chance. These were beasts, not humans, and they lacked some humanity. "Alliance Master Lu, I can serve you and I can even become your mount," the Dragon Lord said. His words caused the other dragons to be filled with grief and indignation, and they all glared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin smiled. "Not just you, but all of the dragons that can explore the universe will have to join the Lu Xianjun army and become his mounts." The many Sylvan dragons growled softly. Lu Yin glared at them and his domain swept out, sweeping past all of the dragons and even the Dragon Lord. All of the dragons felt a chill run down their spines as they were suppressed by the domain. The Dragon Lord angrily shouted, "Alliance Master Lu, is it not enough that I, the Dragon Lord, am loyal to you? Why must you implicate my descendants?" Lu Yin disappeared and stepped into the astral source universe. All of the dragons were at a loss as they did not know where Lu Yin had gone. The Dragon Lord stared straight ahead as Lu Yin slowly walked over. He knew that the Dragon Lord would be able to see him and he wanted the Dragon Lord to see him. The Dragon Lord was shocked. Lu Yin was an enlighter, but he had actually broken into the astral source universe. The Dragon Lord could not imagine how he had done it, as such an innate genius really did exist in the universe. Lu Yin stepped out of the astral source universe and appeared above the Dragon Lord's head. He stomped down on the Dragon Lord's giant head and exerted a tremendous amount of strength. The Dragon Lord wanted to resist, but he was unable to do so, and his head was forcefully pressed down. The Dragon Lord's head smashed into the ground with a loud boom, causing the land to tremble. A strong gale swept out in all directions and some of the dragons were even forced back. All of the dragons roared angrily and one of them, an enlighter, even charged towards Lu Yin with over 100 clones that reached out to grab him. Lu Yin sneered and his spiritual force swept out. The enlighter dragon's brain was shaken and it fell straight to the ground. The rest of the dragons were horrified. The Dragon Lord shouted, "Alliance Master Lu, what do you want?" Lu Yin stepped on the Dragon Lord. He knew that the Dragon Lord could resist, but he did not dare to do so. However, that did not matter as the Dragon Lord was not his opponent. I've said it before. All of the dragons that can explore the universe must join the Lu Xianjun army and become mounts. As for those that haven't, a portion of them will be sent to Xenu Star and become U Academy's sparring partners. The Dragon Lord panted heavily as his giant head was pressed to the ground. At this moment his dignity had been trampled upon to the extreme. Lu Yin did not care about the Dragon Lord's dignity at all. The Dragon Clan had betrayed the Astral Beast domain and joined the human domain. Everyone looked down on them, but they were proud of it. During Astral 10's entrance exam, the Dragon Clan had sent its members to make things difficult for the Astral 10 students in an attempt to prevent them from entering. When Lu Yin had overthrown the Day-Night Flow Zone, the Dragon Clan had even taken action to help the Day-Night Clan. Lu Yin had not forgotten all of these incidents. Chapter 1645. The only reason he hadn't exterminated this race was because they made excellent mounts. Even the Sword Sect wanted them, let alone Lu Yin. As long as Lu Xianjun could obtain a Sylvan Dragon as a mount, his power would increase once again. Although not everyone could get one, it could still be used as a reward system. With the addition of Bai Yen and Flying Willow from the Smokescreen Mountain Range, Lu Xuanjuan's power would be enough to sweep through the Innerverse. Dragon Lord had submitted and so had the other Sylvan Dragons. They did not dare to disobey. When Ku Wei arrived with the giants, the Sylvan Dragons lowered their heads so much that they almost buried themselves in the ground. Creatures tended to grow stronger the bigger they were. The giants could toy with the Sylvan Dragons like they were bugs, but they were even more terrified and desperate when faced with the giants. Lu Yin watched as the giants wrapped the Sylvan Dragons around their waists like belts and was speechless. These giants were too barbaric and they needed to be taught a lesson. Congratulations, Master, for becoming unparalleled and becoming the master of the Blazing Mist Flow Zone. From now on, the Blazing Mist Flow Zone will no longer have the Blaze Realm, the Ross Empire, or the Sylvan Dragon Clan. There will only be Master's name and the Great Eastern Alliance. Ku Wei's lapdog attitude could not be changed, but it had to be said that it was very pleasant to hear. Right, Ku Wei was the captain of the 10th Imperial Squadron and he was now in charge of the giants. The 10th Squadron's captain would have to change. When he thought of the 13 Imperial Squadrons, he thought of Undying Yushan. What exactly was that old man planning? The Sylvan Dragons had been subdued, and it would not be easy to make them obedient mounts. Thus, Lu Yin left the giants in the Sylvan Dragon realm to intimidate the dragons while he took Dragon Lord to the Ross Empire's stronghold. Lu Yin had almost forgotten that the Blazing Mist Flow Zone also had the Royal Frost Continent, but he did not plan on attacking the Royal Frost Continent. After all, the Royal Frost Continent was located in a remote corner of the Blazing Mist Flow Zone and would not hinder him. However, Lu Yin was concerned about the source box array beneath the Royal Frost Continent, as it had been set up by progenitor Hui. Also, the Royal Frost Continent had the Humble Core, which had the same name as the Humble Core in the Astral Tree realm. The Humble Core had sealed 86 experts from Extreme Ice City and had an average power level of 200,000. If these people could join Lu Xuanjuan's forces, their power would soar once again. Just the thought of it made him yearn for it. Outside of the Royal Frost Continent there was also the Tinder Alliance. After the Great Eastern Alliance occupied the Blazing Mist Flow Zone, Page of the Tinder Alliance contacted Wang Wen in hopes of preserving a place to live in the Blazing Mist Flow Zone. The Tinder Alliance was made up of people who had been persecuted by the Blaze Realm in the past. After the Great Eastern Alliance had withdrawn from the Blazing Mist Flow Zone, they had been scared off by the Ross Empire and the Sylvan Dragon, and they had left the Blazing Mist Flow Zone as well. Now that the Great Eastern Alliance had made a comeback and occupied the Blazing Mist Flow Zone, the Tinder Alliance hoped to gain some glory. Lu Yin did not refuse and he gave them a small place to live in. After all, this alliance had helped him in the past and they posed no threat to him at all. They didn't even have an enlighter and their strongest member was someone called Uncle Meng, but he was only a hunter. In the Great Yu Empire he might not even be able to become a captain of the 13 Imperial Squadrons. To Lu Yin, the Blazing Mist Flow Zone no longer had any secrets other than what was sealed within the Royal Frost Continent's source box array. Stepping on Dragon Lord's back, Yang Ling flew quickly toward the Ross Empire's fortress. As he flew past the battlefield he saw the corpses of the Sylvan Dragons floating in space, as well as the fragments of the Rossi Empire's fleet. The Dragon Master was saddened. Their fight for the spoils had ended up benefiting others. However, this wasn't the end yet, and it believed that the Sword Sect and the other forces wouldn't allow the Great Eastern Alliance to enter so easily. Beep 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 beep. Lu Yin looked at his gadget and smiled as he accepted the call. Hello, Senior Lu. Lu Qinjue's solemn voice rang out. Alliance Master Lu, are you trying to declare war on the entire Innerverse? I don't quite understand what you're saying. The Great Eastern Alliance is an outerverse organization, and allowing you to peacefully stay in the Fennel Flow Zone is already the limit of what the Innerverse can accept. Now that you've taken over the Blazing Mist Flow Zone, the Innerverse cannot accept it no matter what. Lu Yin looked up. Since when can the Sword Sect represent the entire Innerverse? Lu Qinjue fell silent for a moment. It seems like Alliance Master Lu is determined to take over the Blazing Mist Flow Zone. Of course not. Lu Yin changed the topic. Lu Qinjue's gaze turned cold. What do you mean? If you give us the first flow zone, we can withdraw from the Blazing Mist Flow Zone, but it'll depend on whether or not the Sword Sect is willing to make the exchange. Lu Yin smiled. Lu Qinjue did not get angry as there was no point in being angry at this point. I hope you don't regret this. Lu Qinjue had just ended the call when Ling Qiu contacted Lu Yin. Alliance Master Lu, can the Great Eastern Alliance withstand the Innerverse joint attack? Let's give it a try. Lu Yin did not mind. Ling Qiu frowned. I understand you. Whether it's through the intelligence reports or through Wendy Yushan, I understand you. I know that you plan before you act, and since you've already taken over the Blazing Mist Flow Zone, you must be confident in defending it. I just want to ask you one thing. For the Innerverse, is it enough for you to just take over the Blazing Mist Flow Zone? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This was a smart person and she wanted to probe his intentions just like Zhou had back then. Ling Qiu saw that Lu Yin did not reply and her tone turned sour. Or are you saying that your goal is the entire Innerverse? Do you want to become the master of the Innerverse? Lu Yin pursed his lips. Sometimes when a woman was smart, even most men would not be able to handle her. This woman wanted him to state his position, and she had definitely recorded it down. Once he made a move against the other flow zones, she would have sufficient evidence to back it up. Although evidence was sometimes meaningless in the face of war, if both sides were equally powerful, evidence could play a key role and give many people an excuse. As long as others don't provoke me, I, Lu Yin, will be very honest, Lu Yin replied. This was something he often said to Longxi. Ling Qiu frowned. Alliance Master Lu, I'm asking if your goal is the Blazing Mist Flow Zone or the entire Innerverse. Clan leader Ling Qiu, a bad ear is also an illness and it needs to be treated. Right, how is Wendy doing in the Lingling clan? You guys aren't holding her hostage, are you? Ling Gong's character isn't very good. Alliance Master Lu, it looks like your goal is the entire Innerverse. Ling Qiu had just finished speaking when another voice sounded out. Lu Yin, whose character are you calling bad? It was Ling Gong. Lu Yin sneered. Back in the ruins of the Daoist sect, you forced me to strip you naked and treat you, but you refused to admit it afterward. Right, you still like Wendy. I'm warning you, don't do anything to her. Shut up, Lu Yin. I'll kill you. Ling Gong was furious. Ling Qiu reprimanded him. Shut up. Lu Yin immediately ended the call. The Lingling clan was not to be trifled with, and she had actually tried to trick him. If she confirmed that his goal was the entire Innerverse, then this woman would definitely take the recording and run around the Innerverse to seek an alliance. She might even draw out the Gu Flow Zone, which would be troublesome. Lu Yin understood most of the Innerverse, but he was very wary of the Gu Flow Zone. That Hellguard's poison was impossible to defend against, and there were also many poisonous insects. Just the Gu Flow Zone alone was enough to make it difficult for the Great Eastern Alliance to advance. He had to think of a solution. The Gu Flow Zone could not become a stumbling block in his path to unifying the Innerverse. Even the Sixth Mainland had not been able to remove the veil covering the Gu Flow Zone, which made it very troublesome. Lu Qinjue, Ling Qiu, Wen Zizai, and Xianxia had all spoken to Lu Yin, which represented their final stance. While Lu Yin rode the Dragon Lord to the Ross Empire's stronghold, the four powers had also formally decided to form an alliance. In the Beast Tamer's Flow Zone's Divine Grade Hall, the old woman returned to her residence, exhausted. Not long after she sat down, she opened her gadget and looked at the star chart. The Beast Tamer's Flow Zone had already begun to gather their disciples, and all of the Limiters from the first and second grade halls had been mobilized. The Sword Sect and the Lingling clan were also making preparations. Only the Wen family had not sent anyone to participate, and no one knew what they were thinking. There were also some people who were still hostile towards the Sword Sect and the Lingling clan. This sort of enmity would not be resolved so easily unless they could confirm that the culprit was the Great Eastern Alliance. If they could not confirm it, the old woman's eyes flickered, and she could only fabricate evidence to pin the culprit on the Great Eastern Alliance. She did not care who it was that had killed those elite disciples. As long as they could form an alliance with the Sword Sect and the others to drive the Great Eastern Alliance away, she was willing to do anything. The bigger picture was more important. Just as she was thinking about how to fabricate evidence, her face suddenly flushed red, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body trembled as she collapsed to the ground and she quickly died. The same scene occurred in the Sword Sect, the Lingling clan, the Wen family, and a few other smaller Flow Zones powers. These people were the people on Wang Wen's second card. They had the ability to see the bigger picture, and they also had status that could influence the leaders of these powers. If these people were not eliminated, then the first step would have been for nothing. Only if these people were eliminated would there be problems, no matter how these powers cooperated. Even if the motive was too obvious, there was nothing that could be done. The Great Eastern Alliance did not have the ability to eliminate the people on both cards at the same time. News of the old woman's death quickly reached the mountain god's ears, and he flew into a rage. Even an idiot would know that the Great Eastern Alliance was behind this. He was so angry that he immediately contacted Lu Yin, but Lu Yin calmly refused to admit that he had anything to do with the old woman's death. It was not just the mountain god. The Sword Sect, the Lingling clan, and the Wen family all had important people who had died. These people were the core of the alliance, and with their deaths, the alliance's situation immediately deteriorated. In particular, the Wen family did not dare to openly ally with the alliance, which left the Sword Sect helpless. Under these circumstances, one person contacted the Lingling clan's Ling Qiu, who was the Sirius Sect's elder Yuan Shou. Lu Yin, if this continues, then the Neoverse will be engulfed in the flames of war sooner or later. Clan leader Ling Qiu, my Sirius Sect has already decided to take action against the Great Eastern Alliance, Elder Yuan Shou said in a low voice. Ling Qiu was delighted when she heard this, as the alliance with the Sword Sect and the Beast Tamer's Flow Zone had reached a stalemate. The Gu Flow Zones and Chaos Flow Zones had not even said a word. She had been worried about what to do, but she had not expected that the Neoverse would receive external help. That was the Celestial Sect after all. Any one of the true elders was a powerhouse at the level of an emissary. Elder Yuan Shou, who was talking to her, was not much weaker than her. Among them there were powerhouses whose power levels exceeded 1,000,000. It would be best if she could cooperate with the Celestial Sect. Has the Sirius Sect really decided to take action against the Great Eastern Alliance? But Lu Yin has a good relationship with Eternal Sky Island, and it's said that he once represented Eternal Sky Island in an exchange with your esteemed sect. Ling Qiu was puzzled. Elder Yuan Shou snorted. The bigger picture is more important. The sect leader has already secretly gathered 100,000 disciples, and he plans to use his army to head to the Innerverse. However, Lu Yin has a deep background in the Hall of Honor, so he cannot zhongyang. Thus, clan leader Ling Qiu, I'll have to trouble you to provide support when the time comes and participate in the battle as the Lingling clan. I, Elder Yao Shan and Elder Yuan Ku will all take action together. Chapter 1646. Ling Qiu was excited. Then what about Lu Yin? Elder Yuan Shou fell silent for a moment before saying, this kid has a strong background. If he attacks the Great Eastern Alliance, Everlasting Sky Island and the Hall of Honor won't say anything. However, we can't touch this kid. Let him be alone. Remember, you can't touch him. Got it. Then I'll wait for the good news from the serious sect, Ling Qiu said. Elder Yuan Shou's attitude towards Lu Yin made her feel at ease. It would be strange if he directly said that he wanted to eliminate Lu Yin. We will pass through the cosmic sea as soon as possible. Just wait patiently, Elder Yuan Shou. Elder Yuan Shou then ended the call. Ling Qiu took a deep breath and looked south. She had not expected that the serious sect would not be able to stand idly by at this time. But then again it made sense. The Great Eastern Alliance was too chaotic, and the behemoths in the Neoverse were already wary of the Innerverse 8 Great Flow Zones. Now that the Great Eastern Alliance had defeated the 8 Great Flow Zones, their next target would definitely be the Neoverse. The Cosmic Seas Leon's armada was Lu Yin's ally, and with the addition of Everlasting Island and the Hall of Honor, it would be strange if the serious sect was not afraid. Ling Qiu had not expected that even the serious sect would be afraid. She thought back to when she had first become an emissary and visited the serious sect. She had seen many emissary-level elders, and she had even seen the unfathomable Elder Jioshan with a power level of over 1,000,000. If that Elder Jioshan had acted, then he alone would have been enough to destroy the Great Eastern Alliance. Even Master Yuan's help would have been useless. With the serious sect as external aid, she would no longer need to ally with the Sword Sect or the Beast Tamer's Flow Zone. Not only would that be a waste of effort, but it would also not be beneficial. In the end, they might not even be able to deal with Lu Yin. It would be better to wait for the serious sect to act. The Lingling clan would only need to cover the tracks of the serious sect disciples, and they would not even need to do anything. When she thought of this, she immediately gave the order to subtly reject any alliance with the Sword Sect or the Beast Tamer's Flow Zone. Since it was difficult to form an alliance and Lu Yin was afraid that they would join forces and would even assassinate him, then there was no need for an alliance. On the other end, Elder Yuan Shou ended the call with an ugly expression and looked at Sect Master Yuan Qiong. Yuan Qiong felt helpless. Sect Master Lu Yin has gone too far. He actually wants us to cooperate with him to toy with the Lingling clan. If news of this spreads, our Heavenly Star sect will lose all face. Elder Yuan Shou gritted his teeth. I've spoiled this brat too much. Yuan Qiong couldn't do anything about it. Lu Yin's status in the Heavenly Star sect was too special. Although he was only the leader of the outer disciples, he had the greatest inheritance of the Heavenly Star sect under his feet. He was connected to the Supreme Sage Heavenly Master Elder Gong and other half-martial ancestors. He also knew that Xiaji had schemed against them, but had failed to obtain anything. The information and background he knew had nothing to do with age or cultivation. To put it bluntly, if the Heavenly Star sect had to choose between him and Lu Yin, he would have chosen to give up on himself, let alone play along. But Sect Master, will Lu Yin really set his sights on the Neoverse? Elder Yuan Shou suddenly asked as he looked at Yuan Qiong. Yuan Qiong's expression changed. Let him be. But those people in the Neoverse are not to be trifled with. Even if he really unifies the Innerverse, he'll only be able to gain a foothold in the Neoverse. He won't be able to realize his ambitions there. Elder Yuan Shou nodded. I'm just afraid that our serious sect will continue to be tied down by him. It's not like he can't do it. When he heard this, Yuan Qiong's expression turned ugly. Ling Qiu would never have thought that the Grand Cosmic Sect would play along with Lu Yin's act and give her fake external aid. Even the Starsabil sect would not have thought that something like this would happen, let alone her. It was laughable, but it had actually happened. Ling Qiu had believed that with the serious sect's powerful external aid, They would not have to ally with the Sword Sect or the Beast Tamers Flow Zone. They would have to ally with each other, but Lu Xinjun and the Giants' bloodline in the Great Eastern Alliance were enough to sweep through the cultivators of those two sections. They would not even fear the absolute powerhouses, and this was under the assumption that they had truly allied with each other. Lu Yin put down his gadget and sighed. Wang Wen's third request for external aid had been fulfilled, and the Blazing Mist Flow Zone was now truly under his control. Who would be next? Of the Innerverse, 8 great flow zones, Chaos Flow Zone and Blazing Mist Flow Zone belonged to him, and they were separated by a great distance. Erudite Flow Zone did not dare to act against him, while Day-Night Flow Zone and Chaos Flow Zone had sealed themselves. Only the First Flow Zone, Spirit Seal Flow Zone, and Beast Tamers Flow Zone remained. As he thought about this, he arrived at the Ross Empire's stronghold. Sister Fei Hua was there to oversee the stronghold, and the Luo Emperor and the Dark Beast were unable to escape. Lu Xinjun was suppressing the entire Ross Empire's stronghold, so no matter how many reinforcements came, it would be useless. Within the Ross Empire's territory, there were tens of millions of soldiers, but only 1 million cultivators were truly capable of reinforcing the Ross Empire's stronghold, as there were only so many warships and fleets. These people could not even withstand a single blow from Lu Xinjun. The Dragon Master descended upon the stronghold, and its enormous size shocked everyone present. Big Sister Fei Hua was surprised, but only by the Dragon Master's appearance. In the Cosmic Tree realm, there were mounts that surpassed the strength of an emissary. Long Kuei's Pyrolite far surpassed the Dragon Master's strength. The Dark Beast was trapped by Fei Hua, and Luo Huang was still lying on the ground, half dead. When he saw the Dragon Master appear, his eyes flashed with a red light, but they soon dimmed. The Dragon Master also saw the Luo Huang, and a complicated expression appeared on his face. Back then, the Blazing Mist Flow Zone had been split into 3: Scarlet Lord, Luo Huang and the Dragon Master. These 3 parties had restrained each other, but they had also joined forces to resist the outside world and control one of the 8 great flow zones. Now one had died, one had been captured, and one had submitted. All of this had been done by that young man. When the Dragon Master saw the Luo Huang's miserable state, he did not dare to resist, as he was afraid that he would end up like the Luo Huang. Aside from the Luo Huang, there were also many experts from the Ross Empire suppressed within the stronghold. Among them were Scholar New Moon, Duke Blackhawk, who had returned from Iron Blood Weave, and the expert who was second only to the Luo Huang. He was known as Thunder Axe, which was a title that represented the respect that the Ross Empire had for him. At this moment, these people were all standing in front of Lu Yin, silently waiting. Lu Yin was watching the videos on the network. These videos were all related to the Luo Huang, and they were all recordings of his battles. Originally, Lu Yin had not been interested in the Luo Huang, but when the Luo Huang had subconsciously attacked, he had felt that something was off. Normally, no matter who it was, in a moment of crisis, they would use their strongest attack, but the Luo Huang had used a beam of light from his mechanical arm. This was not right, as this meant that the Luo Huang possessed technological power that surpassed that of an emissary. Otherwise, how could his mechanical body display such power? However, before he had decided to deal with the Ross Empire, Lu Yin had investigated the Luo Huang, and he had learned that the Luo Huang was a cultivator. The Luo Huang was a cyborg, but he was also a cultivator. The reason why he could surpass an emissary was because of the strength that he had obtained through cultivation. As for his technological power, it was only a support. However, during his battle with the Ice Empress on the Royal Frost Continent, as well as the sneak attack on Lu Yin had also relied on technological power. Where had the Luo Huang gotten the technology to allow his cyborg body to display power that surpassed that of an emissary? When the Giants' technology had reached that level, the Hall of Honor had been wary of it, and they had sent an expeditionary force to destroy it. The Luo Huang had been hiding his technological abilities all this time. Lu Yin had once heard a rumor that the Ross Empire's technology had originated from unlocking source boxes, which was an ancient technology. However, after experiencing so many things, Lu Yin knew that if the Ross Empire truly possessed such technology, the Hall of Honor would not ignore it. The Luo Huang himself had also been hiding his technological abilities. The video showed many of the Luo Huang's battles, and he had relied on his cultivation methods to fight. His technological abilities were indeed a support, and he had intentionally hidden them. Lu Yin turned off the video and looked at the Luo Huang, who was still lying on the ground. His cyborg body had been severely damaged and it was difficult for him to even stand up. Scholar New Moon, can you please tell me how powerful the Ross Empire's technology is? Lu Yin asked as he looked at the scholar. Scholar New Moon panicked as he had always been afraid of death. He had been scared by Wendy Yushan back in East San Dios, and now he had no intention of hiding anything from Lu Yin. The most advanced technology can produce weapons with destructive power that surpasses that of an enlighter. However, due to limited materials, such weapons are difficult to put into practical use. They've only been used a few times in the previous battle with the Sylvan Dragons, where they were able to kill an enlighter. Behind Lu Yin, Dragon Master's eyes widened. An enlighter was one of the top powerhouses in the Sylvan Dragon clan. Lu Yin then looked at Thunder Axe. The Luo Huang had been heavily injured by Lu Yin, but this person did not even dare to attack. This meant that he was just as afraid of death as Scholar New Moon. Tell me. Thunder Axe respectfully replied, Scholar New Moon is right. That is the Ross Empire's most advanced technology. Then why does the Luo Huang have destructive power that surpasses an emissary's? Lu Yin asked as he looked at the Luo Huang lying on the ground. Scholar New Moon hurriedly replied, Your Majesty, the Luo Huang is a cultivator, and if we look at the destructive power of a technological weapon, then he's at most an enlighter. Lu Yin waved his hand and dismissed everyone. He then walked over to the Luo Huang's side. The Luo Huang's mechanical eyes stared at him, but Lu Yin did not know what the emperor could see. Tell me. I'm very curious. You've used more than one technological method in a crisis that surpasses an emissary's power level. This isn't something that the Innerverse should possess, Lu Yin said calmly. The Luo Huang's eyes flickered with a red light, and the frequency at which they flickered increased. Lu Yin frowned. If you don't tell me, then die. He then raised a hand and overlaying stacks shook the void and tore apart space itself. The astral source universe was faintly visible, and at the same time, there were traces of golden battle force streaking past. The Luo Huang spoke up. I obtained it. Is that so? Lu Yin did not believe him. The Luo Huang continued, I obtained it in the technocracy. Lu Yin's brows rose. What do you mean? The red light in the Luo Huang's eyes flickered faster and faster, and Lu Yin remained vigilant. Finally, the red light converged to form a screen in the air that showed a person's perspective. What's this? The person in the screen was a woman with traces of mechanical stitches around her ears. She was clearly a female android. This is something that I just obtained from my lock breaking. Take a look. It records an unprecedented technology that can unleash a destructive power that surpasses 500,000. The female android said excitedly as she held a palm-sized, square-shaped crystal in her hand. It was very beautiful. Really? Suddenly, a hand shot out from behind the female android and pierced through her body to grab the square-shaped crystal. The person in the screen grabbed the crystal at the same time. Let go. The person in the screen did not say anything. He simply raised his hand and a beam of light shot out. Everything in the screen exploded and the screen shut down. Chapter 1647. Is that your story? Lu Yin asked. The Luo Emperor's eyes flickered with a faint red light. I stole the crystal and used the technology inside to raise my attack power to over 500,000. Took me too long. How did you get to the blazing mist flow zone from the technocracy? Lu Yin was curious as the distance was quite far. The technocracy is controlled by the mainframe, but it's split into two factions, the main city and the Genesis Court. There's a passage between the two factions that leaves the technocracy. Although it's difficult, I was still able to escape with my power level of over 400,000. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, but he did not interrupt. The Luo Emperor continued. After escaping the technocracy, I came to the distant blazing mist flow zone to avoid being hunted down. I replaced the Ross Empire's ruler and became the Luo Emperor. I spent many years using the technology inside the crystal to raise the power of my weapons to over 500,000. I then split the blazing mist flow zone with the Blaze Realm and the Sylvan Dragon clan. Where's the crystal? Lu Yin asked. The Luo Emperor's gaze landed on Lu Yin. It's eroded. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes and stared at the Luo Emperor. The Luo Emperor replied, I'm not lying. It's really eroded. However, I've already grasped the technology inside. Lu Yin laughed. This sort of life-saving technique isn't new. Back then, giant technology also developed a destructive power that surpassed that of an emissary, but it was destroyed by the Hall of Honor. The Hall of Honor definitely has similar technology, so I think it's very simple. I didn't think of using this method to save my life. The only thing that could have saved my life was that route. Lu Yin fell silent. Although technology can create destructive power that surpasses that of an emissary, the requirements for the materials are too high. Even with my power level of over 400,000 and the materials I took from the technocracy, I was only able to raise myself to this level after so many years. I can't even create an android that surpasses the emissary level. The technocracy is the same. They've long since developed technology that surpasses the emissary level, but they're limited by the materials. This method is too narrow and you should know that. Otherwise, whether it's the technocracy or the Hall of Honor, emissary androids would be everywhere. Lu Yin knew this, but the Hall of Honor wasn't stupid. After destroying giant technology, they would definitely take the technology with them. However, he hadn't heard of them creating an emissary-level android in all these years, which meant that the materials required were extremely rare. Lu Yin believed that the Hall of Honor had definitely created some emissary-level androids, but there wouldn't be many of them. As for the technocracy, when they had joined forces with the Sixth Mainland to attack the Outerverse in the Endless Weave, the people who had fought against them had all been androids. Their absolute experts had surpassed the envoys, but their numbers had been limited. If even the technocracy was like this, there was no need to even mention the human domain. It was unrealistic to expect this kind of technology to mass-produce experts. Even if he had the dice, the possibility was not high. The Luo sovereign's life was saved. However, like the Dragon Master, he had become a part of the Great Eastern Alliance. He definitely did not trust these two experts, which was why he had split up all of the Ross Empire's cultivators and had them join the various allied armies of the Great Eastern Alliance. At the same time, he had allowed the Great Eastern Alliance's people to take over the Blazing Mist Flow Zone. News of the Great Eastern Alliance occupying the Blazing Mist Flow Zone shook the entire Fifth Mainland. As the Great Eastern Alliance entered the Innerverse, countless people in the Innerverse felt as if they were witnessing the emergence of a colossus. Lu Qinjue was most concerned about this. The Day-Night clan had been overthrown, and they had sealed themselves off from the rest of the Innerverse. The Sword Sect was the strongest and no one could compete with them. However, the Great Eastern Alliance's entry made him feel as if there was a knife at his back. The Great Eastern Alliance had taken over the Blazing Mist Flow Zone and forced the Sylvan Dragon clan and the Ross Empire to submit to them. The number of experts under their command had greatly increased, and without mentioning anything else, just the Dragon Master and the Luo Sovereign were enough to make the Sword Sect feel uneasy. These were two envoys and there were also enlighters and hunters. The more Lu Qinjue thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. He had used his sect master's methods to forcefully suppress those who were unwilling to join forces with the Beast Tamer's Flow Zone. The Mountain God had done the same, but the two of them suddenly realized that Ling Qiu had changed. She had no intention of joining forces with the Great Eastern Alliance. Lu Qinjue and the Mountain God contacted Ling Qiu separately, but Ling Qiu was only delaying them and she did not tell them the reason. Ling Qiu also had her own plans. She knew that the Sirius sect wanted to deal with the Great Eastern Alliance, so she was no longer in a hurry. Instead, she began to make some calculations. She hoped that the Sword Sect and the Beast Tamer's Flow Zone would fight it out with the Great Eastern Alliance, and in the end the Sirius sect would deal with the Great Eastern Alliance. The Lingling clan would then be able to suppress the Sword Sect and the Beast Tamer's Flow Zone and become the strongest clan in the Innerverse. This was the desire of countless people in the Lingling clan. They had wanted to replace the Day-Night clan in the past, but they had been powerless to do so. Now this was a heaven-sent opportunity. No matter how much the Mountain God cursed, Ling Qiu pretended not to hear him. She focused on waiting for the Sirius sect's reinforcements. Without the Lingling clan, even if the Sword Sect and the Beast Tamer's Flow Zone joined forces, they would not be a threat to Lu Yin. If they did not join forces, then they could only watch as Lu Yin grew stronger until he eventually became a threat to them. They were now stuck in a dilemma. Lu Yin no longer cared about them. Even if they joined forces, they would not take any action in the short term. However, they should be able to seal off the Blazing Mist Flow Zone's perimeter, and he could leave that to Wang Wen to deal with. At this moment he received an unexpected call from Madame Red. Lu Yin had never imagined that Madame Red would actually contact him. On the screen, Madame Red was alluring and mature. Her style was completely different from Madame Nayland's. One was seductive yet domineering, while the other was graceful yet seductive. Lu Yin, Alliance Master Lu. Madame Red smiled at Lu Yin, and her gaze was overbearing and sharp. Lu Yin looked at her. We've met before, Master of the Galloping Horse Villa. Madame Red smiled. You're from the Starfall Sea. You joined forces with the Sea King to deal with me, but because of you, everyone fled. I have a deep impression of you. I have a deep impression of you as well, especially when you captured the giant's bloodline. They're my people. Lu Yin's tone was unpleasant. Madame Red coldly replied, That's a misunderstanding. When I captured them, I didn't know that they were your people. Lu Yin sneered, but he did not say anything. After I found out that the giant's bloodline was your people, I wanted to release them, but Alliance Master Lu acted too quickly. You took them away from the Galloping Horse Villa without saying anything. Aren't you looking down on me too much? Madame Red retorted. Lu Yin raised a brow. I don't know what you're talking about. Madame Red stared into Lu Yin's eyes. How did the giant's bloodline return to Alliance Master Lu's side? Do I have an obligation to tell you? Alliance Master Lu, you don't have to tell me. However, it's not a good habit to become someone else's pawn. Lu Yin was astonished. What do you mean? Madame Red replied, Did those people who took the giant's bloodline away from the Galloping Horse Villa not tell Alliance Master Lu that they also took away someone else, the Sea King? Lu Yin frowned. The Sea King? Alliance Master Lu, don't tell me that you don't know that the Sea King is in the Sword Sect's hands. News of this has already spread. Lu Yin's eyes flickered and he remained silent. Madame Red's eyes flickered as it seemed that the matter with the Galloping Horse Villa really had nothing to do with Lu Yin. Otherwise he would not have allowed the giant's bloodline to appear, as he would not have been able to conceal it in time. The Sword Sect had a good method of throwing the giant's bloodline to Lu Yin and using it to divert attention so that the Galloping Horse Villa could cause trouble for the Great Eastern Alliance. If Qing Tan had not coincidentally overheard the conversation between Lu Ran and the Sword Sect, then she would have fallen for the trap. The Great Eastern Alliance had always been stuck in the Outerverse, and as long as there was a chance, the Sixth Mainland would definitely chase these people away. The Sword Sect's move had given the Galloping Horse Villa a reason to attack the Great Eastern Alliance, but it had also dealt a blow to the Great Eastern Alliance. If not for Qing Tan and if not for the fact that Madame Red wanted to make a deal with Lu Yin, then she would have been fooled. The more the Sword Sect tried to be mysterious, the more it implied that the Galloping Horse Villa was behind this. What business does Madame have with me this time? Lu Yin asked, no longer mentioning the giant's bloodline. His expression was sullen as if he had been tricked by someone, but he could not describe the feeling. Madame Red was well aware of this and she replied, You're underestimating the Innerverse and you're also underestimating the Sword Sect. Lu Yin replied, Madam, are you trying to educate me about the Fifth Mainland's common sense? Common sense does not represent the Innerverse and what you see is only the surface. I can say with certainty that whether it's the Sword Sect, the Day-Night Clan or even the Wen family, they all have their own trump cards. You've already angered everyone and you've just been tricked. It's not just the Innerverse that has their eyes on you but also the Neoverse. You can't stay in the Innerverse any longer. Lu Yin did not mind. Madam, are you aware of my background in the Fifth Mainland? Of course, the biggest backer is the Hall of Honor. However, the Hall of Honor can't possibly go against the will of the entire Fifth Mainland. What your Great Eastern Alliance is doing right now has crossed some people's bottom line. They'll do everything they can to chase you out, the Red Madam said. Lu Yin was curious. Madam, can you give me an example? Madam Red and Lu Yin looked at each other. I don't need an example, but I can tell you that someone has already contacted us in secret and asked us to immediately take over the entire Outerverse. Your Great Eastern Alliance's people won't be able to reach the blazing mist flow zone in time, and at least half of them will be trapped in the Outerverse and controlled by my Sixth Mainland. Under such circumstances, how will you deal with the Innerverse? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He had considered such a situation before, which was why after the Southern Weave had been taken over by the Sixth Mainland, Master Yuan had remained at the border between the Sixth Mainland and the Great Eastern Alliance in order to prevent the Sixth Mainland from suddenly making a move. If the Sixth Mainland really wanted to immediately take over the entire Outerverse, then Lu Yin would indeed be in trouble, but it would not be too big of a problem. The fifth mainland was in a civil war and the sixth mainland was not peaceful either. Chaotic battles between the three progenitor regions were common, and even fierce battles between the Bloodburn realm and the Black Blood realm within the same progenitor region were common. Back then, the sixth mainland had joined forces to invade the Innerverse because of their own interests. Now, as long as Lu Yin could get the Hall of Honor's full support and state that he would definitely leave the Outerverse, the sixth mainland would not risk war and immediately take over the Outerverse. This was just Madame Red's threat, and Lu Yin also acted as if he had indeed been threatened. Madame Red saw that Lu Yin's gaze was heavy, and his expression was solemn. There was even a hint of lingering fear. She smiled charmingly. "Alliance Master Lu, is there anything you wish to say? What do you want?" Lu Yin retorted, feigning anger as he glared at Madame Red. Chapter 1648. Actually, I don't have any enmity with the Great Eastern Alliance, and I don't wish to become one in the future. That's why I want to discuss a deal with Alliance Leader Lu. Once the deal is done, both of us will benefit, and I can guarantee that Alliance Leader Lu will benefit more than me. What kind of deal? Lu Yin asked. He recalled what that ugly old woman had said at the Galloping Horse Mountain Manor. Madame Red had seemed to want to discuss this with him, and it definitely wasn't because of the giant. He had guessed that it was for some other reason. Madame Red's expression changed. Alliance Leader Lu must hate the Sword Sect. Lu Yin was stunned. What do you mean? I'm helping Alliance Leader Lu deal with the Sword Sect, Madame Red replied. Lu Yin frowned. Madam, please be more specific. Madame Red continued. Ever since my sixth mainland took over the Outerverse, cultivators from the sixth mainland have continuously entered the Innerverse and even the Cosmic Sea to train. Some of them have hidden their identities while others haven't. There are two of them that I hope that Alliance Leader Lu can help me capture. They are the Blue Heroes. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The Blue Heroes? They are disciples that esteemed Blue Hero of the Fan Realm values. On the surface, esteemed Blue Hero's disciple is Fan Shun, but in reality, esteemed Blue Hero prefers these two. As long as Alliance Leader Lu can capture them and force esteemed Blue Hero to help you deal with the Sword Sect, then taking down the Sword Sect will not be difficult. Esteemed Blue Hero is a heavenly imprint powerhouse, Madame Red explained. Lu Yin did not understand. Does Madame have a grudge with esteemed Blue Hero? No. Then why? This has nothing to do with Alliance Leader Lu. I'm sorry, but I can't do that. Madame Red frowned. Does Alliance Leader Lu want to become enemies with my Galloping Horse Mountain Manor? Do you want my sixth mainland to immediately take over the Outerverse and deal with your Great Eastern Alliance? Lu Yin pretended to be angry. Esteemed Blue Hero is a heavenly imprint powerhouse. Even if he helps me deal with the Sword Sect, how can I deal with him? If the Blue Transformation Duo are released, then I'm done for. If they don't, then I'll be in even more trouble. Also, if news of this spreads, then my reputation will be ruined. I can't bear the crime of colluding with outsiders to deal with someone from the fifth mainland. Madame Red's lips curled up. So that's what Alliance Master Lu is worried about. It's simple. You can explain the situation to the Hall of Honor and let the Hall of Honor's head inquisitor or even a half-martial ancestor powerhouse protect you. If Qinghua Shangren attacks you, you can deal with him without any hesitation. Of course, the premise is that this is a fair trade. You let the Qinghua duo go, but if Qinghua Shangren attacks you again, then he will have violated the agreement. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. What do you mean? Madame Hong said solemnly, there's something we need to take care of, but Qinghua Shangren is too much of a hindrance. We just want Alliance Master Lu to draw him out. Not only will he be able to help us make friends with him and deal with the Sword Sect, so why not? Alliance Master Lu, what do you think? Lu Yin muttered to himself. Madame Red was not in a hurry, as she was certain that Lu Yin would not be able to refuse. This matter would not harm him in any way, and it would even allow him to eradicate the Sword Sect. As for the reason to deal with the Sword Sect, she had already prepared it for Lu Yin, the Sea King. This was also the reason why she had spread the news that the Sea King was in the Sword Sect. At that moment she had already thought of everything. Lu Yin thought about it for a long time, and then he looked at Madame Red with a solemn expression. This involves the Celestial Imprint. It's too dangerous and I don't want to take responsibility for it. Madame Red coldly replied, since that's the case, Alliance Master Lu, please request that the Great Eastern Alliance withdraw from the Outerverse within 3 days. Those who do not leave will be treated as those who are willing to pledge their allegiance to the sixth mainland. Hold on. Lu Yin grew anxious. When he faced Madame Red's disdainful gaze, he said, I have a condition. If you agree to it, then I'll do as you say. You don't have the right to negotiate with me. Madame Red rebuked. Lu Yin stubbornly replied, then my Great Eastern Alliance will never back down. If worse comes to worst, we'll go to war. If I don't live, then don't think that you'll have an easy time either. The Hall of Honor will definitely help me. Madame Red's eyes flickered with a cold light and she slowly asked, what condition? Lu Yin raised a hand. 5 weaves. I want the Outerverse to retain 5 weaves as a place for the Great Eastern Alliance to survive. You said it yourself and will be chased out sooner or later. Since that's the case, these 5 weaves will be the last place for the Great Eastern Alliance to survive. Madame Red thought about it. I'm not bargaining with you, madam. 5 weaves is my bottom line. Don't forget that you've also captured the giant bloodline and they're my people. I haven't even discussed this matter with you yet, and those giants still harbor resentment towards me. It'll be very difficult for me to suppress them. Madame Red thought about it. But I agree. Lu Yin glared at her. I want the Daoist sect's Forest team to personally agree to this, especially old man Xianxia. He's not friendly to my Great Eastern Alliance. As long as he agrees to give us 5 weaves, then I'll do as you say. Madame Red's eyes narrowed. I'll communicate with old man Xianxia. She then hung up. Entering the blazing mist flow zone meant that the curtains had been raised. Lu Yin had not expected that the first person to enter the stage would be Madame Red. After ending his call with Madame Red, he immediately contacted Qing Tan. Qing Tan was currently under Lu Yin's control, and if she did not want to die, she could only do as Lu Yin said. Madame Red, Ancestor Autumn Frost, and the Wild Archer God were investigated. Do they know why? Lu Yin asked. Qing Tan replied, they don't know. Master didn't tell them clearly. Lu Yin fell into deep thought. Back then he had asked Qing Tan to trick old man Xianxia into giving Madame Red and the others 5 weaves as a price to reach an agreement with him. That had been a scam, but now Madame Red had brought up the matter of 5 weaves to old man Xianxia. No matter what the reason was, it had all been a scam. Lu Yin did not know what the consequences would be for Madame Red, but he had subconsciously asked her. What's Qing Huashangren's strength? Lu Yin asked. Qing Tan was confused. Qing Huashangren? She did not know why Lu Yin was suddenly asking about this person. I don't know much about Qing Huashangren, but he's known as the successor to the Four Esteemed. Old man Xianxia died in the Cosmic Sea, and the first person to succeed him is Qing Huashangren. Who are the Four Esteemed? Lu Yin hurriedly asked. Qing Tan replied, Old man Xianxia, Mr. Guanxing, Medicine Immortal, and the deceased Old man Xianxia. Old man Xianxia from the Blood Homage Realm, Mr. Guanxing from the Martial Immortal Realm, Medicine Immortal from the Stone Realm, and Old man Xianxia from the War Martial Realm. Lu Yin understood that the 6th mainland's current situation was even clearer than the 5th mainland's. The 3 progenitors had divided the 6th mainland among themselves, and they did not interfere with the 6th mainland's mundane affairs. Thus, the ones who could truly decide the 6th mainland's direction were the Daoist sect's 4 Esteemed. In the past, 2 of the 4 Esteemed had been from the progenitor of Martial Realm, and the progenitor of Martial Realm had held greater authority in the 6th mainland's Daoist sect. Now, with old man Xianxia's death, the progenitor of Martial Realm would be replaced by Qing Huashangren. Qing Huashangren came from the Fan Realm and represented the progenitor of Secret Realm, which meant that the progenitor of Secret Realm would have greater authority. That was the reason. Lu Yin suddenly recalled that the 6th mainland's invasion of the 5th mainland had been a result of the 4 Esteemed discussions. Back then, when the martial progenitor had personally made a move, the progenitor of combat's attitude towards the 5th mainland had been terrible. At that time, 2 of the 4 Esteemed had come from the progenitor of combat's realm, and they had indeed been able to decide the direction of the 6th mainland. It was no wonder why Lu Yin was so certain that he had grasped the situation. Madame Red had definitely wanted him to capture the Qing Hua duo to lure Qing Huashangren over. Her reason might not have been because she wanted to do something, but rather because she wanted to use Lu Yin to deal with Qing Huashangren. It was also no wonder that she had told him to contact the Hall of Honor and send an expert who could suppress Qing Huashangren to protect him. If Lu Yin were in her shoes, he definitely would not have allowed the Qinghua duo to escape. Instead, he would have silenced them and lured Qinghua Shangren to act. That would give the Hall of Honor a reason to act and prevent Qinghua Shangren from becoming one of the four esteemed. Lu Yin tapped the air with his finger as he pondered. Qing Tan did not speak as she did not know what Lu Yin was planning. Lu Yin thought for a long time before ending the call. He then opened the innerverse star chart and scanned through the 8 flow zones. In the outerverse southern weave, a scholarly middle-aged man arrived at Old Man Songqiong's residence. The man's temperament was ethereal and almost illusory. He also seemed like an immortal that had been banished from the 9 heavens, and no one dared to look at him directly. He was Mr. Guanxing from the martial immortal realm, one of the 6th mainland's Daoist sects 4 esteemed. Old Man Songqiong looked up. Guanxing, what's the matter? Mr. Guanxing calmly replied, Qinghua Shangren cannot become one of the 4 esteemed. So we need the 5th mainland's help. We've already reached an agreement with Lu Yin. We'll give him 5 weaves in the outerverse near the Astral River Arc, and he'll help us deal with Qinghua Shangren. Old Man Songqiong's eyes widened. 5 weaves? You talked to him personally? That's not your style. Mr. Guanxing calmly replied, Madame Red was the one who talked to him. Once Qinghua Shangren is on the same level as you and me, the secret progenitor realm will have the authority to decide our path. With their temperament, the martial progenitor will not be able to handle it. Old Man Songqiong did not even listen to Mr. Guanxing's words. The only thing on his mind was Madame Red and those 5 weaves. As expected, this woman had reached an agreement with Lu Yin. Dealing with Qinghua Shangren was just an excuse. She had long since reached an agreement with Lu Yin, and Lu Yin had given her progenitor Wushang's hide. Old Man Songqiong grew excited when he thought about progenitor Wushang's hide. He had been stuck at the celestial imprint realm for too long, and he could not even become a half-progenitor. He desperately needed a progenitor's item. He had a progenitor's item, but it was useless to him. Progenitor Wushang's name had once resounded throughout the 6th mainland, and his progenitor's item far surpassed the progenitor's item that he possessed. How could a world imprinter possess progenitor Wushang's hide? Old Man Songqiong's eyes flashed. Songqiong, your answer? Mr. Guanxing asked. Old Man Songqiong. All right. Mr. Guanxing then left. Not long after, Madame Red contacted Lu Yin once again and gave him Old Man Songqiong's answer. Why should I believe that? Why should Old Man Songqiong tell me personally? Lu Yin asked. Madame Red's gaze turned cold. Who do you think you are? That you can make the celestial imprint talk to you? That you can make the celestial imprint lie to you? I've even met more than one half-progenitor, Lu Yin retorted. Madame Red sneered. Your 5th mainland's half-progenitor is at most comparable to the celestial imprint. My 6th mainland's suppression might not even be a match for the celestial imprint. Whether you believe it or not, you have to. Otherwise, you won't just be offending my galloping horse manner, but also the entire progenitor of martial realm and progenitor of blood realm. Chapter 1649. Lu Yin seemed to be afraid and he coughed. All right, I'll believe you for now. Where are the blue heroes? They're in the blazing mist flow zone. I'll send you their exact location later, and I hope that you won't disappoint me. We've paid a heavy price to preserve 5 weaves for the Great Eastern Alliance, but I've already said that you'll gain even more, Madame Red said coldly before ending the call and sending Lu Yin her location. The Great Eastern Alliance's main forces entered the blazing mist flow zone and began to station themselves there. The Blue Heroes were currently stationed in the area where the Great Eastern Alliance's first army was stationed. Ian had received orders to capture the Blue Heroes. The blazing mist flow zone was once an area ruled by the Ross Empire. It was a highly technological planet, but it was currently in chaos. Hovercraft after hovercraft sounded an alarm in the sky above the city. Everyone, please be on alert. Dangerous individuals have been detected robbing, threatening, and attempting to murder public figures. The situation has been determined to be extremely dangerous. Everyone, please be on alert. Hovercraft filled the sky above the city and buildings towered above the clouds. It was night, but the entire city was illuminated by lights. Where there was light, there was also darkness. Even if the entire city was illuminated, there would still be places where the lights could not reach. In a small alley, 2 figures, one fat and one skinny, were squatting on the ground and feasting on food. Fatty bro, what's the commotion in the sky? I don't know. They say that they've discovered dangerous individuals. Brother Skinny, you have to be careful. Got it, fatty bro. This food is really delicious. More. Are you fat again? Is that so? Wow, brother Skinny, you've gotten skinnier as well. You're like a bamboo pole now. Is that so? Thank you, fatty bro. Ha. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, lights gathered above their heads and illuminated the dark alley. Dangerous individuals have been detected. Isolate the area and arrest them. You may kill them on the spot. As soon as the announcement was made, beams of light isolated the alley from the outside world. At the same time, lightning flashed and descended from the sky, viciously smashing into the duo. The duo was bewildered as they were bombarded by the lightning, but nothing happened. Fatty bro, what are they doing? Maybe they're performing. Then what are we doing? Are we blocking their performance? There was someone performing during the day as well, but brother Skinny, you pushed him away. Oh, then let's go. After saying that, the fat and skinny duo tore open the isolation beam and walked out of the room easily. The entire city was in chaos. No matter what kind of weapon they used, it was useless against the two of them. In the end, the army had no choice but to evacuate the ordinary people. After calculating the direction that the fat and thin duo would go, they prepared to release their super powerful weapons. With a boom, the duo was bombarded. 1/10 of the city was flattened. When the dust settled, the duo became even more confused. Brother Fatty, what are they doing? Brother Skinny, I think we're being attacked. Really? B. Ed Edition. The skinny man raised his hand and directly grabbed the figure's fist. Then, under the figure's incredulous gaze, the skinny man threw him out. In the distance, the fatty stood up. A hunter. There's a hunter on this planet? At that moment, the two looked up as more figures descended. Including the person from before, there were now 5 of them surrounding the two. All 5 were hunters. Outside the planet, on a spacecraft, Ian watched calmly. The blazing mist flow zone was too large. Even though the entire Ross Empire had been taken over by the Great Eastern Alliance, not all planets had been affected. This planet did not know, but it did not matter if they knew or not, as it would not affect the overall situation. This planet's power was something that even Fatty Bro and Skinny could not deal with. In the Supreme Tournament, the Fatty had defeated Tian Ho with a single blow, which had shocked countless people. As for the Skinny Bro, he had fought his way into the top 20. Although luck had played a role, their strength was undeniable. Now these two had broken through to the Hunter realm and their strength was extremely terrifying. They could deal with an ordinary enlighter in a duel, and when they worked together, their strength was even more formidable. On the planet, all 5 hunters were lying on the ground. They were not a match for Fatty Bro and Skinny Bro. Fatty Bro, we have to go back, the Skinny Bro said. The Fatty nodded. They were not stupid. There were 5 hunters and it was obvious that someone had set their sights on them. They had to go back. Regardless of whether it was this planet or the Great Eastern Alliance's first allied army, there were no experts who could deal with Fatty Bro and Skinny Bro. Lu Yin had expected this, which was why he had sent Thunder Axe. Thunder Axe was the second most powerful person in the Ross Empire and he was very powerful. Furthermore, he was on a mission to help the Great Eastern Alliance successfully reclaim the Ross Empire, and he had just happened to pass by this planet. Just as Fatty Bro and Skinny Bro were about to leave the planet and head to the Outerverse, Thunder Axe arrived. Although Fatty Bro and Skinny Bro were very powerful, they could not fight against a powerhouse whose power level exceeded 400,000, and they were easily captured. Ian calmly said, "Report to the Alliance Master that the Blue Heroes have been successfully captured." A woman stood behind him and she respectfully replied, "Yes." Ian looked out into space and muttered to himself, "Capturing the Blue Heroes and forcing esteemed Blue Hero to deal with the Sword Sect. The Alliance Master has played this well. Looks like the first flow zone will soon belong to my Great Eastern Alliance." Behind him, the woman was shocked as she had just heard an incredible secret. After leaving the command room, she hurriedly activated her gadget and sent a message to someone. Within the command room, Ian looked out the door as if he could see the woman through the wall. The Blue Heroes had been sent to the Ross Empire's stronghold. They had not been beaten very badly and it could be said that they had recovered very quickly. This was especially true for the Fatty who no longer seemed to be injured. When they saw Lu Yin, the Blue Heroes shouted, Fat bro. It's him. That pervert Lu. Lu Yin raised a brow. Skinny bro, it really is pervert Lu. We're in trouble. We couldn't beat him, so we wanted to escape. Fat bro, don't say it out loud. He heard everything. Lu Yin was only a few meters away from the duo, and he quietly watched as they comforted and flattered each other. His brows gradually furrowed, as these two deserved a beating. Pervert Lu, why did you capture us? The fatty shouted with his head held high. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. If you call me that again, I'll peel off all your fat. The fatty's heart trembled and he lowered his head as he muttered, so fierce. The skinny man raised his head and was about to speak when Lu Yin said, if you dare to spout any more nonsense, I'll feed you until you're fat. The skinny man's mouth fell open and he stared at Lu Yin in horror. You're too vicious. The fatty's eyes lit up. Feed me until I'm fat? Lu Yin looked at him. Starve you for 100 days. The fatty hurriedly lowered his head. Seeing that the two had quieted down, Lu Yin said, contact Qinghua Shangren. I want to talk to him. The fatty was astonished. How did you know that we could contact the old man? The skinny man hurriedly covered the fatty's mouth. Fat bro, don't say it. Don't say it. The fatty hurriedly nodded, and the two lowered their heads without saying anything else. Lu Yin shook his head. These two truly deserve to be called the Blue Heroes. He grabbed the fatty's arm and took off his gadget, easily finding Qinghua Shangren's contact information. With these two's popularity, there should be no one else in their gadgets. Suddenly Lu Yin saw Wang Yi's name. How were they related to Wang Yi? After the Sovereign's tournament, Wang Yi had been ambushed by the Neo-Human Alliance and had fled back to the Astral Tree domain. Before that, he had represented the Technocracy's Genesis Court, which was hostile to the First City. The latter was controlled by the Sixth Mainland, but the Genesis Court wasn't. Logically speaking, Wang Yi shouldn't be related to the Blue Heroes. Even if Wang Yi was related to the Sixth Mainland, he shouldn't be related to the Blue Heroes. Lu Yin pointed at Wang Yi's name. What's your relationship with this person? The fat and skinny duo glanced at each other, then lowered their heads and pretended not to know anything. Lu Yin snorted, but he didn't pursue the matter. Instead, he contacted Qinghua Shangren. Sup? A lazy voice asked. When Lu Yin heard this, Wang Wen's image popped up in his mind. He was sloppy, slovenly, and indifferent to everything. Qinghua Shangren? Lu Yin asked. There was a moment of silence. Who are you? Where are those two idiots? Lu Yin looked at the two and waved his gadget. The fatty wailed, Old man, we've been captured. Save us. It's pervert Lu. There was a thump as Lu Yin slapped the fatty, causing his scalp to go numb. The thin man was about to call out, but when he saw the fatty's fate, he wisely chose not to speak. Pervert Lu? Who? Qinghua Shangren was confused, but his tone wasn't that heavy. When he heard the fatty's cries, he knew that the two were fine. Lu Yin pursed his lips. I'm Lu Yin. You're pervert Lu. Qinghua Shangren was astonished. Lu Yin's face twitched. Why did this Qinghua Shangren seem so similar to the Blue Heroes? Why did you capture those two idiots? Qinghua Shangren was puzzled. Lu Yin indifferently replied, I want to save their lives. Come to the blazing mist flow zone and find me there. Qinghua Shangren sneered. Save them? It doesn't matter. Do whatever you want. Lu Yin replied, since I'm confident that I can use the Blue Heroes to force you here, then your words are meaningless. Kid, do you know who you're talking to? Qinghua Shangren's tone turned cold. Lu Yin smiled. Blazing Mist Flow Zone, Ross Empire's stronghold. I'll be waiting for you, but you have to be there on the 21st day. Sooner or later I'll deal with the Blue Heroes. Who told you to do this? Qinghua Shangren suddenly asked. Lu Yin ended the call and stopped talking to Qinghua Shangren. Qinghua Shangren's last sentence clearly indicated that he had guessed something. He had no enmity with Lu Yin, so there was no reason for Lu Yin to offend him. Someone must have ordered him to do this. On the surface, everything seemed to be directed at Qinghua Shangren, but this was still an internal struggle within the Sixth Mainland. Lu Yin could only guess what was going on. What if this was all part of Madame Red's plan to deal with him? Just in case, it would be safer to have an absolute expert oversee the situation. Chapter 1650. Lu Yin's first thought was Master Yuan, but that did not make sense. Master Yuan's power level was over 1 million, but he definitely could not compare to a powerhouse with a heavenly imprint. Aside from Master Yuan, the only other candidates Lu Yin could think of were the head inquisitors or half-progenitors. Hold on, he had forgotten about Elder Zhou Xian. Lu Yin smiled when he thought of this. The Innerverse was bustling with activity during this period. Not long after the battle in the Cosmic Sea, a huge battle had broken out in the blazing mist flow zone. The Great Eastern Alliance had forcefully taken control of the flow zone, but that was not all. Rumors were flying around in secret, such as the Sea King being imprisoned in the Sword Sect, or that something had happened to Chaos God Mountain, or that the sect master had died. Now, another rumor had surfaced that quickly attracted everyone's attention. The Great Eastern Alliance's alliance master Lu Yin had teamed up with a heavenly imprint powerhouse from the Sixth Mainland to attack the Sword Sect. This rumor immediately caused a war of public opinion, as the Great Eastern Alliance would never admit to such a thing. The Sword Sect and the other powers spoke with certainty and even claimed that they had proof. Everyone in the Innerverse, Outerverse and Neoverse knew about this. The Hall of Honor had urgently convened a board meeting to discuss this matter. The Sword Sect had proof, which was Ian's words and the image of the blue heroes being captured. Lu Ran bellowed. Lu Yin actually dared to join forces with the Sixth Mainland to deal with the Fifth Mainland Sword Sect. He's a traitor. San Liang retorted. You want to confirm that Lu Yin is a traitor based on just one person's words and the image of the blue heroes being captured? Director Lu Ran, you're from the Sword Sect, so this image cannot be trusted. Lu Ran angrily retorted. Director San Liang, haven't you heard the rumors outside? I know that you have a good relationship with Lu Yin, but that can't hide the fact that he's a traitor of the Fifth Mainland. There was a thump as San Liang slammed the table. Nonsense, Director Lu Ran, I think that you've gone mad. The Great Eastern Alliance has taken over the blazing mist flow zone, which has touched your Sword Sect's reverse scale. Lu Yin's betrayal of the Fifth Mainland is a fact. You can't hide it. The other directors listened quietly. Half of the board members opposed Lu Yin while the other half supported him. It was impossible for them to reach a conclusion. The rumors in the outside world grew more and more exaggerated, saying that Lu Yin had already sided with the Sixth Mainland and had taken old man Songqiong as his master. Others said that Lu Yin had been taken in as a progenitor and had hopes of becoming a progenitor, which was why he had betrayed the Fifth Mainland. Most people thought that it was just a rumor, but the evidence provided by the Sword Sect had won the trust of quite a number of people. The Sword Sect was truly certain that Lu Yin was going to work with Qinghua to deal with them. Thus, they had become anxious and spared no expense in spreading rumors in an attempt to use the general situation to stop Lu Yin. Lu Qinjua's expression turned ugly. I underestimated this kid's ambition. I thought that he had a bottom line, but I never thought that he would be willing to ally with the Sixth Mainland. Elder Li's voice was filled with murderous intent. Sect Master, Lu Ran has already done her best to create momentum for the Hall of Honor, but the Council has no way of containing Lu Yin unless the Interstellar Arbitration Office takes action. However, the Interstellar Arbitration Office has also turned a blind eye to this. Lu Qinjue snorted. Lu Yin's background in the Hall of Honor is too deep, and it's impossible for him to rely on the Hall of Honor unless something happens. I told you to contact the Seven Courts. How is it going? Although the Neoverse information was tightly sealed, the Sword Sect had still been able to obtain some information. For example, the battle in the Cosmic Sea had revealed that the true masterminds behind the scenes were the Seven Courts Xia family and Eternal Sky Island. The Xia family was Lu Yin's enemy, and Lu Qinjue hoped to obtain their support. Otherwise, no one would be able to stop the heavenly imprint. Elderly was helpless. It's very difficult for us to get close to the Seven Courts. Lu Ran mentioned this to Nan Yuan, but Nan Yuan ignored her. The Xia family has other plans. Lu Qinjue's eyes narrowed. He knew that it would be very difficult to get any help. Unless a half-ancestor appeared, it would be very difficult for anyone to contend against the heavenly imprint. After all, this was the Sixth Mainland's heavenly imprint powerhouse, and even in the entire Fifth Mainland, they were the most powerful powerhouses. Most people were waiting to see the Sword Sect become a laughingstock. If Qinghua did not take action, then there would be no point in helping the Sword Sect. If they did, then it would be perfect. If the Sword Sect was destroyed by Qinghua, then they would have concrete evidence of Lu Yin's collusion with the Sixth Mainland. Only then would those who were hostile towards Lu Yin have an excuse to attack. They did not care about the sword sect's survival. Sect Master, will Lu Yin really collude with Qinghua to attack our sword sect? Elder Lianxin asked as she arrived. Lu Qinjue frowned. I don't know. Logically speaking, now that the matter had been exposed, Lu Yin would not be so foolish as to continue doing so. However, who could say for sure? That kid had become too arrogant. Pass down the order to seal the mountain. Lu Qinjue looked at Lianxin seriously. Take Lu Tianmu, Lu Xiaoqiu, Long Yun, Li Zimo and the others away from the first flow zone. Elder Lianxin's heart sank as this was the worst-case scenario. The sword sect controlled the first flow zone, and they had their own methods and resources. However, against a single heavenly imprint, all of their methods were useless. The only thing they could do now was force Lu Yin to give up on allying with the Sixth Mainland. Otherwise, the sword sect would be in danger. Atop Sword Mountain, Lu Tianmu stood quietly and looked into the distance. Lu Xiaoqiu walked over. What's the matter? Of the 13 swords, which sword have you comprehended? Lu Tianmu asked calmly, still looking into the distance calmly. He looked at this familiar place where he had grown up. Lu Xiaoqiu answered, the 8th sword. Look carefully, this is the 9th sword. Lu Tianmu then raised her sword. Lu Xiaoqiu's eyes went wide. What do you mean? You want to teach me? The 13 swords can only be comprehended by oneself. Lu Tianmu did not say anything else and continued to display the 9th sword, 10th sword, 11th sword and 12th sword. Finally, she raised her sword and pointed it at Lu Xiaoqiu. This is the 13th sword. An hour later, Lu Tianmu left. As for Lu Xiaoqiu, he remained in the same spot for a full 5 days, completely motionless. Only on the 6th day did he wake up. His understanding of the 13 swords had reached a new level. Suddenly his expression changed. Not good. He vaguely remembered that when he had comprehended the 13 swords, Lu Tianmu had left and told him to live well. However, she had not said anything. 5 days ago, Elder Lianxin had informed them that she would be taking them away from the sword sect. But Lu Tianmu had left at this time. Lu Xiaoqiu had a bad premonition. You're awake. A voice came from behind him. Lu Xiaoqiu looked over and saw Long Yun sitting on a rock with a flask of wine in his hand. He was calmly looking into the distance. Why are you here? Lu Xiaoqiu was puzzled. Where is she? Eldest sister. Long Yun asked. Lu Xiaoqiu stared at Long Yun. Long Yun took a sip of wine and pointed at the ground. Lu Xiaoqiu's pupils constricted and he leaped out, stepping through the void and heading in a certain direction. Long Yun put down the flask of wine and looked into the distance with a complicated expression. Soon Lu Xiaoqiu arrived at a corner of the sword sect. All the higher-ups of the sword sect had gathered here, including Sect Master Lu Qinjue. Sect Master. Lu Xiaoqiu hurried behind Lu Qinjue. Did she go to get that sword? Elderly growled, impudent. Back down. Lu Xiaoqiu stubbornly stared at Lu Qinjue. Elder Lianxin sighed. Xiaoqiu, this is her choice. Why didn't you stop her? What is she trying to do? Lu Xiaoqiu shouted. No one answered him. Not long after, the ground cracked open and a strand of sword qi shot up from below, piercing the sky and tearing it apart. Everyone looked down and saw Lu Tianmu walk out step by step. Her clothes were stained with blood and there were many sword wounds on her body. She held 2 swords in her hands. One was her white sword, which everyone had seen before, while the other was a black sword that was filled with a terrifying aura. As Lu Tianmu's blood dripped down, the black sword actually flashed with a dark red light. Looked demonic and evil. Lu Qinjue looked at the black sword with a serious expression. She actually took it out. Heaven and earth lifespan. Elder Lianxin was shocked. She cultivated the calm heart sword and even her expression changed at this moment. Elder Lu Xian, and the others looked at the black sword and felt a chill run down their spines. They felt an unbearable fear as if they had seen their archenemy. Lu Tianmu walked forward step by step and the closer she got, the more serious her injuries were. Her entire back had been torn open and blood was dripping down her arms and feet. Even the large spectacles that she always wore were stained with blood. She swept her gaze across everyone in the sword sect before finally looking at Lu Qinjue. Sect Master, please help me challenge Lu Yin. Lu Qinjue's expression changed and he looked deeply at Lu Tianmu. No, Lu Xiaoqiu stopped her. He had always viewed Lu Tianmu as his rival. Although their relationship seemed ordinary, Only they knew how much they cared about each other. This was his sister and she was challenging someone she could not possibly defeat. So what if she had that sword? Lu Yin took over the blazing mist flow zone and injured Emperor Luo with a single palm. You all know that. Emperor Luo is an emissary, so do you think that you can defeat him with that sword? Lu Xiaoqiu roared and glared at Lu Tianmu. You know Lu Yin's strength better than anyone else. Don't court death. Lu Tianmu remained calm. Sect Master, please challenge Lu Yin. Lu Xiaoqiu looked at Lu Qinjue. Sect Master, you can't send her to her death. She's the most talented person in the history of the sword sect, and she's also the inheritor of the 13 swords. He can't die in vain. Lu Qinjue nodded. It looks like you've made your preparations. Since that's the case, I won't stop you. He then raised his gadget. Behind the group, Li Zimo watched quietly, his gaze drawn to the black sword. In front of Lu Yin at the Ross Empire's stronghold, Dragon Lord's giant claws descended, but Lu Yin easily dodged them. Dragon Lord attacked again, splitting into over 100 clones that covered almost half of the stronghold. However, he was still unable to harm Lu Yin. Over the past few days, Lu Yin had allowed Dragon Lord to spar with him, not because he wanted to cultivate, but because he wanted to suppress Dragon Lord. He did not believe in the Sylvan Dragon's loyalty, as they had even betrayed the Astral Beast domain. There was no such thing as loyalty. Lu Yin wanted to completely subdue them so that he could prepare for his next plan. Dragon Lord panted heavily as he stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. Back in the Sylvan Dragon realm, Dragon Lord's head had been crushed by Lu Yin, and that was when he had realized how terrifying this person was. However, he had never expected that he would not be able to harm Lu Yin even after using his full strength. Lu Yin was only an enlighter, so how did he do it? This is your extreme speed. Lu Yin was dissatisfied and disappointed. Dragon Lord answered, extreme speed allows me to create clones in the Astral Source universe, but it will easily attract the attention of the Astral Source universe. You don't have any treasures? Clones are clones of the Astral Source universe. However many clones there are, I have no treasures. Chapter 1651. Lu Yin had originally wanted to give Dragon Lord a treasure so that he could use his full strength, but after hearing Dragon Lord's words he didn't say anything else. He only had 50 aura-concealing stones, which weren't even enough for half of Dragon Lord's clones. He didn't waste any more words and continued fighting. Dragon Lord was trying to think of a way to defeat Lu Yin, but Lu Yin was thinking of other things. At that moment Ku Wei arrived, but he didn't transform into a giant. Lu Yin stopped. Master, the sword sect has gone mad. Lu Yin frowned. What's wrong? Do you remember Lu Tianmu of the 10 Arbiters? She wants to challenge you in the name of the sword sect. Ku Wei cried out. Lu Yin raised a brow. Lu Tianmu wants to challenge me? Lu Yin's first thought was that the sword sect had gone mad, but Lu Tianmu was even crazier. She knew that he was strong enough to defeat an emissary, but she still dared to challenge him. There must be something wrong with her head. When Dragon Lord heard this, he also felt that the sword sect had gone mad. Even the sword sect's elder Lien Exen, an emissary, might not be able to defeat this person. Lu Yin turned on his gadget and saw that the internet was already flooded with news of Lu Tianmu's challenge. Lu Yin could decide the time and location of the battle. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Something wasn't right. Lu Tianmu had either gone mad or she had made preparations. But what could make her so confident that she could defeat him? An external object? A power vessel? No, this sort of battle didn't allow the use of power vessels or external objects, so what was she relying on? Or was she stalling for time? Master, this woman has gone mad. You don't need to do anything. Little Wei can deal with her. Ku Wei was eager to fight Lu Tianmu as he felt that he could take on one of the 10 arbiters. Lu Yin waved for them to leave while he continued to look at the information on the internet. Not long after, Li Zimo contacted him. Lu Tianmu took a sword from beneath the sword sect. It's a black sword that came from Lu Guai. Lu Guai. Lu Yin was shocked. He had heard of this name before. It came from Buried Weep. Her innate gift was a book that allowed her to borrow the power of the dead, such as Shield 9 and Lu Guai. She had once borrowed Lu Guai's 13 swords, which had left a deep impression on Lu Yin. Lu Guai was a very strange person in the history of the sword sect, but he could also be a very strange person. He could practice the 13 swords in less than 5 years. He was a genius, but he was stuck on the 13th sword for 20 years. Nobody knew why. Even though he had experienced love and affection, he still couldn't understand the 13th sword. In the end, no one knows exactly how he comprehended the 13th sword, but his 13th sword is the same as Lu Tianmu's. It cannot be avoided, Li Zimo explained. It was a very ordinary experience. If that was all he had, then Lu Guai wouldn't have been able to enter the annals of the sword sect. At most, he would have been considered one of the successors of the 13 swords, and he wouldn't have been able to bear the title of strange and demonic. I asked Master why Lu Guai's sword was suppressed beneath the sword sect, and Master only said that Lu Guai's 13 swords were very strange and similar to his own feelings. Master didn't say anything else, but he did say that Lu Guai died at the hands of someone from the sword sect, Li Zimo said solemnly. Lu Yin's expression changed. Someone from the sword sect had died at the hands of someone from the sword sect? That was strange. The sword sect valued the 13 swords greatly, and a disciple who had grasped the 13 swords had died at the hands of his own people. If Lu Guai had died at the hands of the sword sect, then how had the people from Buried Weep been able to borrow his power? Where's Lu Guai's body? I don't know. All I know is that he died at the hands of the sword sect. Master didn't say anything else. Right, Lu Guai's sword is called, Heaven and Earth Will Live Together. Li Zimo ended the call. Lu Yin put down his gadget and grinned. No wonder Lu Tianmu had dared to challenge him. It seemed that there was something wrong with Lu Guai's sword. However, he couldn't use external objects in a battle, so even if there was something wrong with Lu Guai's sword, would it be of any help to her? Would she be able to block his palm? Lu Yin was a cautious person, but Lu Tianmu was no fool. Since he had dared to challenge Lu Yin, then he had to have a certain level of confidence. The problem definitely lay with Lu Guai. Lu Yin contacted De Qiu and San Liang, intending to use the Hall of Honor's power to investigate Lu Guai. The Hall of Honor had once captured Lu Guai and taken him to Kuan's swamp, so no one knew the sword sect better than the Hall of Honor. Alliance Master Lu Guai is one of the many powerhouses who grasped the 13 swords. There's nothing special about him, De Qiu messaged Lu Yin. The Interstellar Court had no records of Lu Guai, so he could only look at San Liang's records. Not long after, San Liang contacted Lu Yin. The Board of Overseers only recorded one thing about Lu Guai: he's gone mad. Lu Yin was confused. Gone mad? Yes, but no one cares about the specifics because Lu Guai went mad and was purged by the sword sect. That year it said that the sword sect sealed themselves off, and only they know the specifics, San Liang said. He had checked the Board of Overseers records. Regardless of whether it was the Interstellar Court, the Outerverse Army, or the Lockbreaker Society, the Board of Overseers had the authority to look into any information that was being investigated by the Hall of Honor's subordinate organizations. Lu Yin fell into deep thought. It seemed that this Lu Guai was quite famous, but if even the Hall of Honor could only find out this much, then only the Sword Sect and Burial Garden would know more about Lu Guai. Burial Garden was a mysterious place, and Lu Yin had no way of contacting them. Lu Yin was about to hang up when San Liang hesitated. Alliance Master, there's something that I'm not sure if I should say. What is it? Lu Yin asked. San Liang continued. The Great Eastern Alliance is joining forces with the Sixth Mainland to deal with the Sword Sect, and the Board of Overseers is debating it. Alliance Master Lu, you're not really joining forces with the Sixth Mainland, are you? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. What's your stance? San Liang was stunned. What? You're expressing your stance. Tell me, what's your stance? Lu Yin asked calmly. San Liang's face paled. Alliance Master Lu, I'm not expressing my stance, but... San Liang, do you still remember how you contacted Wang Wen? Lu Yin asked in a low voice. San Liang's heart sank. I remember, Alliance Master Lu. I was able to push you up to become a director of the Hall of Honor and reach the peak of the Fifth Mainland, but I can also push you down and consign you to eternal damnation. What I want to do is none of your business, and it's not up to you to express your stance, Lu Yin said coldly. San Liang's face paled. I understand, Alliance Master. I'm sorry, but I won't do it again. Lu Yin ended the call and stared at the sky. Once a person reached a high position, they would easily become arrogant, and San Liang was one of those people. He had once desperately wanted to become a director, and he had even wasted his cultivation time researching psychology. This showed just how great his desires were. Now that he had succeeded, he was no longer satisfied with being a puppet of the Great Eastern Alliance, and he wanted to express his stance. Fortunately, Lu Yin had discovered this in time. Otherwise, once San Liang's ambitions had swelled, Lu Yin would have had no choice but to replace him, which would have been too troublesome. San Liang was just one of the tens of thousands of people under Lu Yin's control, and the others might be the same. What about Wei Rong? Lu Yin still cared about Wei Rong the most, as that person was too intelligent. The more intelligent a person was, the less likely they would show it. Fortunately, Lu Yin had buried a chess piece by Wei Rong's side. Lu Yin looked at his gadget and turned it on. Since the sword sect wanted to challenge him, he could not refuse. No matter what strange methods this Lu Guai had, Lu Yin did not believe that he could make Lu Tianmu challenge him. He had always been the one challenging others. The battle was scheduled to take place in 7 days. Lu Yin thought about the location and his lips curled up. The sword sect. The sword sect's former 10 arbiters, Lu Tianmu, had formally challenged Lu Yin, which quickly caused an uproar. Countless gazes were drawn over and everyone was discussing this matter. Although most people knew that it was unlikely for Lu Tianmu to win, as Lu Yin had left a deep impression on them during the final battle of the Sovereign Tournament, there were still some who supported Lu Tianmu. After all, the sword sect's 13 swords was too famous. Even though Lu Yin had faced the 13 swords head-on and remained unharmed, there were still some who supported the 13 swords. Lu Tianmu sat cross-legged atop Sword Mountain, one black and one white. 2 swords stood on either side of him as he waited for Lu Yin's reply. Lu Xiaoqia was apprehensive. Long Yun and the rest felt conflicted. The former 10 arbiters had now been reduced to challenging someone else. At this moment, even Lu Qinjue and the rest were waiting for Lu Yin's reply. Sect Master, Lu Yin has agreed to the battle in 7 days. The location. Elderly paused and his expression darkened. The sword sect's sword array plaza. Lu Qinjue frowned. Lu Yin was actually in the sword sect? Was he too confident or too arrogant? The sword sect was now his enemy, not his friend, yet he still dared to challenge them? Many of the sword sect disciples were furious. The sword sect's sword mountain constantly emitted sword qi, which was both a tempering effect for the sword sect disciples and also more suitable for them to fight. Lu Yin was too arrogant, and he had actually set the location of the battle at the sword sect's sword array plaza, where he had once destroyed a sword array. Accept his challenge. I'll wait for him at the sword array plaza in 7 days, Lu Tianmu said. Lu Qinjue nodded and raised his head. Sword sect disciples, open the gates and prepare to welcome our esteemed guest. The next day, cultivators arrived at the first flow zone one after another, all of them wanting to enter the sword sect to watch the battle between Lu Tianmu and Lu Yin. Most of them were youths, as the 10 arbiters had only recently retired due to their age. In many people's eyes, the 10 arbiters were still in control of the younger generation. Not many people from the older generation came to watch, especially the great powers. They all knew that Lu Yin had the ability to fight against an emissary, and even though they were curious as to why Lu Tianmu had challenged him, the result was obvious. They were more willing to believe that the sword sect was just stalling for time. Lu Yin had teamed up with the 6th Mainland's venerable Qinghua to deal with the sword sect, which meant that the sword sect was playing tricks. In many people's eyes, this battle was nothing more than a farce. In the Neoverse, in the serious sect, Sect Master Yuanqiong arrived at Elder Zhou Xian's cultivation area with an ugly expression. Elder Lu Yin is in trouble. Elder Zhou Xian opened his eyes, which were filled with dissatisfaction, helplessness and anger. What's wrong with him now? Yuanqiong was bitter as he had not wanted to come, but Lu Yin had been unable to contact Elder Zhou Xian, so Elder Zhou Xian had contacted him instead. Yuanqiong had no choice but to come. He wants Elder to protect him for a few days. Elder Zhou Xian was furious. Impudent. He wants me to protect him? What gives him the right to do that? Yuanqiong was helpless. He says that without Elder's protection he won't live long. Elder Zhou Xian gritted his teeth. Doesn't he have the flying willow flower by his side? He says that the enemy might be a powerhouse from the 6th mainland with a power level of over 1 million. Elder Zhou Xian's eyes trembled. What's going on? Chapter 1652. Yuanqiong told Elder Zhou Xian about everything that had happened recently, especially when he mentioned how the serious sect had helped Lu Yin trick the Lingling clan. Yuanqiong was very displeased. Elder, this Lu Yin is becoming more and more outrageous. He's relying on the treasure beneath his feet to make unreasonable demands. Not only is he asking the serious sect to help him with his schemes, but he's even asking you to protect him. He's becoming more and more presumptuous. Elder Zhou Xian frowned. Are you saying that there are rumors that he's going to join forces with the Sixth Mainland's venerable Qinghua to deal with the sword sect? Yuan Qiong nodded. We didn't take it seriously at first, but now that Lu Yin wants you to protect him, it seems like there really is something going on between him and Qinghua. Elder Zhou Xian's expression grew solemn. This matter involved the Sixth Mainland's celestial imprint, which was no ordinary powerhouse. The Sixth Mainland already suppressed the Fifth Mainland, and with the Sixth Mainland's imprint and various other methods, even Elder Zhou Xian wasn't confident that he could deal with Qinghua. How could Lu Yin be related to such a person? Right, Elder, Lu Yin wants you to go to the sword sect, Yuan Qiong said. Elder Zhou Xian's face twitched. He wants me to help him deal with the sword sect? That's not it. A disciple from the sword sect challenged Lu Yin, and Lu Yin set the location of the battle at the sword sect, Yuan Qiong said. Elder Zhou Xian's first thought was that this bastard was too much of a troublemaker. He had actually set the location of the battle at someone else's home. Wasn't this a provocation? He couldn't help but want to find Elder Gong and forcefully take back the treasure. He couldn't be led by the nose by this bastard, but after some thought he decided against it. If he could take it back he would have done so long ago. Ever since Elder Yao Shan had been sullen, the entire upper echelon of the serious sect had become increasingly sullen. Elder Zhou Xian was the one who felt it the most, but he couldn't refuse. Otherwise, if Lu Yin died, the serious sect's treasure would be lost. 5 days had passed, and there were only 2 days left until the battle between Lu Tianmu and Lu Yin. On this day, when Xianxia arrived and was invited to enter the sword sect. At this moment, many distinguished guests had already arrived, including Little Mountain God Ling Gong, Ling Ke, Xing Kai, and the others. These people had heard that Lu Tianmu had challenged Lu Yin, so they had immediately rushed over. Wendy Yushan had also come with the Spirit Palace and was waiting outside the Sword Matrix Square. Some of the stronger rogue cultivators were also invited to enter. On the 6th day, Starsabil arrived at the Sword Sect and saw a large group of familiar faces. Outside the Sword Array Square, there were more than 1 million spectators. Even though these cultivators were far away, they could still see the battle. Lu Tianmu sat in the Sword Array Plaza and waited quietly. Her white sword had been stored away in her cosmic ring, leaving only the black longsword in her hand. It was Lu Guai's longsword. Many people were curious about that black longsword. They had never seen Lu Tianmu use it before. When Sansi and the others had asked the sword sect disciple, but the sword sect disciple did not say anything. At most they could only find out Lu Guai's name but nothing more. Starsabil, what do you think of this battle? Can you perform a divination? When Sansi asked. He was not too far away from Starsabil and was surrounded by Xing Kai and some people from the Spirit Palace. These people received a lot of attention as they were all former members of the 10 Arbiters. Now, the Universe Youth Council had similarly replaced them, but it was no longer one of the 10 Arbiters. The 10 Arbiters belonged to them alone, and in their generation they were undeniably the strongest of their generation. However, Lu Yin was still one of the 10 Arbiters. The only difference was that he did not interact with the other 9, and they did not dare to contact him either. They felt like they were not from the same generation even though Lu Yin was about the same age as them. Starsabil looked at Lu Tianmu sitting there calmly and said, "There's no need to perform a divination. Lu Tianmu has no chance of winning?" When Sansi asked. Starsabil smiled. "You know that very well. What if we were included?" Ling Gong suddenly spoke up, giving Ling Ke a fright. "No way. You want to go as well?" Wendy Yushan looked at Ling Gong. Ling Gong clenched her fists. She would never forget Lu Yin's provocation when he had first returned. He had actually said that he wanted to challenge one of the 10 Arbiters. Even if they joined forces they would not be able to defeat him, but they would at least beat him to a pulp. "That's interesting, but there's still no need to perform a divination. The difference between you two is too great," Starsabil said. Ling Ke grinned as he had thought that Lu Yin was no match for him back when he had been called a 10 Arbiters candidate. But now he could not even defeat the 10 Arbiters combined. That guy was truly a beast. He had no idea where Mu Rong had gone to. On the 7th day, Lu Yin arrived with the flying willow leaves and appeared outside of Sword Mountain. Everyone watched as Lu Yin stepped into the Sword Formation Plaza and sat down 100 meters away from Lu Tianmu. No one spoke and they simply watched in silence. Lu Tianmu opened his eyes and met Lu Yin's gaze. You should know how strong I am. Did that sword give you the confidence to challenge me? Lu Yin asked as he looked at the black sword with interest. It was Lu Guai's sword. Lu Tianmu calmly replied, tomorrow is the day of the duel. I thought that you would only arrive tomorrow. Lu Yin looked around. I came earlier so that I can take a good look at the sword sect. I was in a hurry the last time so I didn't take a good look at the Sword Formation Plaza and the pond where Senior Lu fishes. Soon this place will be mine. Lu Tianmu shivered. Lu Yin's voice was not loud but it was not soft either. He did not hide anything and his words caused an uproar among the spectators as well as the sword sect's disciples. Elderly wanted nothing more than to kill Lu Yin. Lu Qinjue's face fell. Lu Yin was too unbridled and he truly did not care about the sword sect. Lu Xiaoqiu gripped his sword's hilt tightly. During the astral combat tournament they had been evenly matched but now there was an invisible gap between them. Ling Ke was speechless. This guy has become more and more arrogant since I last saw him. I almost died at the hands of the Great Eastern Alliance back in the blazing mist flow zone. Ling Ke stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin had changed from before and even his temperament was different. He must have experienced something while he had been missing and he did not even care about the sword sect. Your goal is the inner verse, Lu Tianmu said. Lu Yin was astonished. It's rare that you're interested in that. Lu Tianmu placed a hand on her black sword. I'll do my best in tomorrow's battle and I hope that you won't hold back either. With the current gap between her and Lu Yin, Lu Tianmu's words sounded more like a death wish. Qinghua Shangren had put too much pressure on the sword sect, or else Lu Tianmu would not have taken the risk to challenge him. Lu Yin looked around and saw many familiar faces. He saw Wendy Yushan and immediately thought of Undying Yushan. This thorn in his heart was growing deeper and deeper and he could not remove it no matter what. When he felt the provocative gazes he looked at Ling Ke who was next to Wendy Yushan with a disdainful look. Ling Ke raised his brows and clenched his fists. His white armor creaked as he stepped forward, wanting to fight Lu Yin first. Ling Ke quickly pulled Ling Ke back. Calm down, calm down. Ling Ke snorted and glared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at Stargazer. When it was Starsabil's turn she saw Xing Kai and then Lu Qinjue. The sword sect master looked at Lu Yin in a completely different light. In the past he had looked at Lu Yin as if he were a junior. At that time, Lu Yin had indeed not been a match for him. Now however his gaze was filled with fear and an almost undetectable killing intent. Lu Yin believed that if possible, the sword sect master would rather be cursed by countless people than kill Lu Yin on Sword Mountain. Unfortunately he could not do so. Aside from these people, there were also people from the various major flow zones of the Innerverse who had come to watch the battle. Lu Yin did not know how many of them were from the 6th mainland. However, there should not be many as this battle was like child's play to many people. The next day quickly arrived and as the sun shone down, the sword chi beneath Lu Yin's feet rose up like a rain of swords. This day the sword chi seemed to be much sharper. Lu Tianmu opened her eyes and stood up. She sheathed her black sword and used her star energy to form a sword that resembled the white sword that she always wore. Lu Yin stood across from her and raised a hand. Just one palm and you're finished. Lu Tianmu gripped her sword tightly and did not speak. However, I'll give you a chance to attack. That should be within your expectations. Lu Yin looked at Lu Tianmu. I'm very curious as to what kind of power you have to defeat me. Even if Lu Guai comes back to life, it's unlikely that he'll be able to defeat me. But you, with that sword of yours, you'll be able to do it in just a few days. I'm very curious. Lu Tianmu's tone was calm. I'll let you see. Lu Yin smiled and raised his hand. Then, under everyone's shocked and incredulous gazes, his star energy transformed into a sword. The sword's appearance caused Lu Qinjue's expression to change. It was a green longsword with a hilt that was half the length of the blade. The hilt and blade were intertwined in a pattern that resembled a strange beast, but it also resembled water droplets intersecting to form the shape of a trident. The entire sword was smooth and natural, and the moment it appeared, anyone who saw it would feel as if they were standing in the middle of an ocean. Lu Qinjue's mind went blank as he stared fixedly at the sword. How is this possible? Impossible. How does he know about that sword? Behind Lu Qianjue, elder Lianxin frowned. It was a familiar sword, as if she had seen it somewhere before. In the entire sword sect, they were the only ones who cared about the sword's appearance. Everyone else was surprised that Lu Yin was actually using a sword. Up until now, Lu Yin had rarely used a weapon in battle. In the final battle of the Sovereign Tournament, he had used the Go Lian to defeat all the experts of his generation. Everyone's impression of him was that Go Lian. Now he was actually using a sword to fight against a disciple of the sword sect. This showed that he was looking down on the sword sect. Ling Kei's mouth fell open. That's too much of a slap in the face. Ling Gong's eyes flickered as he stared at Lu Yin. He had really changed, and he was actually humiliating the sword sect like this. Wendy Yushan was puzzled, as Lu Yin did not seem like such a person. Was he intentionally humiliating Lu Tianmu? This was the first thought that came to everyone's mind when they saw Lu Yin's star energy transform into a sword. Many people cursed Lu Yin under their breaths, as they all knew that his strength far surpassed Lu Tianmu's. Was there a need to humiliate him like this? Defeating Lu Tianmu with a sword technique that he was not proficient in would be a great humiliation to Lu Tianmu and the entire sword sect. Starsabil did not understand what Lu Yin was trying to do. Lu Tianmu looked at the sword that Lu Yin had transformed into and slowly unsheathed it. You want to defeat me with sword techniques? Lu Yin smiled and glanced at Lu Qianjue. When he saw the change in Lu Qianjue's expression, he knew that Lu Qianjue had recognized the sword that Lu Yin had transformed into. This sword belonged to Emperor Lu, and it had gone missing after Emperor Lu had been captured by the Hall of Honor. Lu Yin wanted Lu Qianjue to recognize this sword. Chapter 1653. The entire sword sect was resisting Lu Yin because he was an outsider. If it had been someone from the sword sect who had unified the Innerverse, they would not have been so resistant. But now the sword sect had formed a will under external pressure, and they would rather die than live in disgrace. Lu Qianjue was the controller of this will, and now that the Lu Emperor's sword had appeared, Lu Qianjue would definitely be shaken, and so would this will. However, this was only the first step. Lu Yin had set the location of the battle in the sword sect in order to completely destroy the sword sect's will to resist. Absolute power was not enough, and even someone with a power level in the millions would not be able to do so. The sword sect had vowed to resist to the death, and this was what cultivators were like. There was only one thing that could destroy their will: swordsmanship. The sword sect was most proud of their swordsmanship, and it was also what united them. They considered themselves the emperors of the sword, and the only thing that could obtain their recognition and destroy their will was swordsmanship as well. Lu Yin looked at Lu Tianmu seriously. The sword sect's 13 swords is famous throughout the universe. I'm not talented enough, but I would like to experience it with my swordsmanship. Lu Tianmu's eyes went wide as everyone could hear the provocation in Lu Yin's words. The sword sect disciples were even more furious. Lu Tianmu did not hesitate and slashed out with the first sword of the 13 swords. Lu Yin also attacked with the exact same posture. He raised his sword and slashed down with the first sword of the 13 swords. The swords collided in the void with a loud bang, and the entire space was sliced in two. Sword chi collided with sword chi, creating a sharp aura that swept through the entire plaza. The spectators hurriedly retreated and looked over in shock. Many rubbed their eyes, wondering if they had seen wrongly. Had Lu Yin just used the 13 swords? The sword sect disciples were all speechless, unable to believe their eyes. 13 swords? Lu Qianjue took a step forward and stared at Lu Yin. That's right, it was the 13 swords. This kid actually knew the 13 swords. How could this be? Only one person in the entire sword sect had ever received the inheritance of the 13 swords, and there were two of the most outstanding people in this generation. But how did this kid know it? Had he received the inheritance of the 13 swords? Impossible, the 13 swords did not exist in the outside world. Lu Qianxio's eyes narrowed. The 13 swords. It's fake, right? Senior apprentice brother, that's not the 13 swords, right? The sword sect disciple's voice was hoarse. Of course it's fake. How could an outsider possibly know the 13 swords? This Lu Yin is despicable. He's using his absolute power to forcefully imitate the 13 swords. His power level surpasses eldest senior sisters, and he's using that to make up for his lack of sword techniques. Despicable. Lu Yin is despicable, he imitated the 13 swords. Despicable. 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 Lu Yin withdrew his hand and looked around. Despicable? He smiled. The more they shouted, the more it proved that they cared about the 13 swords and were unwilling to admit that he had used the 13 swords. The 13 swords was the sword sect's most invincible sword technique, but it was also the sword sect's greatest flaw. Lu Tianmu stared at Lu Yin in shock. There was a wound on her arm, but it wasn't deep. It couldn't even be considered a light injury. However, she had been defeated in the first strike. Lu Tianmu attacked again. His second sword was a domain sword. Many people had domains, and the invisible domain had completely surpassed Lu Tianmu's. However, the strength of a domain did not mean that it could be used in conjunction with a sword technique. The second sword was a domain sword technique unique to the sword sect's 13 swords. Lu Yin attacked at the same time as Lu Tianmu using a domain sword. Another wound appeared on Lu Tianmu's arm. She had been defeated again. She had been defeated by the domain sword. 10 more. The third sword caused the disciples of the sword sect to shout even louder. Despicable. Despicable. The third sword, the fourth sword and the fifth sword all combined man and sword, sword and domain, man and sword as one. As Lu Tianmu slashed out, Lu Yin raised his hand at the same time and slashed out with the same fifth sword. He didn't heavily injure Lu Tianmu, and each strike only left a slight mark on Lu Tianmu's body. His goal was to force Lu Tianmu to unleash sword after sword. He had fused with Lu Huang and he had seen and experienced the 13 swords. If he had used it alone, he might not have been able to use it so smoothly. However, it was different with Lu Tianmu as a template. Lu Yin was confident that he could use the 13 swords in its entirety and completely destroy the sword sect's will. Lu Qinjue's face paled. He had thought of this, but he couldn't stop it. He had never imagined that Lu Yin would know the 13 swords. It was no wonder why he had set the location of the battle at the sword sect. He wanted to completely destroy the sword sect. Tianmu, don't compare the 13 swords with him, Lu Qinjue transmitted to Lu Tianmu. But how could Lu Tianmu give up? She was also a disciple of the sword sect, and she didn't want to believe that Lu Yin had truly comprehended the 13 swords. This was a challenge to her faith and she couldn't back down. The 7th sword, 8th sword, 9th sword and 10th sword. Lu Yin slashed out with severing stars and it was exactly the same as Lu Tianmu's. Even the power was the same. The space around the sword formation plaza was cut apart. Lu Tianmu directly used the 11th sword, Sword Splitter. Lu Yin raised his hand, Sword Splitter. The disciples of the sword sect were no longer shouting. Even an idiot could see that Lu Yin had truly used the 13 swords, the complete 13 swords. Lu Xiaoqiu's face paled and he felt like the world was collapsing around him. He could accept losing to Lu Yin and he could accept being left far behind by Lu Yin. He could even accept that he would never be able to catch up to Lu Yin in this lifetime. However, he absolutely could not accept that Lu Yin had learned the 13 swords. Moreover, it was the complete 13 swords. He had completely surpassed him. Many of the sword sect's disciples looked at Lu Yin with complicated expressions. Every time Lu Yin used a sword, their despair increased. Li Zimo also had a complicated expression. Even though he had been sent to the sword sect by Lu Yin, it was impossible for him to be emotionless after being in the sword sect for so long. He had also been influenced by the 13 swords and felt that they were similar to the disciples of the sword sect. He didn't believe that an outsider could learn it. But now Lu Yin had actually used it, which was a huge blow to him, let alone the other disciples. When Lu Yin used the 12th sword, one of the sword sect's disciples loosened his grip, and his sword fell to the ground with a soft thump. It was a very soft sound, but it was like a thunderclap. Lu Qinjue knew that Lu Yin had destroyed the will of all the sword sect's disciples. The sword sect was powerless against Lu Yin. At that moment, Lu Qinjue seemed to have aged greatly. Lu Tianmu closed her eyes. There were 12 wounds on her body, which meant that she had lost 12 swords. That person had really used the 13 swords. Was he a monster? Lu Yin exhaled. He had successfully used the 13 swords. Fortunately, there was still one last sword left. Lu Tianmu suddenly opened her eyes, raised her sword and slashed horizontally. This was the 13th sword. Lu Yin was just about to use it when a strange feeling spread from the bottom of his heart. In an instant, everything around him changed. The spectators were no longer from the 5th mainland, but rather the rulers of the astral tree's 4-way scale. Lu family bastard, I didn't expect you to still be alive. Lu family bastard, your Lu family should be exiled. Lu family bastard. If you don't want to cause a civil war, then kill yourself. Lu family bastard, Lu family bastard. Lu Yin stood in place. He finally understood why Lu Tianmu had dared to challenge him and why Lu Guai had gone crazy. Lu Guai's 13th sword was different from the others. The 13th sword was known as the Sword of Emotions. Emotions could be transformed into a sword, whether it was family, love, or friendship. Humans could not be emotionless, and even emotionless emotions were emotions. Thus, the 13th sword could not be avoided. Lu Guai's 13th sword had deviated. His 13th sword was not a slash but rather a lure. It drew out the most hateful emotions in a person's heart. It was no wonder that Lu Guai had gone crazy. He had been driven crazy by his own 13th sword. Unfortunately, even though the 13th sword could draw out the deepest hatred in Lu Yin's heart, it could not cause him to fall into a trance. He had even learned the Day Knight's tribute, and that trance was similar to Lu Guai's 13th sword. For many years, the Day Knight clan and the sword sect had been fighting for first place in the Innerverse, which was quite interesting. The Day Knight clan had the Day Knight's tribute, but no one had learned it. The sword sect had Lu Guai's 13th sword, but no one had learned it either. Hold on, Lu Yin suddenly thought of something. If Lu Guai's 13th sword was really like this, then why did others think that he had learned it? He must have really learned the 13th sword, but this sword? No, this sword. Could it be the 14th sword? Lu Guai had failed to cultivate the 14th sword in seclusion, but he had succeeded in cultivating it in Earth's swamp. Lu Guai had also comprehended the 14th sword, but he had managed to cultivate this move which had driven him crazy. It had also caused the sword sect to seal itself, which had resulted in heavy losses. This was the 14th sword, Lu Guai's 14th sword. Lu Yin raised his head to look at Lu Tianmu and their eyes met. Lu Tianmu seemed to be in a daze, and her body swayed a few times before collapsing to the ground. She only had the strength for one sword, and when she had challenged Lu Yin, she had already decided that Lu Yin would not make the first move. Furthermore, Lu Yin had once ignored the 13th sword, so she wanted to use this sword technique of Lu Guai's. No matter how strong a person was, their most basic emotions were difficult to control. She had gambled on this, hoping to use Lu Guai's sword technique to draw out the deepest hatred in Lu Yin's heart and cause him to go crazy like Lu Guai had in the past. If Lu Guai went crazy, he would be destroyed by the sword sect. If Lu Yin went crazy, the sword sect and the others would all act, and no one would be able to say anything even if they destroyed him. Outside the Sword Array Plaza, everyone was silent as they could not understand this sword technique. Lu Qinjue and a few others knew, and they all stared at Lu Yin. Go crazy, go crazy, go crazy. Unfortunately, they had all failed. The sword in Lu Yin's hand disappeared, and he turned to look at Lu Qinjue with a slight smile. Lu Qinjue's heart sank and he closed his eyes. Had he failed? Lu Xiaoqiu leapt into the Sword Array Plaza and picked up Lu Tianmu to examine her. Don't worry, she won't be able to comprehend that sword technique in just a few days. She's only used it, so she hasn't gone crazy yet. Lu Xiaoqiu looked at Lu Yin in disbelief. How did you learn the 13 swords? Lu Yin smiled. I learned it from watching you guys use it often. Actually, I'm very talented with the sword and I like it very much. Lu Xiaoqiu was speechless for a moment, as there seemed to be no other reason besides this. Everyone who heard Lu Yin's words were speechless. Just because he saw it, he could learn it? Just because he saw it, he could learn it? Then what about all the disciples of the sword sect and the countless people who had died at the hands of the 13 swords over the years? Were they all idiots? Chapter 1654. The sword sect's disciples looked at Lu Yin numbly, not knowing how to face him. After all, he had grasped the sword sect's greatest secret. Those from Spirit Palace who had been planning to intervene did not move, as they had all been dealt a huge blow. Lu Yin had not even displayed a single bit of his strength, and from the start to the end, the 13 swords had not only left the sword sect's disciples breathless, but everyone else as well. Sect Master Lu, although this battle was short, everyone here is a guest from afar. I'm sure you don't mind staying for a cup of tea before you leave. Lu Yin smiled at Lu Qinjue. Lu Qinjue looked deeply at Lu Yin before looking around. Thank you for visiting the sword sect. Please stay for a cup of tea before you leave. The sword sect is honored. He then asked Elder Li to entertain the guests while he invited Lu Yin to chat alone. Lu Yin's battle with Lu Tianmu had shocked countless people. Everyone knew that Lu Yin had surpassed Lu Tianmu by a large margin, but they had been curious as to why Lu Tianmu had felt that he could challenge Lu Yin. He must have had a trump card, but no one had expected to see the 13 swords against the 13 swords in the end. Lu Yin's extraordinary innate gift had shocked too many people. Was the 13 swords so easy to learn? However, he had actually managed to do so. This was an unfathomable innate gift. It was still the same fish pond, but Lu Qinjue was no longer in the mood to fish. Alliance Master Lu, where did you learn the 13 swords? Lu Qinjue asked as he stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin shrugged. I learned it while watching. Lu Qinjue shook his head. If the 13 swords were so easy to learn, my sword sect would have been invincible a long time ago, and Lu Chuyu would not have gone to Iron Blood Weave. I remember the first time I met Senior here. You caught a fish from the Gone planet, and this pond is connected to all of the mountains and rivers in the first flow zone. Senior's spirit was so great that it scared this junior. Lu Yin nodded and said, Senior, this is where I first met you. Lu Qinjue looked at Lu Yin. Alliance Master Lu, you've also asked me how to build a fish pond like this and I can help. How large would you like this pond to cover? Lu Yin touched the cold water. There's no need to build it. This pond is already quite good. Lu Qinjue's gaze turned cold. Alliance Master Lu, are you determined to take this pond? That's right. Lu Qinjue frowned. His fingers twitched as he prepared to attack. The arranged battle had been instigated by the Sword Sect. If he killed Lu Yin within the Sword Sect, then it would be a huge stain on the Sword Sect's reputation. Regardless of whether or not he succeeded, he would still be attacked by the forces behind Lu Yin. With his back to Lu Qinjue, Lu Yin calmly looked at the fish pond. Lu Qinjue stared at Lu Yin's back. At this moment Lu Feihua wasn't around, so he had a 90% chance of success. Should he attack or not? Lu Qinjue's eyes flickered. Lu Yin remained calm. After a while Lu Qinjue sighed and walked over to Lu Yin's side, where he sat down and looked at the pond. He had hoped that Lu Qinjue would take action. Lu Qinjue hadn't been able to kill him this time, not only because of the armor, but also because of Elder Zhou Xian, who had arrived at the Sword Sect ahead of time. Elder Zhou Xian was invited to deal with Qinghua Shangren, but he also had the intention of using him to deal with the Sword Sect. Just now, once Lu Qinjue attacked, his position as the sect master would be over. It was a pity. I really can't imagine how a genius like you could be born in this universe, Alliance Master Lu. Lu Qinjue sighed, his tone full of helplessness. Lu Yin smiled. Actually, my 13 swords came from the sword steel. Lu Qinjue was confused at first, but then he seemed to recall something and blurted out, the Lu family sword steel? Lu Yin nodded and met Lu Qinjue's gaze. Senior should know where I went when I went missing. The Lu family sword steel is in that region of space and I met Lu Tianmu there. You inherited the 13 swords from the sword steel. The 13 swords are quite famous in that region of space, so it's not surprising that I managed to learn them. Lu Qinjue knew that Lu Yin had gone to that region of space because Lu Tianmu had been honest with him. He knew that Lu Yin had received the sword steel's inheritance, but he hadn't expected it to be the 13 swords. At the time, Lu Tianmu hadn't known what Lu Yin's inheritance was either. The source box arrays that Lu Yin had shown to the outside world were all from the fifth mainland, not the sword steel. I should have known. How can you learn the 13 swords just by looking at them? You received the sword steel's inheritance, so the 13 swords should have come from there. Lu Yin learning the 13 swords was a huge blow to everyone in the sword sect. Lu Yin listened to Lu Qinjue's bitter words and quietly watched the water flow. Then what about the sword? Lu Qinjue asked. Lu Yin was confused. What sword? Lu Qinjue raised a hand, and his star energy transformed into a sword that looked exactly like the one Lu Yin had transformed into. Lu Yin was astonished. Sect Master, are you interested in this sword style? I just thought of it by accident. Lu Qinjue lowered his voice. Alliance Master Lu, let's not beat around the bush. You've seen this sword before. Where is it? Lu Yin shook his head. I really don't know what Senior is talking about. It was just a flash of inspiration that led me to think of this sword style. Lu Qinjue frowned. What will it take for Alliance Master Lu to tell me? Lu Yin was helpless. Really was a flash of inspiration. If Senior doesn't believe me, then there's nothing I can do. However, there's something I'd like to ask Senior. He looked at Lu Qinjue. Why did the sword sect interfere in the battle in the Cosmic Sea back then? Lu Qianjue answered honestly. Without Leon's armada, the Great Eastern Alliance is nothing to worry about. I also have a question. Alliance Master Lu, are you really going to join forces with Guru Qinghua to deal with my sword sect? Lu Yin replied, I'm definitely going to deal with the sword sect. As for whether or not it's Guru Qinghua, take a guess. Lu Qianjue frowned. Why didn't you act earlier? And why did Alliance Master Lu turn his back to me? The two looked at each other before looking away. Lu Yin stood up. Chatting with senior is always beneficial. This is my second visit to the sword sect, and the next time I come, everything might be different. Lu Qianjue calmly looked at the pond. That depends on whether you have the ability to enter. I hope that when that time comes, senior will still be as elegant as ever, Lu Yin said before turning to leave. He bumped into Elder Xianxia and his eyes lit up. Elder Xianxia, I've heard a lot about you. Elder Xianxia looked at Lu Yin indifferently. I've heard a lot about you, Alliance Master Lu. I've also heard about Elder Lianxian's calm heart sword. Your disciple's battle with Wang Yi during the sovereign tournament was very exciting, Lu Yin praised. Elder Lianxian shook her head. I can't compare to Alliance Master Lu. Why? Is Alliance Master Lu interested in my calm heart sword? Do you want to display it once and see if Alliance Master Lu can learn it? There's no need. I'm too impatient to learn the calm heart sword. Lu Yin shrugged. Elder Lianxian replied, only impatient people need to learn it. With a calm heart you can let go of many things and you can also see many things clearly. She then continued walking forward. Thank you for your teachings, Elder, Lu Yin said before leaving. After Lu Yin left, Elder Lianxian looked at Lu Qianjue. The sword that he just transformed into belonged to Emperor Lu. I know, Lu Qianjue replied. What's his relationship with Emperor Lu? Emperor Lu died in seclusion, so there shouldn't have been any descendants outside. That sword was also buried with him, Elder Lianxian asked curiously. Lu Qianjue's gaze deepened. Do you really think that Emperor Lu died in seclusion? What do you mean? Elder Lianxian was shocked. Lu Qianjue shook his head. I don't know. Emperor Lu did die in seclusion, and everyone in the sword sect saw it with their own eyes. Even the Hall of Honor sent people to offer their condolences, but the matter was too strange. I was still young at the time, and before Master died he said that there might be another reason for Emperor Lu's death, but the sword sect was destined to never know. Could Lu Yin be related to Emperor Lu's death? He can't be, he's too young. Elder Lianxian did not understand. Lu Qianjue did not understand either. I asked him, but he wouldn't say anything. However, one thing is certain. He wants to deal with the sword sect. Elder Lian Xin fell silent. Everyone was able to discern that Lu Yin had already brazenly declared war against the sword sect. What's the situation with Chaos God Mountain? You still can't find out anything? Lu Qianjue asked. Elder Lianxian shook her head. The mountain is sealed and no one can enter or leave. No one knows what happened there, but I'm guessing that Zhou was severely injured or even killed in the battle at the Cosmic Sea. He also lost a lot of elite disciples, so... Lu Qianjue suddenly interrupted. Is that all? Elder Lianxian did not understand. The Lingling clan mysteriously retreated. With just the sword sect and the beast tamer flow zone, we might not be able to stop the Great Eastern Alliance, Lu Qianjue muttered to himself. He did not mention Chaos God Mountain again because he knew that Zhou had already lost contact with them. They had ways to contact each other, but ever since the Great Eastern Alliance had taken control of the Blazing Mist flow zone, he had tried to contact them many times but to no avail. Chaos God Mountain was most likely no longer under Zhou's control, and the worst-case scenario was that it was under Lu Yin's control. When he thought of this, Lu Qianjue's gaze hardened. If that's the case, then we can only prepare for the worst. Hurry up and take Tianmu and the others away so that we can preserve the sword sect's seed. Elder Lianxian sighed and lowered her head, a cold glint in her eyes. Even though the sword sect had tried to persuade them to stay, most of them had still left Sword Mountain after the battle. Similarly, there was also a group that stayed behind. When Xianxia and the others had stayed behind, as had Ling Gong. Starsabil had originally planned to leave, but Lu Yin had sent her a message asking her to stay behind. After Lu Yin finished his conversation with Lu Qianjue, he went to find Wendy Yushan. Under her puzzled gaze, he asked for a drop of her blood. What's the use of my blood? Wendy Yushan was puzzled. Lu Yin casually found an excuse to brush her off and then went to find Starsabil. Help me divine undying Yushan. Back when he had divine Xiaji, he had asked Starsabil to help him divine undying Yushan, but she had not been able to do so. Now that he had found a drop of blood with the same origin, Lu Yin would never forget undying Yushan. Starsabil accepted the blood and avoided Lu Yin's gaze. Lu Yin waited quietly. At that moment, Elder Lianxin suddenly found Lu Yin. Alliance Master Lu, I hope that you can learn the Calm Heart Sword. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Why? With a calm heart you won't have any worries and trouble, Elder Lianxin explained. Lu Yin shrugged. I appreciate Elder Lianxin's kind intentions, but it's a pity that I was born to be a troublemaker, and I can't learn the Calm Heart Sword. Chapter 1655. The profoundness of the heart-calming sword aims to return the heart to the sword. The ups and downs of the world, the things you see, hear and think of, everything can be revealed in this sword. This sword has been sublimated to the peak, enough to represent a person's entire life. I've always believed that the 13 swords are just sword techniques, while the heart-calming sword is a concept, said Elder Lianxin. Lu Yin was moved. Everything could be attributed to the sword? Everything one saw, heard and even thought of was the same? Wasn't this similar to the emptiness palms overlaying stacks? Lu Yin's heart was moved. If Elder Lianxin is willing to teach me, then I'm naturally willing to learn. What conditions do you have? Lu Yin asked with interest. Elder Lianxin looked deeply at him. There are no conditions. Consider it my thanks for not killing Tianmu. A long sword appeared in her hand and she unsheathed it. In an instant her entire body seemed to vanish. She didn't truly vanish, she was clearly standing there, but Lu Yin couldn't sense her at all. Only her sword remained between heaven and earth. Lu Yin was stunned. Elder Lianxin's entire being was focused on the sword. It wasn't just what she saw or heard. Even she herself was devoted to the sword. No wonder she said that the Serenity Sword wasn't a sword technique but a concept. During the Sovereign Tournament, Li Zimo had fully displayed the Serenity Sword's unique characteristics. Those who understood would sigh in amazement, while those who didn't would only curse. Suddenly that sword disappeared from Lu Yin's memory as well. The tip of the sword swept past and a sword came from the west. Lu Yin's mind went on alert. Not good, this woman wants to kill me. The Serenity Sword didn't just represent a sword technique's concept. It was also a peerless sword technique for sneak attacks and assassinations. Lu Yin didn't even have time to react before the tip of the sword pierced his neck. At the same time the star-scattered chessboard appeared beneath his feet. He almost moved away, but there was no need for that. Elder Lianxin's eyes narrowed. This was her strongest attack to date, but it still hadn't managed to injure him? Although Lu Yin hadn't been injured, he was still shocked. The sword had come too suddenly, and even with his reflexes he had only been able to dodge after it had pierced him. If he hadn't had his armor, the sword might not have been able to kill him, but it would have severely injured his neck. Lu Yin opened his right hand and struck out with the empty palm. Elder Lianxin was struck head-on by the emptiness palm. She spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground in a sorry state. Even her long sword fell to the side. Her face was deathly pale and there was blood at the corner of her mouth. She helplessly looked at the tip of her sword. She had failed. Lu Yin rubbed his neck. Since he had come to the sword sect, he had naturally come prepared. Even if he had Lu Yefei's protection and Elder Jioshin's secret protection, he still had to put on his miniature armor after the battle. After all, this was the sword sect, one of the top powers in the Innerverse. He had not expected that Lu Qinjue would give up on attacking, but Elder Lianxin would. She had almost severely injured him with one strike. She was indeed worthy of being an emissary of the sword sect, an expert who had created a sword art of conception. A dignified elder of the sword sect, a powerhouse second only to the sect master, sneakily attacking a junior like me. Don't you feel ashamed? Lu Yin growled. Elder Lianxin stood up. Although the emptiness palm had injured her, it was not enough to defeat her. After all, she was a powerhouse whose power level was infinitely close to 600,000. If I can resolve the sword sect's crisis, then what are reputation and my life worth? Unfortunately, you're too cautious. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Even if I don't have any external defensive items, you still can't do anything to me. You said that the 13 swords were a sword technique and the Tranquil Heart Sword was a sword of conception. Then I'll let you experience the sword of conception within the 13 swords. He then opened his hand and his star energy transformed into a sword that slashed out. The 13th sword, the sword of emotion. He had wanted to use this technique during his battle with Lu Tianmu, but unfortunately, Lu Tianmu had used Lu Gui's 13th sword and collapsed to the ground, preventing Lu Yin from using this technique. Now he was using this technique to slash at Elder Lianxin. The 13th sword was formless, and as long as there was emotion, it could be transformed into a sword. Regardless of whether this sword was aimed at an enlighter like Lu Tianmu or an emissary like Elder Lianxin, it would all be the same. The 13th sword did not require the astral source universe, as this was the unavoidable 13th sword. Elder Lianxin stood in place and did not attempt to dodge. She had failed to assassinate Lu Yin, so she had to seek death. Otherwise, the sword sect would have to pay the price for her actions, and Lu Yin might very well use this technique to deal with the sword sect. Since she could not kill Lu Yin, she could only die. Blood spread out from her abdomen. This sword had severely injured her. She lowered her head and looked down. Intense pain spread throughout her body, followed by numbness and the darkness of death. She could not bear the weight of her body and she slowly squatted down. Lu Yin was about to continue attacking when Li Zimo rushed over from afar. Alliance Master Lu, stop. Elder Lianxin was half squatting on the ground, coughing up blood. When she heard Li Zimo's voice, she quickly turned around and anxiously said, "Don't come over. Go." Li Zimo leaped over to Elder Lianxin's side and stared at Lu Yin with pleading eyes. "Alliance Master Lu, please spare my master. I beg you." Elder Lianxin sternly shouted, "Zimo, go. Go far away and never come back. Go." Li Zimo only stared at Lu Yin with an anxious expression. Lu Yin fell silent for a moment, and then the sword in his hand dissipated. He looked at Elder Lianxin. "You have a good disciple, so I'll spare your life today." Elder Lianxin closed her eyes. "This will become an excuse for you to deal with the sword sect. Alliance Master Lu, you have to bear the consequences of your own actions. Don't implicate the sword sect." Lu Yin sneered. "I don't need such an excuse to deal with the sword sect. Isn't the Sea King in the sword sect?" Elder Lianxin's eyes suddenly opened. "The Sea King isn't in the sword sect." Lu Yin shook his head. "He's in the sword sect, so there's no point in quibbling. Alright, leave before I change my mind." Elder Lianxin anxiously said, "Alliance Master Lu, someone is spreading rumors that the Sea King isn't in the sword sect." Lu Yin did not listen to her and simply vanished. "Master, let's go back." Li Zimo supported Elder Lianxin. Elder Lianxin still wanted to look for Lu Yin, but he would not appear. She knew that the news about the Sea King in the sword sect had been a foreshadowing for Lu Yin to deal with the sword sect. That news had come from the 6th mainland, and Lu Yin was indeed working with someone from the 6th mainland. No, she had to inform the sect master. After the two left, Lu Yin finally appeared. If not for Li Zimo's appearance, he would have really killed Elder Lianxin. Whatever, it didn't matter. He would just let her live for a while longer. Not long after, Lu Yin suddenly turned around and sensed a rune line attack him. It was not very powerful, but when he turned around he did not see the attack. He only saw Starsabil's rune lines. At the same time, Starsabil's rune lines extended into the sky and shot out in all directions. Lu Yin was at a loss when he saw this. Starsabil walked out with a solemn expression. Lu Yin looked at her. "What was that just now? Do you remember when you were investigating Xiaji?" Starsabil asked. Lu Yin's expression changed and he looked up again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 15, 16 and more. "Don't tell me that Undying Yushan also has clones and that there are so many of them?" Starsabil shook her head as she was at a loss. "I don't know. In any case, I used the same blood to divine Undying Yushan's aura. Every direction represents one Undying Yushan. Impossible. How can there be so many clones?" Lu Yin immediately denied it. Starsabil replied, "I know. Aside from clones, there's also the possibility that there are auras of the same blood. He can sense these auras and even..." Starsabil suddenly stopped talking. Lu Yin stared at her. She lowered her voice and said, "The auras that I can divine are all extremely powerful. Even Wendy Yushan is not within my range." "What are you trying to say?" "Every aura is closer to Undying Yushan than Wendy Yushan." Lu Yin did not understand. "Closer? What did that mean?" Could it be that he was related to Undying Yushan by blood? Alliance Master Lu, please don't misunderstand. Even if Undying Yushan's son was alive, he would not be within my range. These auras are close to Undying Yushan's, and they could even be Undying Yushan's. I'm not sure about the specifics since I've never encountered them before. Perhaps my master knows. What about me? Why do I have the auras that you've divined? Lu Yin was puzzled. Star Sibyl looked deeply at Lu Yin. I don't know. Lu Yin's eyes flickered as he recalled all of his interactions with Undying Yushan. What was going on? Undying Yushan was definitely not dead, but why were there so many auras that were almost the same as his? Even Wendy Yushan was not within the range of the divination. Back then Xiaji had only had 3 and that had already been very troublesome. What had Undying Yushan done? Lu Yin felt more and more that Undying Yushan was plotting something big. This thorn was growing deeper and deeper. There was one thing that Lu Yin was certain of, and that was that Undying Yushan was far from Xiaji's level. Back then Undying Yushan had only been a hunter. Even if he had hidden his strength, it should not be impossible for him to have reached the level of a half-ancestor, right? This was just too shocking. If you want more, you can only find my master, Star Sibyl said. Lu Yin did not hesitate. Let's go to the Lesser Thousand Flow Zone. The Star Sibyl sect was not far from the Sword sect. There were still 7 days until the appointed time with Qinghua Shangren, so they had enough time to return. That day, Lu Yin left the Sword sect without mentioning that Elder Lianxin had tried to assassinate him. Wendy Yushan wanted to return to Xinyu Star, so she did not travel with Lu Yin. The moment Lu Yin stepped out of the Sword sect, news spread from the distant western weaves of the outerverse that Qinghua Shangren had appeared and was heading towards the innerverse. This news shocked countless people, and the Sword sect acted as if they were facing a great enemy. Everyone wanted to keep an eye on Qinghua Shangren. However, even Master Yuan could not keep track of Qinghua Shangren's whereabouts, let alone others. Countless people guessed that Lu Yin might really be working with the 6th mainland. With Qinghua Shangren's speed, he reached the blazing mist flow zone quickly, but the appointed time with Lu Yin was not up yet. Thus he had disappeared and no one knew where he had gone. The Sword sect panicked the most as they could not keep an eye on Qinghua Shangren. They could only keep an eye on Lu Yin, and they discovered that Lu Yin had actually gone to the Lesser Thousand Flow Zone's Star Sibyl sect. It was also the first flow zone, but the Yo Court existed under the dusky sky. The master of the Yo Court, Madame Yu, stared at the star chart with a nervous yet excited expression. She raised her gadget several times, unsure whether or not to contact Lu Yin. She was hesitating over whether or not to contact Lu Yin. If Lu Yin really was working with Qinghua Shangren, then they could indeed eradicate the Sword sect. However, the Yo Court could not join them as they would become the enemy of the entire 5th mainland. Lu Yin could not be that stupid, right? Even if he wanted to deal with the Sword sect, he could not ally with an external enemy. Chapter 1656. This was where she was at a loss. Up until now, the only person who could deal with the Sword sect and wanted to do so was Lu Yin. She hoped that Lu Yin could defeat the Sword sect and release Yo Yi, which would allow her Yo Court to join the Great Eastern Alliance. However, this would not work if an external enemy like the 6th mainland was involved. Furthermore, Lu Yin had never bothered with her, which gave her the greatest headache. Madame Yu was not the only one with a headache. Many people who were related to Lu Yin, including the Great Eastern Alliance's internal members. They wanted to know what was going to happen, but most did not have the right to ask. After Qinghua left, the first person to contact Lu Yin and force him to explain himself appeared. Master Yuan. Lu Yin had already reached the Lesser Thousand Flow Zone, and Star Sibyl brought Wendy Yushan's blood to Senior Zhu. Lu Yin then received a call from Master Yuan. Master Yuan rarely called, but this time he was truly anxious. Qinghua leaving has nothing to do with you? Master Yuan asked. Lu Yin was silent for a moment. Don't worry, Senior. This junior knows what to do and what not to do. Master Yuan replied, that's good. He then ended the call. Lu Yin looked up at the sky. The time to deal with the Sword sect was approaching. Senior Zhu spent an entire day divining. Finally, Lu Yin saw that the rune lines had spread out in all directions, exactly as Star Sibyl had predicted. His heart sank. Alliance Master Lu, please come in, Star Sibyl said. Lu Yin followed her into the place where he had first met Senior Zhu, and Star Sibyl withdrew. Sorry to trouble you, Senior, Lu Yin said politely. Across from him, Senior Zhu had a serious expression. Alliance Master Lu, this undying Yushan is rather troublesome. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. How is he compared to Xiaji? Even more troublesome, Senior Zhu answered without hesitation. Lu Yin did not understand. Senior, undying Yushan is definitely not as strong as Xiaji. Senior Zhu shook her head. It has nothing to do with strength. His involvement is too terrifying and far too ancient. Through my divinations I actually sensed the aura of an ancient netherworld progenitor. Netherworld progenitor? Lu Yin cried out in surprise. He'd heard of this name before but not much. He only knew that it was an ancient ancestor realm expert that had been obliterated in the river of time a long time ago, and his age far surpassed that of Ancestor Qin and the Talisman Ancestor. Senior Pearl recalled, the Netherworld's ancestor was the strongest progenitor of the second continent that had yet to shatter. Because it was so long ago there's no way to verify it. What we can confirm is that the Netherworld's ancestor truly did exist. The Yu family is his descendant and the Yu character was created by him. If you want to make a comparison, then perhaps the Netherworld ancestor's time in existence might have crossed paths with the legendary Grim Reaper and Wu Tian, who have yet to be proven to have existed. During that era, the 6 mainlands had yet to shatter, and the Daoist sect had dominated the universe. That era was too long ago. Lu Yin frowned. Undying Yushan is related to the Netherworld ancestor? He's not from the Yu family. Senior Zhu shook her head. I don't know who he is, but when I tried to divine him, I did indeed sense the Netherworld ancestor's aura. That ancient and cryptic aura can't be wrong. How does progenitor Qin compare to the Netherworld's ancestor? Lu Yin asked. Senior Zhu replied, I don't know as they aren't from the same era. Progenitor Qin is practically invincible among those at the same level, and he can even beat progenitors into silence. The symbol progenitor created a civilization that history doesn't dare to acknowledge. However, they're both relatively recent. Even though it's been a long time since the Netherworld's ancestor existed, it's still quite a distance away. Alliance Master Lu, this undying Yushan is rather troublesome and you're involved with him. His aura is on you but I can't find out what it is. If possible, it's best if you go to the Yu family and investigate. The Yu family is the Netherworld's ancestor's descendant, so you might be able to find something. Lu Yin's heart was heavy as he left the Starsabil sect with Lu Yefei. The Netherworld's ancestor was actually related to such an ancient existence, and it had crossed paths with the Grim Reaper's era. That was too long ago, and even the 6th mainland's 3 ancestors felt that such an era was ancient. How could Undying Yushan have crossed paths with such an ancient existence? It seemed that he really needed to have a chat with Madame Yu. Right, the Yo secret symbol seemed to contain the power of time, and Yo Year had concealed it. Lu Yin had not paid much attention to it at the time, but now that he thought about it, it was incomparably terrifying. The battle technique that Yo Year had used during the Sovereign Tournament was also extremely strange. The Yo court had intentionally split from the Yu family and sought his protection. At that time, Lu Yin had already guessed that the Yu family was hiding some sort of secret and now it seemed that he had to investigate this secret. Perhaps it was related to Undying Yushan. Lu Yin remained silent on the way back to the blazing mist flow zone. Lu Yefei did not ask any questions either. The more she followed Lu Yin, the more she understood the 5th mainland's situation. Before this, they would never have imagined that an enlighter could affect the entire 5th mainland. Now it seemed that Lu Yin's influence would only grow as they followed him. There was no better way to understand the 5th mainland than by following Lu Yin. There was still one day before the appointed time with Guru Qinghua. Yesterday, someone had seen Guru Qinghua appear near the blazing mist flow zone, and the sword sect had immediately sealed off the mountain. Lu Yin believed that Elder Lianxin had definitely left with a group of disciples. There was no need to stop them. Once he took control of the sword sect, those disciples would have to return even if they didn't want to. Otherwise, no matter how vast the universe was, there would be no place for them to stay. Li Zimo had not contacted Lu Yin. As Elder Lianxin's disciple, he must have been taken away as well. If Lu Qinjue found out about this, Lu Yin wondered what kind of expression he would have. He had clearly wanted to hide a group of disciples, but there had been people from the Great Eastern Alliance among them. He would probably be angered to death. Senior Jushin, are you there? Lu Yin raised his head and shouted. No one answered. Lu Yin shouted once more. What's the matter? Elder Zhou Xian's impatient voice rang out. Lu Yin smiled politely. Guru Qinghua didn't appear, right? Elder Zhou Xian snorted. If you're so afraid of him, why did you still recruit him? I'm not afraid. With Senior Zhou Xian here, how could I be afraid of an outsider? Lu Yin hurriedly replied. Elder Zhou Xian did not speak as he could not be bothered with Lu Yin's nonsense. He was a powerful powerhouse, but he had been reduced to a bodyguard. This was especially so since the Sirius sect's supreme treasure had been stepped on by this brat. Lu Yin was currently on a barren planet not too far from the Ross Empire's stronghold. Aside from himself, there were only the hidden Elder Zhou Xian and the Blue Heroes. Lu Yefei and the Flying Willow Flowers were not present, as their presence made no difference to Guru Qinghua's celestial imprint. Lu Yin had been afraid that they would be casually killed by Guru Qinghua, which would leave him without a bodyguard. Of course, the two of them also relaxed. Master is coming. Did you hear that, fatty? He's coming. We're saved. The skinny one said. The fatty replied, calm down, brother Thin. That wretched Lu Yin is despicable and he'll definitely plot against Master. That's right, fatty. You have to calm down. How about we plot against him later and help Master? He'll definitely be proud of us and reward us when we get back. He'll definitely reward us. What do you think he'll reward us with? He'll drink? His gourd? No, I want. Lu Yin was speechless as he watched the Qinghua duo discuss the reward. He pursed his lips as they truly deserved to be called the Qinghua duo by Su San. They had almost died without even realizing it. Madame Red's goal had not been to lure Guru Qinghua out, but rather to use him to severely injure him or even eliminate him. She wanted to prevent the secret progenitor realm from controlling the Daoist sect. The only reason that could cause Guru Qinghua to start a war with the person behind Lu Yin was because of the Qinghua duo. When Lu Yin had captured these two, their bodies had already been poisoned. Fortunately, Lu Yin had thought things through and managed to neutralize the poison in time. Otherwise, once Guru Qinghua had arrived, these two would have died and Lu Yin would have been in trouble as well. A battle would have been unavoidable. To think that they had been so careless. Fatty bro, you'll definitely get fatter after we get that reward. Brother Thin, you'll get skinnier as well. We definitely won't abandon you. I won't give up. Fatty bro, it's so good to have you around. Brother Thin. Shut up. Lu Yin barked, startling the two, and they quickly shut up. The conversation between these two idiots was giving him a headache. Several hours passed and more than 10 satellites could be seen orbiting on this desolate planet. As the satellites connected, it was time for Lu Yin to meet Guru Qinghua. Lu Yin raised his head and looked into the distance. Boundless and terrifying rune lines swept towards him, bringing with them an extreme pressure. This pressure made him feel as if he was facing a half-ancestor's attack. He had experienced the same feeling of despair back in the cosmic tree realm. He was not sure if the Sixth Mainland's all-heaven imprint could resist a half-ancestor, as it should be slightly weaker. However, the Sixth Mainland had a suppressive effect on the Fifth Mainland's cultivators, and with the imprint and the three progenitor regions methods, Lu Yin was uncertain. As for Elder Zhou Xian, he had yet to reach the half-ancestor level, so his chances of defeating Guru Qinghua were too low. However, he should have no problem protecting Lu Yin. Suddenly, the rune lines rapidly shrank until they finally disappeared. Then, countless stars appeared and Elder Zhou Xian walked out and stood beside Lu Yin with a solemn expression. 100 meters in front of him, a sloppy old man in a long green robe walked out with a wooden stick. There was a gourd tied to the stick, and when he appeared in front of Lu Yin, he picked up the gourd and drank from it. He burped and swayed a few times, looking as if he would collapse at any moment. Old man, you're here. Fatty bro, look, the old man is here. You call me master. Master, you're here. Guru Qinghua burped again and looked at the Qinghua duo before shaking his head helplessly. He then looked at Lu Yin. You're a pervert, right? Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. I'm Lu Yin. Guru Qinghua sneered and looked at Elder Zhou Xian. Do you think you can protect him? Do you think you can stop me? Elder Zhou Xian was apprehensive, but he quickly replied, you'll know once you try. Guru Qinghua pursed his lips. Not bad, inviting such an expert. He then took a sip from the gourd. Tell me, why did you ask me to come? Are you really here to deal with the sword sect? Lu Yin calmly replied, I've already cured the poison in the Qinghua duo's bodies. Otherwise, the moment you appeared would have been the moment they died. Guru Qinghua put down the gourd and his eyes flashed coldly. Who? Thank you brothers for your support. Thank you brother AI Xing for your tips. Thank you.